League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776, Laxana's Little Secret. Scumbag. Even if I, Shiana, never get married in this life, I will definitely seek justice from you. A woman's slightly exasperated voice came from the slightly opened door. In addition to dissatisfaction and resentment, her tone seemed to be mixed with something inexplicable. Outside the door of the library, Laxana, who originally wanted to say a few words to her aunt, stopped and nervously covered her mouth that was about to make a sound. The proud and strong aunt was bullied by a man. Laxana could hardly imagine which powerful bad man could make her aunt, who was invincible in Demacia, become like this. Or rather, it should be unimaginable who dared to bully the recognized humanoid female Tyrannosaurus. While Laxana was struggling in her heart, the sharp-eyed Shiana had heard the breathing outside the door. The woman frowned, and then relaxed. Is that little Shiana outside the door? Aunt, it's me. Laxana pushed open the door and came to Shiana, sticking out her tongue like a spoiled child. Shiana rubbed the girl's cute face lovingly. Little Shiana, do you have something to talk to me about? Aunt Shiana, I heard you say that you saw a lot of magic in Narxis this time. Auntie is here, so I want to hear you talk about it. Is that okay, Auntie? Shiana, who has always been helpless with her little niece, how could she resist Laxana's spoiled offensive at this moment? Shiana held Laxana with both hands and held the petite Laxana on her legs amid the girl's exclamation and smiled meaningfully. Little Shiana, do you have any secrets that you haven't told your aunt? Her body suddenly straightened. Laxana's face turned pale, bit her lips lightly, and she looked at a loss. Laxana, who used to be indifferent to magic, suddenly became interested in it. Shiana, who was already an experienced person, could not fail to see Laxana's problem. She had some guesses in her mind, but Shiana changed the subject. We have always believed that magic is the root of evil and chaos. The establishment of the kingdom is to protect ordinary people who do not want to be bullied and insulted by mages. We built the country with the forbidden magic stone as the foundation, and use the forbidden magic stone to isolate all magical energy. As a result, the kingdom has developed for nearly 1,000 years, but not many people have truly understood magic. After this mission to the Narxan Empire, I realized that we were wrong. At this point, Shiana's tone actually had a hint of regret. Unlike the Demacians, who hid in the Forbidden Stone City, the Narxans also had to face all kinds of magic, but they never chose to escape. Not only did they curb the harm of magic, they also took the initiative to use magic to transform their country and enhance their military strength. Zyoshiana, you must not be able to imagine how great the city of Fudalite is. In this city, people don't need to boil water to take a bath, don't need to chop wood to make a fire to cook, don't need to do anything to clean the room, and go out in a magic carriage, powered by magic element. At night, the streets are lit up with a gentle and beautiful magical glow. Various magical creatures together embellish the night of the city. Even the distance in the sky is shortened by magic. In the temple of the goddess of stars Soraka, I even saw the distant and brilliant starry sky. In Fudalite, a magical city that integrates nature, even an ordinary person who has never had a magical talent can enjoy the convenience brought by magic. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid you can't imagine what it is like in your entire life. At first, she was worried that her aunt would question her and expose her magical talent. After hearing the last part, Laxana could no longer extricate herself. Intoxicated by the city described by Shiana, Laxana let her thoughts fly, imagining everything Shiana said, her heart full of longing. Since she was horrified to find that she had a magical talent, she rarely got real peace. She always doubted and thought whether magic would turn her into a bad person, whether magic would hurt her family, and whether she would be caught by the demon hunters and locked up in the dungeon for safe isolation. She always dreamed of various terrible results. Magic seemed to bring her bad luck. She unilaterally did not want her fingertips to emit light, but her body seemed to be out of control and always showed the light of magic in unexpected places. If she had not deliberately avoided most people, her evil talent would have been discovered by others long ago. But now, according to her aunt, there is an unrestrained magical city outside Demacia. If she could live in that city, would she not have to worry all day? Her longing gradually turned into desire, and Laxana also had her own worries. Aunt Shiana, the demon hunters always say that where there is magic, there are bad guys. Are there many bad guys who can cast magic in Fieldlit that you mentioned? Silly child, there are many wizards in Fieldlit, but few can rely on magic to do bad things. First, they dare not, and second, they can't. In Fieldlit, releasing magic without authorization is a very serious crime. Then does that mean wizards can't cast magic in Fieldlit at all? That's not the case. As long as they report to the Mage Association in advance and explain the spells and purposes to be cast, they can obtain temporary casting permissions. For example, every year Fieldlit holds fireworks festivals and magic festivals in late summer and midwinter. At this time, many people will apply for registration and show their skills in the festivals. Recalling the days of living in the palace, Shiana's eyebrows softened unconsciously. The expected sexual harassment from the Imperial Emperor Lester did not happen. Instead, Lester showed him many collection-level precious magic images, most of which were related to various festivals and celebrations in Fieldlit. In addition to watching the magic images in person, Lester also changed into casual clothes and took her to visit Fieldlit, experience Fieldlit's magic park, and personally experience the exciting magic roller coaster and the ambiguous magic wheel. Shiana has never felt such joy and ease since she was a child. She doesn't need to consider what kind of family responsibilities she carries, don't need to care about how others look at her, don't need to worry about her safety, just walk on the street like an ordinary girl and enjoy ordinary happiness under the protection of another man. Shiana lowered her head and stared at her off and calloused hands absent-mindedly, recalling the throbbing when holding hands. Only that man would praise these hands that have been tempered, regard these ugly hands as the glory of a woman, hold them tightly with a gentle face, and say that he likes them very much. He suddenly stopped talking halfway through the words, and the atmosphere was a little weird. Laxana watched her aunt holding her cheeks getting redder and redder, and her ears spread to her white neck like the colorful clouds in the sky, and her eyes were hazy. Aunt is so beautiful now. So cute. The little girl didn't understand the real meaning. Aunt? Shiana came back to her senses in Laxana's soft words, and she straightened her face again, and coughed twice, as if nothing had happened. Ahem, little Sana, you just need to know that magic is not the same as evil, it's just that our kingdom doesn't accept magic. Aunt, I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Shiana put Laxana, who was confused and about to say something, down from her lap, put the heavy family tree back to its original place, and left in a hurry. But I didn't say anything. Laxana felt a little wronged, not knowing how she had offended her aunt. In the following week, Laxana spent the whole day in the underground library. She did not see her aunt in the underground library. Curious, Laxana thought of her brother who was crazy about physical training. Her brother went to the training camp of the Fearless Vanguard every day for some kind of warrior training. He must know the whereabouts of her aunt. Brother, have you seen Aunt Shiana recently? HMM. He swallowed the bread in his mouth in a few bites, gulped down a large glass of milk, and ate 2 eggs in a hurry. In Laxana's twitching mouth, a resolute boy with thick black short hair wiped his mouth with a napkin and quickly finished his meal like a soldier. Why are you asking this? Aren't you always not interested in the Fearless Vanguard? Wait, Lux, have you thought it through and are willing to join the Fearless Vanguard with me? Seeing her brother's eyes shining, whose head was almost as hard as steel bars, Laxana covered her face and said in disgust, "Stupid brother, who wants to join the Fearless Vanguard with you? I just have something to ask my aunt. By the way, I tried to find out if I said something wrong last time. So that's how it is. I thought you finally got it and understood what the galactic force is." The black-haired boy flexed his biceps and showed 2 rows of big white teeth covered with egg yolk crumbs. Seeing that her brother was being silly again, Laxana rolled her eyes. What galactic force? Don't say these inexplicable words. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'll ask someone else. Don't be angry. The main thing is that I don't know that you don't know such a sensational thing. Garen scratched his head and showed a look of trying to please his sister. Lux, Auntie is looking for a craftsman to inspect and repair Galio. Tomorrow is the day to start the work. If you want to go and have a look, you can still make it. So, Auntie Shiana wants to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the Forbidden Stone Colossus. At the dining table, Luxana put down the dishes and chopsticks, and her eyes turned smartly. But wasn't Galio inspected last year? I don't know. Even if you ask me, if I could guess what Auntie is thinking, I would have joined the Fearless Vanguard long ago. Garen sighed. He trained hard every day, but there was still a big gap between him and those Fearless Vanguard warriors, and he was not qualified to join the Fearless Vanguard. Obviously, the boy who was hanging out with the soldiers all day had forgotten his real age. For the boy with a simple temperament, troubles came and went quickly, and he soon found the joy that he could share with his sister. By the way, Lux, I just got a customized Legion chess set from Uncle Matlay yesterday. Do you want to have an exciting sandbox battle? Luxana pouted, looking a little hesitant. Garen clasped his hands together and bowed his head devoutly to pray. Please, Lux, I swear, this chess set is really handsome and cool. You will definitely like it. Even if you just take a look, okay? Then you have to promise me that you can't control your soldiers to knock down my chess pieces directly, like you did in the past. I promise you. Then, play a few games with your brother. Wait, I'll bring it right away. After the servants cleaned up the table, Garen put the wooden chess box on the table. Luxana curiously leaned over and watched her brother open the box, which was quite exquisite in shape. In addition to a cloth map, the chess box was filled with a variety of human-shaped chess pieces. Luxana could recognize the soldiers of the Kingdom of Demacia, the warriors of the Fearless Vanguard, the Royal Guards, the Knights of the Illuminator, and some guys who didn't look like positive characters, wearing large hoods that concealed their identities, holding scary skull staffs, and with sneaky written on their foreheads. Luxana frowned, pointed at the wretched little human models wearing hoods, and questioned them dissatisfiedly. Why does the mage look like this? Too ugly, isn't he? Garen scratched his head and calmly took out 3 Fearless Vanguard warrior chess pieces. Mithril Great Sword, Mithril Plate Armor, Mithril Heavy Helmet, really cool. Hey, that's how the chess piece sellers make it. I don't know, if you ask me. Come on, Lux, the chessboard is ready. 3 chess pieces for each player. Choose quickly. I don't know if it's because she's been exposed to too many things about magic recently. Even though the mage chess pieces don't fit Luxana's aesthetic taste at all, Luxana still picked up 3 bad looking mage chess pieces and placed them on her territory square. There was really no other choice. Watching his sister choose the 3 weakest evil mages, Garen rubbed his hands like flies, and his heart was filled with joy. The dice started to roll. Luxana's points were 5, and Garen's points were 3. Luxana got the right to roll the dice again and act first, but Garen was not in a hurry at all. The second roll of the dice points were 2. After thinking about it, Luxana pinched the rightmost mage 2 squares forward, and landed on the square of obtain a crossbow, increased the attack distance by 2, and her little face couldn't help but be happy. The attack range of the mage is higher than that of the warrior, with 2 more grids of attack range. As long as her brother does not throw 5 points in a row, her mage can kill her brother's warrior without any damage. As expected, Luxana saw tension on her brother's face. Chapter 777. This is not fair. Don't be happy too soon, Lux. Thinking of the high attributes of the Fearless Vanguard warrior, Garen calmed down again, pretending to roll the dice, and then his face froze. Due to heavy rain, all chess pieces cannot move forward for 2 rounds. Luxana laughed happily and took back the dice and rolled twice in a row. Although the maps of war chess are different, the main battlefields of war chess are set at the junction of 2 hostile forces. Generally speaking, the first chess pieces to arrive at the battlefield are more likely to gain an advantage. The advantage is not only reflected in the improvement of the chess piece's own attributes, but sometimes you can also encounter recruitment squares and obtain new chess pieces. After some strengthening and replenishment, Luxana's 3 mages were strengthened again, and a new wild mage was obtained. With 4 battle chess pieces, it seems that the lucky attribute has been added. Laxana found that she was smooth sailing in this game. Unlike her brother, she basically did not encounter any negative factors, which made her very glad that she chose the mage. Finally, Garen's fearless vanguard warrior's descendants stepped into the battlefield. At this time, Laxana's magician had already eaten a lot. Launched the attack. Laxana, who had the advantage of the first move, took the lead and pointed at the chess piece in front of Garen. In the battle chess canyon, dark clouds were gathering, lightning and thunder were flashing. Just after arriving at the entrance of the canyon, the 3 panting fearless vanguard warriors had not had time to walk out of the narrow gap, and 4 old witches with wretched faces rushed out from above the canyon. Crack. With the old witch's sinister laughter, the face of the resolute fearless vanguard warrior changed slightly, and 4 beams of lightning struck from above, accurately hitting the soldiers in the front. The macho physique resisted the evil magic. The strong body shook, and sparks flew on the handsome mithril armor, but the warrior did not fall down. The old witch looked horrified. "Why don't you die?" "Because I'm the bravest soldier in Demacia." The warrior said so, showing his life value. The old witch looked at it carefully, and was immediately horrified. "Why do you have 25 life points? Mine is only 5. "Okay. Because I'm a fearless vanguard. An evil wizard. It's my turn." As soon as the voice fell, the 3 fearless vanguards wielded their swords and charged along the nearly vertical cliffs of the canyon. In the dumbfounded eyes of the old witch, they cut off the old witch's head. Demacia. This is not fair. Seeing that the mage she had worked so hard to strengthen for half a day was shattered by her brother's warrior, Laxana angrily stopped Garen, who wanted to take her chess piece away by force. "Why can your warriors ignore the terrain and move forward 4 squares in a row? Why are your warriors so powerful? Why can't 4 of us beat one of you, but you can beat me alone?" Knowing that he could no longer hide it, Garen could only sigh and handed the chess pieces in the chess box to his sister, saying helplessly, "Look, the designer of the chess pieces designed it this way." Laxana unfolded the chess piece description, skipped the part about the rules of the war chess, and quickly found the part about the fearless vanguard and the evil wizard. The first shield formation elite soldier of the fearless vanguard. Thousands of wars have tempered the most tenacious and powerful fighting will. Demacia Steel has forged the fearless warrior. As the pride of the Demacians, every warrior of the vanguard has a fighting power of 1 against 100, and deservedly became the strongest soldier. Chess piece attributes: attack power 10, health 25, attack distance 2, special skills: fearless charge, ignore the terrain obstacles within 5 squares and launch a devastating attack. The cooldown time is 3 rounds. Looking at the introductions, that were basically the same as cheating, Laxana's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. She continued to read, and found the introduction about the mage in the last part. The skinny narcs and black wizard. These wretched and evil narcs and wizards never show their true faces. They are afraid of the scorching sun, the holy forbidden magic stone, the sophisticated weapons of the kingdom's soldiers, and the torture of the magic hunters. They are like a group of ditch rats that can only curl up in the sewer, because they have been wandering around the edge of the cemetery for many years, desecrating corpses and souls, and releasing various evil black magic. These dirty wizards have become fragile. Curses entangle their bodies and erode their evil will. As long as they pick up weapons, any brave Demacian can defeat these evil people who play with souls. Chess piece attributes: attack power 6, health 6, attack distance 6, special skills: blasphemous ritual, if not killed, can completely restore their lost health through evil black magic within 2 rounds, and the cooling time is 5 rounds. Garen, the difference between these 2 chess pieces is too big, isn't it? After comparing the properties of the chess pieces, Laxana was so angry that her nose was almost crooked, and she called her brother's name. And what's the use of that shitty skill? Not to mention the 5-round cooldown. It can be killed instantly with a normal attack, right? Is there a chance to release it? Facing his sister's questioning, Garen explained confidently, "Lux, but that's how mages are. It's normal that they can't beat the fearless vanguard, right? Why don't you try another chess piece? The Illuminator Knights are also very strong. Let's play another game." The people who made the chess don't understand the fun of playing chess. If they can't even achieve the most basic fairness, what's the point of playing? I don't want to play anymore. Laxana threw the last mage chess piece on the chessboard into the chess box heavily. Then, a tingling feeling of loss of control spread from all parts of her body to her fingertips like an electric current. Laxana's face turned pale. Before she could do anything, a dazzling white light shone on the fingertips of her right hand. Without saying anything more, Laxana fled without looking back. Watching his sister run away without saying a word, Garen stared blankly at the white spots left in his retina, his mind blank. What? Why are Lux's fingers glowing? Could it be? Garen's face turned pale when he thought of a terrible fact. In the Fearless Vanguard training camp, he heard a lot about evil wizards from the soldiers of the Vanguard Corps. For example, the Chrisman family's magic seeker guards would take the initiative to check every child who reached the age of 4. If they found traces of magic on the forbidden magic stone disc, it meant that the child had a magical talent. After that, the magic seekers would forcibly take the child away from his family. No one knew where the magic seekers took those children. It was only known that no one had ever seen those children with evil talents since then. For another example, if an evil wizard came to Demacia, the magic seeker guards could use the forbidden magic stone disc to quickly find the wizard's hiding place and capture the wizard into a dark prison. After that, the magic seekers would put the wizard in forbidden magic stone shackles and torture him severely. After the wizard confessed all his evil deeds, he would be secretly executed by the magic seekers. In addition, the demon hunters will also give generous rewards to the informants, especially when the spellcaster and the informant are related. In Demacia, there are countless tragedies of daughters reporting their fathers and mothers reporting their sons. If Lux is really an evil mage, should I report Lux? Garen's deep-rooted hatred of mages gave him a sinful idea. However, when he thought that, if he reported his sister, she would be taken to an unknown place by those cold demon hunters to torture her, Garen instantly gave up this absurd idea. He slapped himself hard and loudly, feeling the burning pain on his right face. Garen calmed down a little. She is my biological sister. Even if she is a mage, I can't report her. Not to mention, she may not be a mage. Maybe I was just dazzled just now. Yes, as the little princess of the Crown Guard family, how could Lux be that? After calming down, Garen quickly packed up the chess pieces and confirmed that he was the only one who saw the scene just now. It must be an illusion. Absolutely an illusion. Laxana returned to her room, locked the door, and curled up on the bed. After all, she still exposed the fact that she could do magic. Even if that person was her biological brother, she was not completely sure whether her brother would report her. The somewhat hesitant girl soon became tearful and cried silently on her legs. From the day she knew that there was magic power in her body, she deliberately collected a lot of information about the magic hunter. She didn't know what means the magic hunter would use to deal with her, but she knew that it must be the pain and torture that she could not bear. The Chrisman family and the Crown Guard family have a status on par with each other. Once the fact that she has a magical talent is exposed, I'm afraid that even Aunt Shiana can't save her. Aunt Shiana. By the way, maybe I can ask Aunt Shiana for help. Laxana wiped her tears, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and her eyes were shining with hope again. Tomorrow the craftsman will conduct a comprehensive inspection of Galio. Auntie will be very busy then. Maybe there will be a better opportunity today. Thinking of this, Laxana no longer hesitated. She went to the bathroom to wash her face and hurried out, asking the family guards to drive the carriage down the mountain. The Forbidden Stone Colossus Galio is located in the suburbs of Demacia's capital. In order to facilitate the transportation of the Colossus, 3 hard and flat cement roads have been built in the suburbs. Considering the poor road administration level in Demacia, it can be called extending in all directions. To the north, you can go directly to the border village of the Urus Mountains. To the south, you can go to the capital to guard the Lightshield royal family and the Deben nobles. And to the east, you can go to the Green Fang Peak Eternal Peak City Wall defense line, which has become a killer to resist the Noxan Magic War Group. Not far from the Colossus Park, there is a large livestock farm, which raises hundreds of high-quality yaks. In addition to lending them to Demacia farmers for spring plowing, these yaks can also become the key animal power to drag the Forbidden Stone Colossus during wartime. It was already mid-afternoon when Laxana arrived at the Colossus Park. From a distance, she could see dozens of craftsmen installing extremely complex scaffolding for Galio. There were hundreds of people densely packed inside and outside the open and flat park. As his brother Garen said, her aunt Shiana was organizing a very large maintenance project. This is the private carriage of the Crown Guard family. Please step back if you are not interested. The Squire Knight, with a proud and cold tone, did not have the good temper to serve the young lady when he was with the Demacia peasants. After a few scoldings, the Demacia civilians who were watching the excitement in the crowd trotted to make way for the Demacia nobles' convoy. They walked through the outermost crowd without any dissatisfaction on their humble faces, and the convoy stopped outside the cordon of the fearless Vanguard Corps. Noticing the family emblem of the Crown Guard family on the carriage, the indifferent Vanguard Corps soldier smiled a little more. At the same time, the Squire Knight of the Crown Guard family put on a flattering look, jumped off the carriage, and saluted the Vanguard Corps soldier. I wonder which big shot is sitting in the carriage? The Vanguard Corps soldier who spoke looked relaxed, and the Squire Knight responded respectfully. It's Miss Lacus. She said she wants to play with Commander Shiana. I see. Let them pass. The pioneer soldier waved to his colleagues to signal them to remove the roadblock and said with a smile, "Go ahead. Captain Shiana is at the foot of the Colossus." The carriage, which was allowed by its colleagues, continued to move forward and successfully passed the cordon of the fearless pioneers. After the carriage drove in, the soldiers of the Pioneer Regiment put on a cold poker face again. "Can you finish the preparations today, Master Shiana? I promise you that I will get it done before nightfall today. I give you so much engineering money so that you can work for me wholeheartedly, not so that you can go whoring. Listen, if you can't get it done, I will punish you." Shiana stared at the person in charge of the project with a cold expression. The person in charge of the project was sweating all over his face. He bowed in fear and didn't dare to say a word. "Go away." "Yes, I'll go away right away, right away. Captain Sword, Miss Lacus is here." "Oh, Lacus is here?" Shiana turned around and saw her niece running towards her. "Aunt Shiana, little Sana, why did you think of playing with your aunt?" The aunt and niece hugged each other and held hands intimately. I miss your aunt. I don't think it's just that. Tell me, little smart guy, what's the matter with you coming to see your aunt?" Laxana stuck out her tongue and smiled innocently. "Nothing. I just heard that your aunt wanted to inspect the Colossus, so I came here to take a look." Chapter 778 Shiana's Plot. The next day, at dawn, Laxana got up from the bed, washed up briefly, and under the protection of the guards, came to the Colossus Park, which was surrounded by the fearless Vanguard. At the foot of the Colossus, Shiana looked up at the craftsmen, who were climbing the Colossus through the pulley rope ladder, her face a little solemn. From the appearance, the rope ladder that looked like a hollow wooden stake was not safe at all. "Aunt, what are they doing?" Laxana trotted to Shiana's side, forcing Shiana to focus on her niece. "Conduct the final safety check, and Aunt will go up with those craftsmen later." Shiana deliberately put on light clothes in order not to put extra burden on those wooden structures, but even so, she did not feel at ease at all. "Can I go up too?" Laxana looked up at the forbidden magic stone colossus that was more than 30 meters tall, and she did not feel afraid, but felt a little excited. "Please, Aunt, please let me go up anyway. I just need to stand in that wooden cage to go up and down." "Of course not, Sana. Just wait here obediently and listen." This time Shiana did not give Laxana room to act like a spoiled child. Knowing that her aunt had made up her mind, Laxana could only nod sullenly. At about 8 o'clock, the craftsman in charge of safety inspection returned to the ground steadily, walked out of the wooden cage, and came to Shiana respectfully. "Sir, I have checked the elevator, and there is absolutely no safety problem." "Then let's start." "Yes, sir, please follow me." After Shiana and the 3 stone carving craftsmen entered the elevator, the 20 workers who controlled the rotating rocker began to push the rocker, and the transmission gear engaged and rotated. Under the guidance of the pulley group, it drove the specially treated animal tendon rope to pull the elevator. It did not take much effort. The elevator rose at a constant speed and steadily carried 4 passengers vertically upward. In the elevator, the old stonemason spoke neither servile nor arrogant. Lady Shiana, the forbidden magic stone colossus was last overhauled less than 3 years ago. Given the excellent properties of the forbidden magic stone, the colossus will hardly be damaged by natural factors, as long as there is no major earthquake. Of course, I'm not questioning your decision. I just want you to know that Galio is now always in perfect condition. Galio is the patron saint of Dalmatia and has repeatedly made great achievements on the battlefield. Even the laziest Dalmatians will not cheat in matters related to Galio. If there is such a person, I will personally send him to prison. Shiana could hear a hint of dissatisfaction in her answer, but she was a little apologetic. Master Bohm, I never doubt your professional ethics, let alone the love of the Dalmatia people for Galio. I say it's a comprehensive overhaul, but in fact I just want to witness Galio's greatness and glory up close, especially with a stone carving expert like you. I can get to know this patron saint of Dalmatia better. In front of the most famous stone carving expert in Dalmatia, Shiana's tone was rare and cautious and humble. In fact, she went through so much trouble just to see with her own eyes whether there was the surprise that Lester said at the root of Galio's right thigh, but she didn't expect to attract a big shot in the stone carving world who was not on the invitation list. Bohm Durand, the kingdom's stone carving master appointed by Javan III, inherited the simple and exquisite stone carving craftsmanship of the Durand family. He was famous for his craftsmanship and was known as the modern Little Durand. In addition, Bohm was the main person responsible for maintaining the forbidden magic stone colossus Galio. It's not that she couldn't afford to offend him, but if she really offended him, even Shiana would feel very troubled. After hearing what Shiana said, Bohm's face looked much better. Before that, he thought that it was the little girl of the Crown Guard family who was doubting his professionalism. In that case, it is my honor to explain the history of Galio to Lady Shiana. Speaking of which, the origin of this colossus can be traced back to the time of King Dulce. At that time, the Freljord barbarians crossed the Urus mountains and constantly invaded the border villages of the kingdom. In particular, the Ice Witches of the Frostguard clan brought great harm to the soldiers of the kingdom. In order to deal with the rampant and brutal witchcraft of the Freljord people, the wise King Dulce and the ancestor, Duran, thought of building a colossus made entirely of forbidden magic stone. After hearing this, Shiana was too lazy to continue to listen seriously. It would be fine if it was just the Imperial Emperor Lester bragging about himself. The records of the Crown Guard family clearly stated that it was Lester, the staff of the Crown Guard family, who proposed to build Galio. If Lester hadn't found Duran, how could Duran have anything to do with it? Now, Duran's descendants have directly taken all the credit for Duran's achievements, not knowing that doing so would be a disgrace to the Duran family in the eyes of those who know the truth of history. Shiana, whose thoughts began to wander, focused her attention on the colossus, observing the military wonder that the Dalmatians were most proud of from an angle she had never seen before. As the elevator slowly rose, Shiana saw two slightly abstract faces at the root of Galio's right thigh. They were probably two human faces leaning against each other, one male and one female, and there seemed to be a lot of strange simplified Chinese characters accompanying the facial lines. From the appearance, this should be a place that has been repaired by craftsmen. What is that? How can there be such a thing on the Colossus? Shiana interrupted Bohm's words directly. Bohm looked in the direction of Shiana, and a proud smile appeared on his face. You finally discovered it. Since you asked, I will briefly explain it. That is a human-faced emblem designed by the ancestor himself to commemorate Master Durand and Ms. Miranda Crownguard, the builders of Galio. The one on the left is none other than the ancestor Master Durand, and the one on the right is Ms. Miranda Crownguard. It can be seen from the human-faced emblem that the ancestor and Ms. Miranda had a close relationship when the Colossus was built. It's a pity that fate played a trick on them. The ancestor had already fallen in love with the grandmother. The loyal love could not tolerate Ms. Miranda's admiration, so he could only reject her sadly. Alas, this was also the main reason why Ms. Miranda died of depression. After all, a man as outstanding and handsome as the ancestor Durand would inevitably attract the attention of the equally outstanding Ms. Miranda. As for those characters, I'm afraid only the ancestor would know. Resisting the urge to strangle the Bohm stone to death, Shiana took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. In any case, it is no coincidence that the Emperor of the Empire, who is thousands of miles away, knows such a secret. Combined with the content in the family records, it can be concluded that the man's face is Lester, and the woman's face is Miranda's ancestor. The cynical scum must have had an affair with his ancestor, and used this method to show off his achievements. Poor Miranda Crownguard, after being toyed with by the man, she did not gain love, but was ruthlessly abandoned, leaving herself alone to watch the cold Colossus. He is indeed a scumbag, Shiana said hatefully, and Bomb was stunned, and then his face became particularly ugly. What? How dare you say that Master Duran is a scumbag? A man who is so loyal to love is a scumbag in your eyes? Is this how you speak rudely to our great ancestors? Even if you are the commander of the fearless vanguard, you can't be so rude, right? You must apologize to Master Duran. Apologize to my family. Shut your stinky mouth full of lies. You know I didn't say anything about Master Duran. Shiana stared at the old man coldly. How could the old man withstand Shiana's momentum? Bombshi, don't forget how much effort our Crownguard family contributed to the construction of the Forbidden Magic Stone Colossus. I know exactly who was in charge of the construction of the Colossus. Attributing all the credit to Master Duran only makes me feel disgusted with you. If you want to deceive me with despicable lies, I don't mind taking you to confront His Majesty. I believe that in addition to the historical books of the Crownguard family, the royal family also recorded the whole process of Galio's birth. If it is not as you said, I swear, I will send you, a despicable liar, to the gallows. Don't think that without you, the Forbidden Magic Stone Colossus cannot be maintained. The vicious and weak Bombsh's momentum stagnated. Family members know their own business. If he is really dragged by Shiana to confront the Emperor, he will probably be in trouble. Noticing the change in Bohm's attitude, the other two craftsmen, who had originally shared a common hatred for the enemy, looked at each other in a daze, and then cast a look of contempt at Bohm. They had always believed the sad story of the devoted Master Duran rejected the infatuated Miranda, but now it seems that there is something else going on. After getting the information she wanted, Shiana no longer had the interest to continue the inspection. After explaining the follow-up matters, Shiana took Laxana away from the Colossus Park. The craftsman only thought that Bohm had angered the tigress of the Crownguard family. Bohm himself was even more panicked, wondering if he would really be called to confront the Emperor. After a hastily inspected and announced that Galio did not need maintenance, the craftsman began to remove the external objects on the Colossus, giving outsiders the feeling that the female legion leader of the Crownguard family liked to mess with Jill. Not knowing that her reputation had been slightly ruined, or perhaps she would not care if she knew, Shiana took Laxana all the way back to Mithril City. Noticing Shiana's unhappy expression, the little girl carefully held the woman's hand. Aunt, are you okay? No, we'll talk about it when we get back. Oh. Shiana's expression eased a little, and she couldn't help but start to think about the secret relationship between the Crownguard family and the Empire. Now she is the only one who knows that the military strategist who designed the Forbidden Stone Colossus is the Emperor of Naxos, not to mention that her ancestor Miranda seems to have an emotional debt with the Emperor of the Empire that has never ended. If used properly, this secret can become an opportunity for the Crownguard family to go further. The Crownguard family's friendship with the Naxan Empire does not mean betrayal, especially since Javan III has agreed to cede the Forbidden Stone Forest and marry the Holy Emperor of Naxos. In the future, Demacia will inevitably have to deal with the Overlord of Naxos. There is no conflict between developing the family and protecting the Lightshield family. She must consider the future. Marriage is the most concise and effective way. To be eligible for marriage with the Holy Emperor, one must at least be a princess of the kingdom. However, there is no princess in the kingdom, only princes. This means that His Majesty can only adopt a daughter to give the princess of the kingdom a title. Adopting a commoner to give a title will never happen. In order to achieve greater political goals, the princess of the kingdom can only be selected from the nobles, and the loyalty of the honorary princess to the Lightshield royal family must also be taken into consideration. Otherwise, she will be bewitched to death by others as soon as she marries, and then sell the kingdom clean. How can that be? Therefore, the Crownguard family and the Chrisman family, who are loyal to the Lightshield royal family, are the most likely nobles to produce Princess of the Kingdom. The future Princess of the Kingdom can only be chosen from these two families. Thinking of this, Chiana was not very happy. Unlike the Chrisman family, which has a large population and constantly improves its bloodline through forced marriages with beautiful female mages, the Crown Guard family has always believed in the principle of fewer births and better quality of life. In her main line, apart from her, only Galen and Laxana are still unmarried. If he grows up 2 or 3 years older, Galen, who is in the army, will probably marry a wife of a minor noble with political resources and inherit the mantle of the fearless pioneer from her in the future. Laxana, who is beautiful and eccentric, will be designated as the princess of Prince Javan, and the status of the Crown Guard family will be consolidated through marriage with the royal family. It can be said that the marriage of Galen and his sister has been arranged since they were born, and there is no room for choice. As for finding a girl of the right age and unmarried from the sideline to nominate her to the Emperor of the Empire, I'm afraid that it will not have a positive effect on the Crown Guard family. On the contrary, it will affect the foundation of the Crown Guard family and suppress its development. As the commander of the Legion, she knows very well how the main branch treats the side branch. Since this path has been chosen, there will be no room for the side branch to turn over. Then again, even if we don't consider the marriage between Laxana and Prince Javan, Laxana is only 8 years old now, which is really too young. Maybe that scumbag emperor is just into this kind of thing. Chiana lowered her head and looked at her niece's cute and puzzled face. When she thought of that man bullying her niece, she felt full of guilt and instantly dispelled the idea that a biological aunt shouldn't have. I can't give this good opportunity to the Chrisman family, but if I think about it this way, don't I have to do it myself? The advantage of marrying the Emperor of the Empire is far better than marrying the Chrisman family, and I can also avenge Miranda's ancestors. Humph, I'm not attracted to that frivolous man. Chapter 779. The two emperors had a pleasant conversation. During the autumnal equinox, the Emperor of the Narxan Empire arrived as scheduled, and the whole country of Demacia welcomed him. The Demacia Dragon Bad Knights, who had already received the news of the release, hovered in the sky, looking at the two mixed-blooded two-legged dragons flying not far away with fear, and their eyes stayed on the pure-blooded wind dragon in front of the two mixed-blood dragons. On the pure-blooded dragon sat a man who was enough to change the situation on the Valoran continent. This man was none other than the Holy Emperor of the Narxan Empire, the ruler of the empire named Lester. Only when they personally faced the man on the neck of the pure-blooded dragon did the Demacia Dragon Bad Knights know what the majesty that could not be desecrated was, as if any disrespectful thought would lead to the disaster of killing. Seeing that they were about to enter the palace area of the Demacia capital, the Legion commander of the Demacia Dragon Bad Knights had to bite the bullet and control the Dragon Bad to approach the dragon, and shouted loudly, while the Dragon Bad trembled. "Your Majesty Lester, the square west of the palace is the landing area prepared by His Majesty Javan for you. Lead the way." The man's tone was very calm, but the commander of the Dragon Bird Knights was stern, and took the lead in controlling the Dragon Bird to slide to the square west of the palace. "Yes, please follow me." Javan III and a group of Demacia's important officials, including Chiana, witnessed the oppression brought by the war beasts with horror. The Dragon Bird Knights landed first, followed by two huge hybrid beasts, and the last one to land on the square was the Holy Emperor's mount, the pure-blooded wind dragon, Silver Moon Queen, of the Valoran kingdoms. The silver dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun blocked half of the sky, accompanied by the airwaves that made people unable to open their eyes. The vertical pupils of the giant beast were cold and ruthless, and the fangs and sharp teeth in its mouth were particularly eerie under the sunlight. The thick dark silver dragon scaled tail supported the ground, making the tall and hard white pillars as fragile as toys. The feet of the Silver Moon Queen trampled the ground like a siege hammer, making a sound like thunder, and the whole palace trembled. The hard, century-old forbidden magic stone floor tiles directly cracked. The scene in front of them made the Demacia Imperial Guards who had never seen the dragon race sweat. Raising her proud neck, the Silver Moon Queen looked down at the Demacians who surrounded her like ants, and then crawled on the ground, allowing the Emperor of the Empire wearing a dark red magic steel mask to walk steadily along the right wing to the bricks and stones. At the same time, the visitors on the other two wyverns also appeared in Javan III's eyes. The beauty and temperament of the two women made the Demacia Emperor, who had already put aside his desire for beauty, swallow his saliva. The cold and beautiful woman with black hair on the left wore like Macup. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and the skin exposed at her neck was like snow and frost. Her slender hands held a gemstone staff that looked extremely extraordinary. Under her dark purple palace dress was a pair of high-top dragon leather boots. The female mage stood behind the emperor of the empire and frowned, as if she was not satisfied with something. The other one was wearing golden women's heavy battle armor, with an amber-colored glass sword shining with divine light on her waist, and her golden hair was more dazzling than the sun in the sky. She had a peerless beauty, but the arrogance between her eyebrows and the majesty she exuded made it difficult for people to have the courage to blaspheme. Seeing the figures and appearances of the two peerless beauties, it seemed that he could not restrain his male nature. Javan III, who had long lost interest in so-called beauties, suddenly had the idea of blasphemy. However, just as this idea came into his mind, Javan III, who had a sense of crisis in his heart, suddenly recalled the scene in the magic crystal ball in the royal treasury. At the divine sword god granting ceremony, the Emerald Territory had two gods that the whole continent envied, and the appearance of the golden-haired seraph was exactly the same as the imperial heavy-armored female swordsman in front of him. In this case, the sword on the angel's waist might be the legendary artifact, Starfire Runeblade. Javan III, who figured this out, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and wished he could slap himself twice for being so lustful just now. As the Emperor of Demacia, he had no problem with any woman he wanted, but he had to think about one he couldn't afford to offend. Ahem. Noticing that the ministers and guards were as attracted by the two women as himself, Javan III could only cough heavily twice and glared fiercely at his subordinates, who were unable to take their eyes off. This brought those who were almost starting to fantasize back to reality. They lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the two women's beautiful faces, for fear of being tempted again and losing their heads. Roar. When the Demacians were unsettled, Queen Silvermoon roared at the lustful sight with dissatisfaction, and then transformed into a tall, plump and curvy queen in a magical white light. The humanized Queen Silvermoon looked to be 2 meters and 2 or 3 meters tall. The woman had dark green waist-length hair, fair and delicate skin, and picturesque eyebrows. Even the dark green palace dress could not cover the woman's slender and fleshy calves. She looked no less beautiful than the other two women, if that pretty face was not as cold as frost. Xayah Silvermoon glanced coldly at the Demacians, who had already made a fool of themselves, and the murderous intent in her eyes seemed to freeze the soul. Have you Demacians never seen a woman? How dare you offend a distinguished guest like this? This sentence made the Demacia ministers feel ashamed, but what she said was still the truth. The ministers, who didn't know how to refute, turned their eyes to the monarch they served. Seeing the pressure coming to him, Javan III said he would not take the blame. I didn't even look at it for a few more times. What a disgrace. Whoever dares to offend my guest again, I will put him in jail and help him settle down. The ministers, who were sitting on pins and needles, bowed their heads and dared not say a word. After listening to Javan III's reprimand, Xayah's face looked much better. The Wind Dragon Queen stood behind Lester, like a cold sculpture. Your Majesty Lester, these two flying dragons. As long as no one approaches the dragon within 10 meters, the flying dragon will not cause any damage. The voice under the mask was a little dull, but the tone was quite soft, which made the worried Demacia people feel a little relieved. That's good, Your Majesty Lester. 3 envoys, please follow me. In front of Lester, Javan III did not dare to put on any emperor's airs and personally lead the way for the 4 people. Just kidding. Not counting the unfathomable strength of the Imperial Emperor Lester, the Naxos Empire suddenly came with 3 extraordinary combat forces. If they really make trouble, I'm afraid the entire Forbidden Stone city will be reduced to ruins. Dark Queen, Syndra is fine. He doesn't believe that the Forbidden Stone can really affect the Seraphim holding the magic sword and the Silver Moon Queen who can transform into a dragon at any time. You have to know that the dragon just now turned into a woman alive through magic, and the Forbidden Stone is as if it doesn't exist. No wonder the Imperial Emperor dared to go to Demacia in person. He would dare to do it if he was given it. Leaving the West Square, Javan III brought 4 people directly to the reception room. Like a junior, arrogant at first and respectful later, Lester was quite satisfied with Javan III's attitude. You all retreat. Captain Shiana and Lord Dallison stay. Yes, Your Majesty. When most people left, there were only 8 people left in the reception room. Naxos Empire, Holy Emperor Lester, Seraphim Mishap, Dark Queen Syndra, Silver Moon Queen Shah. On the side of the Kingdom of Demacia, Emperor Javan III of Demacia, Fearless Sword Tiana, Forbidden Blade Allison, and Kingdom Staff Member Pullman. The 2 emperors sat opposite each other, and from the position, there was no difference in status. Their followers stood behind them, fully armed, responsible for protecting the emperor's safety, and giving advice at critical moments, to share the emperor's worries. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Naxos Empire was in an absolutely strong position, and Demacia actually had no power to fight back. In the heavy atmosphere, Javan III was the first to break the silence. I didn't expect that His Majesty Lester would come here in person. I'm really flattered. I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Please forgive me, Your Majesty Lester. It's okay, Your Majesty Javan. I came here for the real peace between the 2 countries. If the people of the 2 countries can be free from war, no matter how many risks are worth it. I just don't know what Your Majesty Javan's decision is. Is he willing to give up the forbidden magic stone forest? As he spoke, Lester finally took off his mask, revealing a face that made the 4 Demacians hold their breath. This is a handsome man like a god. He can attract both men and women. His voice is magnetic, and his smile gives people a sense of intoxication. If this kind of appearance is exposed without a mask, it is simply a blasphemy to the gods. Whether it is Javan III or the other 3, they all have the same idea in their hearts. Shiana had seen Lester's true face during the previous mission, but she was still dazzled at this moment. She secretly thought that the romantic emperor in front of her was really charming. No wonder her ancestor was still obsessed with it, after being eaten up. Little did he know that at this moment, Lester deliberately opened the aura of charm that belonged to the chosen one of God. How could mortals resist the power of the evil god? In the eyes of Javan III, the man in front of him was more and more pleasing to the eye, even more worthy of being approached than his own queen and son. This was his thought, and his words were even more amiable, or humble. Your Majesty Lester, I have always believed that there is permanent peace between the 2 countries. As you know, Demacia has only guarded the Demacia Plain since ancient times. It has never expanded its territory, or invaded other countries. It's just that the empire was too powerful, so the former king had to be cautious and build the forbidden magic stone city defense fortress. The little frictions in the past have become history. Now that Your Majesty Lester is willing to give Demacia permanent peace, there is no need for the forbidden magic stone forest to exist. The 2 countries will be forever friends, and they can help each other if there are any troubles. It is far more reassuring than being on guard against each other. After all, with the size of the empire, Demacia is just a country that can be destroyed with a backhand. To be honest, it is far more reassuring to be friends with the empire than to be its enemy. Haha, Your Majesty Javan is too serious. It is true that the empire is warlike, but it is impossible for it to wage wars forever. The territory now ruled by the empire is enough to digest for hundreds of years. Although the land of Demacia Plain is beautiful, it is not something that must be obtained. Preserving the heritage of an ancient kingdom can also effectively promote the further development of the empire. After Javan III made it clear that he would give up the forbidden magic stone forest, the atmosphere in the reception room became particularly relaxed, and the cold-faced Miss Ha and the other 2 girls also softened a bit. I'm well aware of the good intentions of His Majesty Lester, but it's a pity that I have no daughter in my line. Alas, it's probably too late to have another child now. I can only choose a girl of the right age from the family I trust most, but I'm afraid that their appearance is not as good as Your Majesty's. Your Majesty Javan, you don't have to worry too much about marriage. I believe more in fate. As for status, Lester smiled faintly, which made Shiana blush and feel embarrassed. I have lived for nearly 1,000 years. I don't care about these things anymore. As long as she is a good girl who grew up in Demacia and can make my heart beat, that's enough. Hearing this, Javan III's face relaxed. Since the two countries have reached an agreement, Lester will always make a choice. It's just a matter of time. It's impossible for her to fall in love with his harem. He doesn't mind, but he doesn't believe that a man as noble as a god can fall in love with a withered flower. In that case, why don't your majesty Lester stay in Demacia for a while longer? I will personally arrange a court banquet for your majesty. Your majesty can meet privately with all the unmarried girls of marriageable age at the banquet to see if there is a connection. If there is, it will be a natural way for them to get married. Then I'll trouble your majesty Javan. No trouble. It's my honor to be a matchmaker for your majesty Lester. It's just that the matter of the forbidden magic stone forest. When should it be dealt with? The matter of the forbidden magic stone forest. There's no rush. After a while, a magic legion from Fidlet will come here. Your majesty Javan, please let them go. This magic legion will never have any impact on the people of Demacia. It's just for the matter of the forbidden magic stone forest. They will leave after they are done and will never stay in Demacia. If things go well, Narxus will build 3 forbidden magic towers for Demacia. Forbidden magic towers? Are they magic towers that have the function of forbidding magic? Javan III looked at Lester in surprise, and Lester nodded slightly. Yes, without the forbidden magic forest, it may have unnecessary impact on Demacia's national policy of banning magic. With the forbidden magic tower, it can also play a role in banning magic on a large scale. The 3 magic towers linked together are enough to cover the entire kingdom. Although I do not agree with Demacia's strict attitude towards magic, I respect the choice of the Demacians and the Lightshield royal family. The forbidden magic tower can be regarded as my extra compensation. Thank you for your generosity, your majesty Lester. You really helped a lot. It's nothing. I'm honored that your majesty Javan is willing to put aside his prejudice and agree to my conditions. Then your majesty Lester might as well live in this palace during this period, so I can entertain your majesty Lester. I appreciate your kindness, but it is inconvenient to live in the palace. How about this? Lester suddenly looked at Shiana, who was secretly glancing at him, making Shiana a little at a loss. I had a very pleasant conversation with Captain Shiana a while ago. I wonder if the Crown Guard family has a suitable place. Just find me a secluded place. He looked a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he estimated that Shiana was the first predestined person. Javan III turned his head and looked at Shiana, saying seriously, Sir Shiana, since His Majesty Lester has spoken, you will be responsible for His Majesty Lester's food, clothing, housing and transportation. All expenses will be borne by the royal family, but you must not offend His Majesty Lester. Can you do it? Chapter 780 The Lady of the Crown Guard who wants to learn magic. In the Demacia capital, in a courtyard belonging to the Crown Guard family. Aunt, you're back. Wow. There are so many people. And they're wearing strange masks. Hearing the footsteps outside the door, Laxana ran out of the house in surprise, only to find that there were 4 people she didn't know following her aunt. 3 very beautiful big sisters, and shoulder to shoulder with her aunt was a guy wearing a strange mask, who looked a little scary. Everyone was wearing beautiful clothes. Laxana had never seen such beautiful clothes in Demacia, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Sana, don't be rude. This is His Majesty Lester, the Holy Emperor of the Narxan Empire. These are His Majesty Lester's family. They are all the most distinguished guests of our Crown Guard family. Shiana introduced the newcomers to her niece with a serious face, and then introduced Lester respectfully. Your Majesty Lestat, this is my niece Laxana. She has a very bad temper, and has been neglected. Please forgive me. Being scolded by her own aunt, Laxana's eyes instantly turned red, and she pouted her mouth stubbornly, looking like she wanted to cry, but didn't want to. It's okay, the little girl is cuter when she's more lively. Lestat took a few steps forward and came to Laxana, squatted down, looked at the aggrieved little girl, and said softly, my name is Lestat, and your name is Laxana, right? Wow. Laxana nodded and rubbed her eyes. Come, I'll tell you a little secret. After hesitating for a while, Laxana always felt that the emperor in front of her didn't look like a bad person, so she carefully leaned her ear over I can see that you have a talent for magic. Hearing this, Laxana opened her mouth in surprise and looked at Lestat, which made Chiana a little curious about what Lestat had whispered to his niece. After touching Laxana's little head, Lester stood up. Brother will stay here for a while. If you are interested, you can come and play with me. After watching the few people leave, Laxana's little face turned red. She actually let a stranger touch her head? What a strange brother. The little girl, feeling a little uneasy, secretly kept the words in her heart and turned and ran away. On the way, Chiana couldn't help asking, "Your Majesty Lester, do you have a little love for my niece?" Of course, but I like you a little more, otherwise I wouldn't choose to go with you." Are you serious? I don't care. Shanna is less than 9 years old. Chiana was shocked. She didn't expect that the scumbag of Narxus actually wanted to take both aunt and nephew. "Why are you making such a fuss? Show your calm demeanor as the commander of the Fearless Vanguard Legion." Lester took off his mask and smiled evilly. "If you don't want to, you can stop Laxana from approaching me. Your Majesty, I won't mind, provided that during the time Isle of Indomatia, you will be my personal maid and serve me in my daily life." Personal maid? Faced with the humiliating words, Chiana tightened her fleshy and tight thighs and was surprised to find that she was not angry, but instead had some disgusting female throbbing. "What do you think? Anyway, His Majesty Jarvan has handed you over to me. Using yourself in exchange for the safety of my dear niece is a good deal, right? Then you have to promise me not to attack Shanna." Looking at the somewhat embarrassed female Legion commander with amusement, Lester suddenly found that the woman in front of him looked a little familiar. He frowned and tried to trace a fleeting inspiration, but found nothing. "Your Majesty Lester?" Coming back to his senses, Lester suppressed the uncomfortable feeling and shrugged. "I can only promise you that I won't take the initiative to attack little Shanna. If little Shanna insists on coming over, then there's nothing we can do. It's a deal." 2 days later, Chiana had to humiliate herself by changing into a black and white maid skirt that she had never worn before. The black silk garter stockings from Narxus perfectly wrapped a pair of tight and sexy legs. After removing the bra straps, the long suppressed waves seemed to want to vent all the resentment, pushing up the slightly smaller despicable neckline, and the deep white that stood proudly blocked the master's view of the toes. The person who appeared in front of Lester was a blonde maid with an extremely vulgar figure. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. Amid the continuous and powerful applause, the ashamed Chiana blushed and covered her chest with both hands to hold down the hem of her skirt, trying to avoid the man's aggressive gaze in this way. "I can't believe that the wise and brave Chiana has such a graceful figure." Lester put down the cutlery in his hand and looked at the woman who refreshed him with interest. For some reason, around this woman, his long dormant bad taste would always burn involuntarily. It just so happened that Emperor Jarvan's banquet would not be held for some time, so this time was a good time to educate the Demacia Legion leader. "It seems that I'm quite lucky, otherwise it would have been a bargain for that kid from the Chrisman family. I originally had some good feelings for you, but now you do this, it will only make me hate you," Chiana said coldly. "I'm not afraid of your hate, really. Your disgusted face is just as beautiful. Come here." Lester waved to Chiana. Even if she was impatient, Chiana could only obediently approach the man, unwillingly letting the man pinch her chin. "This is the duty of the Fearless Vanguard Legion leader. It is the order of His Majesty Jarvan. As a member of the Crown Guard family, you must endure it." In a daze, the woman warned herself like this. 5 minutes of skilled kissing was a common occurrence for Lester, but Chiana felt that the kiss was so fierce that she couldn't breathe. Lester let go of Chiana, whose cheeks were flushed, and smiled slightly at the woman's panting. "Chiana, I know you have a crush on me. You know that I have a crush on you, but you still bully me like this? Because your crush has something I don't like. This crush is not love, and it's not pure enough. You know, after living for so many years, I no longer have the desire to talk about love. Even a beautiful woman like you is just a rosy skeleton to kill time for me." Chiana took a step back and opened Lester's right hand. "So, I'm your entertainment? Do you think it's fun? If I wanted to entertain you, you wouldn't be standing here now, but lying on the bed." I have never had much patience for toys for entertainment. Then why do you torment me like this? Of course it's because you are very special, and I'm very greedy, always wanting to get everything. Shiana stared into the man's eyes. She could not see any lies, but this was ridiculous enough. Shiana, I can see that your heart is not with me. Lester put down his napkin and smiled gently at Laxana, who was peeking at the door. When you are willing to give your heart to me, I will give you the answer you want. In addition, this is little Lux who came here by herself. You can't blame me. See you tonight, my lovely maid. Shiana lowered her head after watching the man pull her little niece away. Heart. Brother Lester, aunt doesn't seem to be very happy. Did you make her angry? Thinking back to the peeping just now, Laxana was a little worried. If your brother makes your aunt angry, which side will Lux stand on? After thinking seriously for a while, Laxana said without hesitation. Of course it's aunt's side. Then do you know which side your brother will stand on if you make Aunt Shiana angry? Aunt's side? Lester smiled and scratched Laxana's little nose. Wrong, I will stand on Lux's side. Why? I have obviously chosen to stand on aunt's side, but aren't you angry, brother? It is because Lax chose aunt that brother will choose Lax. Laxana shook her head blankly. I don't quite understand. You will understand when you grow up a little bit. HMM. The two came to the garden and sat on the wooden chairs in the pavilion. The breeze was gentle and the sun was shining. When there was no one around, it was a time to exchange secrets. Do you want to ask your brother something today? The blonde girl looked around with peace of mind and whispered. Brother, I want to know why I have a talent for magic? After thinking for a while, Lester also deliberately lowered his voice. I tell you, you can't tell others. Don't worry, brother, I, Lux, have always kept my mouth shut. Listen, in fact, half of your Crown Guard family's bloodline comes from the Narxus Empire. The Hilda family has had the mage bloodline of Larx since ancient times. Your ancestor was once a female mage of the Black Rose. This is why you have a talent for magic. Ah, is that so? Laxana exclaimed, and then took the initiative to cover her mouth. Big brother, is this true? Lester nodded and said seriously. Of course it's true. I know you can enter and leave the library of the Crown Guard family at will. If you don't believe it, you can look up the name Nalia. Nalia is the daughter of the Black Rose Mage, Helia, and the Narxan Lavia. By accident, Lavia brought his daughter Nalia to settle in the mithril city of Demacia. Krakenhilda happened to fall in love with Nalia, and the two got married. Since then, the Hilda family has had the blood of the mage. Brother, so, I'm also half Narxan? Not only you, your Aunt Shiana, and your brother Garen Crownguard are all half Narxan. Well, but my brother seems to hate Narxus. Not just your brother, most Demacians hate Narxus, but this can be changed. Lester smiled. You have excellent magical talent. Under my protection, the magic banners will never dare to attack you. If you are willing, you can go to the Narxan Empire to learn magic. Then you will become a pioneer of Demacia's magic reform. But, my father told me that when I grow up, I will marry Prince Jarvan and become the princess of Demacia. Thinking of her father's words, Laxana lowered her head in disappointment. I have a way to make your father change his mind. You don't have to be a princess. Hearing this, Laxana's eyes lit up, and she cutely took Lester's hand and shook it back and forth. Brother, please tell me quickly. I don't want to be a princess. Silly girl, if Lux marries me, she doesn't have to marry Jay Chou. Marry me? The little girl was stunned, like a porcelain doll that crashed due to brain overload. Lester felt a little regretful when he found that little Lux didn't notice Jay Chou. But maybe regret can be made up. Copy a few Jay Chou songs for Jarvan 4th. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. It seems that Lux is unwilling. If she is unwilling, Lux can only marry Prince Jarvan. Brother, no, I just. Laxana's face became redder and redder as she tried to explain something. Just what? It's just that my aunt also likes my brother, and my aunt will marry my brother. How can Lux marry my brother? Well, that's a problem. Lester nodded seriously inside. It seems that Lux can only marry Prince Jarvan, and can't go to Narxus to learn magic. Hearing what Lester said, the little girl became anxious instead. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she held Lester's hand tightly. Brother, think of a way. Lux doesn't want to marry Prince Javan. I haven't even seen him. Seeing that the little girl didn't stand the teasing, Lester had to stroke Lux's head to comfort her. Okay, don't cry, Lux. Brother will think of a way. While Lester was teasing Lux, Fëanor Loren was receiving the most rigorous aristocratic education in history. My dear daughter, let's not talk about those seniors. Even in Demacia, you have many competitors. If you want to win the favor of His Majesty Lester, you must learn more. More? Next, your mother will teach you the boudoir secrets of the Loren family. Pulled by her mother Lucia to sit on the bed, Fëanor focused on the ancient book in her mother's hand. What is this? Lucia smiled meaningfully and turned to the first yellowed page with a little man drawn on it. This is another fighting skill different from the sword fighting field. Watch it carefully and learn it carefully. It will help you defeat those enemies that cannot be defeated by force. Chapter 781. The banquet is not for choosing concubines. The capital of Demacia, the royal palace. The court dinner held by Javan III was held as scheduled. The guests who came to the banquet were either rich or noble, especially each guest brought extremely beautiful female relatives, making the banquet hall look like a garden with 100 flowers in full bloom. This level of banquet is extremely rare even in Demacia, and now is the first time, not for anything else, just to climb up the tree and become a phoenix. The golden candlesticks on the long table of the banquet were brightly lit, and the rare delicacies were neatly placed on the white tablecloth by the court maids, and neat plates and knives and forks were placed next to them for people to use at will. However, the king and the main guests of the banquet have not appeared yet, so naturally there will be no ignorant guests who will eat at will. In the quiet waiting, the gate of the corridor leading to the palace was slowly pushed open by the guards. Javan III, wearing a jeweled gold cloak and a luxurious emerald crown, walked side by side with Lester, who was dressed in a black and red imperial marshal's dress, followed by their respective female relatives and family members. It is worth mentioning that Shiana, who was wearing a dress, was also in the imperial emperor's female family team, with the 3 women of Sindra. A few men focused their eyes on the imperial emperor's female relatives, while most men and all women focused their eyes on the face of the young man who looked like a god beside Javan III. Lester, who had mastered the power of lust, showed his peerless charm that was suitable for both men and women, young and old. Javan III's princess and son and Miss Ha stopped on the high platform, while Javan III and the highly anticipated Lester came to the main seat and picked up the wine glasses on the maid's silver tray. Thank you all for coming to the banquet. While all the guests are gathered here, please allow me, an old man, to say a few more words. The kingdom is experiencing peaceful development, but the continent is showing signs of war. For the sake of peace between the two countries, the Emperor Lester of the Empire has personally visited the kingdom despite the danger. This king cannot match his courage, so he signed a peace treaty with His Majesty Lester. This dinner is for nothing else but to welcome the Holy Emperor Lester. For the fearless courage of the Emperor, this is the first cup. I toast to His Majesty Lester first. To His Majesty Lester. The guests and the audience raised their glasses in response to their king. Lester also picked up the glass and took a sip, nodded to everyone, and made many guys with poor concentration feel dazed for a while. When Javan III drank the red wine in one gulp, the king's maid slowly filled it up again and quietly stepped back. Now the situation has been decided. Peace has come to this beautiful and sacred land of Demacia. From now on, Demacia and Naxos will be as close as brothers, not only in trade, but also in military alliance. The world is so big, no matter which country or state dares to invade Naxos or Demacia, it will be jointly counterattacked by the two countries. The second cup is for the friendship between the two countries. Demacia and Naxos, the friendship will last forever. Demacia and Naxos, the friendship will last forever. After drinking the second cup of wine, Javan III was already a little drunk. When the maid refilled the wine again, Javan III laughed at himself. This third cup is for you, my dear ministers. I believe you have heard that, in order to strengthen the friendship between the two countries, Demacia and Naxos are about to marry. It's a pity that I didn't give birth to a beautiful princess to marry His Majesty Leicester as a concubine, otherwise there would be no banquet. From this point of view, you should thank me instead. Everyone laughed and cheered for Javan III, but Leicester smiled without saying a word. The candidates for marriage can only be selected from the nobles of the kingdom. This banquet is also a meeting. Any unmarried lady can come forward to show her charm. If she can win the favor of His Majesty Leicester, she may become his wife or concubine as a princess of the kingdom. My dear ministers, you should seize this rare opportunity. Now I declare that the banquet begins. The court musicians began to pluck the strings. The melodious and relaxing Dalmatian minor tunes could not keep the banquet peaceful. Instead, they acted like a fuse, to make each other full of hostility. Now that the Lightshield royal family has expressed their intention to surrender, the Dalmatian nobles do not have much hostility towards Naxos. Instead, the doves have an absolute upper hand. Because of this, the nobles of Dalmatia naturally did not bring their daughters to this royal dinner. The fundamental purpose is to marry their daughters off, and rely on the empire to rise to prominence. However, how to show the excellence of their daughters and let them stand out from a dozen equally excellent noble ladies has become the most critical issue. At this moment, the banquet had already begun, but no one stood out. Most people were waiting to see what others would do. However, this did not bother Fiona, the Kirin girl of the Laurent family. She always knew how to seize the opportunity. The heroic girl combed her smooth wine red hair into a high ponytail. Unlike other competitors who came in court dresses, Fiona wore a sky blue combat skirt transformed from a women's sword fighting satin skirt. The combat skirt perfectly showed a pair of titan slender legs and lotus-like jade arms. With the sky blue crystal high heels, Fiona, who was already tall, stood out from the crowd. At this moment, compared with her appearance, Fiona's tall figure and warrior temperament were more eye-catching. Fiona saluted Leicester with impeccable swordsman etiquette and drew out the Dalmatia rapier cleanly. Your Majesty Leicester, my daughter's name is Fiona Laurent. I've heard that the Empire is martial, so I'd like to perform a Dalmatia sword dance for you to express my admiration for you. Leicester just smiled and nodded without saying anything. Fiona was a little disappointed, but it didn't show on her face. The musician paused for a moment, and then the strings of the lute began to play slightly passionate music. Fiona waved a silver rapier in the open space at the center of the banquet. Her steps were light and her sword was sharp, like a proud swan dancing on an ice lake. Especially the high heels on the girl's feet made the sword dance more exquisite and beautiful. After the dance, Fiona put away her sword and stood up, looking up at the man on the platform expectantly to make an evaluation. Leicester clapped 3 times and commented leisurely, "The sword moves are gorgeous, but the sword moves are a little immature and weak, lacking the intention of a swordsman. However, overall, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Although there is no intention of a fighter, there is a dancer's heart. Miss Fiona, your sword fighting dance is very beautiful. I like it very much. Thank you." Fiona left the central empty field with a smile on her face, walked to her father, and raised her head proudly. "Well done. You made your father proud." Sebastian lowered his voice and gave his little girl a thumbs up. Fiona giggled and picked up a piece of steak and ate it in small bites. After Fiona left, the banquet was a little cold for a while. Most of the noble ladies asked themselves that they could not be as pleasing as Fiona. The concubine was unique and ingenious, especially since Fiona had just left. Now she came on stage and the gap between the two sides was even more obvious. Leicester secretly laughed when he noticed that Javan III's face was not very good, and he stared at the Mediterranean nobles who supported the central government somewhere. Sure enough, the next moment, the daughter of the Mediterranean noble walked up with a forced smile. Your Majesty Leicester, my name is Sabrina Murray, and I'm here to present a dance for you." Before the performance began, the audience noticed the difference between Sabrina and Fiona. This was not just a difference in figure, appearance, and temperament, but also an absolute confidence in controlling oneself. Fiona was graceful and elegant with a sword, and looked extremely harmonious, but Sabrina's clothes and temperament gave people a sense of disobedience, probably like an ugly duckling wearing a swanskin to dance. Leicester still didn't speak, just smiled and nodded. The music sounded, and Sabrina began to dance. Judging from her dancing posture, she had some basic skills, but unfortunately, after a closer look, There was nothing outstanding. I'm done. Thank you, Your Majesty Lester. In Sabrina's expectant eyes, Lester nodded lightly, and Sabrina smiled with difficulty and retreated sadly. Sabrina's cold reception made the other noble ladies even more uneasy, and at this moment they couldn't help but regret that they hadn't performed earlier. The banquet hall continued to be silent. Javan III's eyelids twitched. He even saw some self-destructive noble girls start to eat and drink. What is this? When did the Laurent family produce such an outstanding girl? Just as he was hesitating whether to force the roll call with his eyes, a little girl wearing an ordinary noble dress and with long sky blue hair came forward holding a string instrument that he had never seen before. The string instrument was taller than the girl herself. It was hard to believe that the girl could control such a big gukin. When they came to the empty space in the center, the little girl with extremely gentle eyebrows pursed her lips and stood there without saying a word. She looked up at Lester, who was high above her, and seemed to be a little overwhelmed. Give her a stool to place the flowers. Lester narrowed his eyes and whispered, and the banquet maid moved a wooden stool and placed it in front of the surprised little girl. After staring at Lester blankly, the little girl bowed to Lester while holding the harp. She placed the harp on the stool and was about to pluck the strings with her little hands when she was flooded with bad words. Whose family let this uneducated child out? She didn't even introduce herself. She was so disrespectful to His Majesty the Holy Emperor. Is she dumb? It seems that she is a wild child adopted from Ionia by the newly promoted noble family of Baville. Baville family? What kind of inferior and shitty nobles are they? I've never heard of them. Your Majesty seems to have only invited the great nobles. How did a small noble like the Baville family sneak in and brought a rude little mute? Does he want to humiliate His Majesty Javan and His Majesty Lester? As if doing so could suppress Fiona's sword fighting dance that was the best in the whole venue. The discussion became louder and louder. The little girl lowered her head and shrank her head like a punching bag. It was really pitiful. Seeing the discussion in the banquet hall, Javan III could only stand up with a gloomy face and say that he was the culprit who let the little noble in. Barrett Bavier, is this the genius adopted daughter you mentioned? You are using this little mute to fool me? After Javan III spoke, Barrett Bavier, who had been silent, stood up and saluted. Your Majesty, everything I said is true. Sona's piano skills are extremely superb. As long as Sona plays the piano, you will definitely fall in love with her piano. Enough. There is no need to use your despicable lies to tease the guests. Now, take your mute adopted daughter and get out. Your Majesty, please. Guards. Javan III, who looked impatient, felt that he had lost face and began to call for the guards. Barrett Bavier looked at Hen, and the little girl named Sona began to sob silently. Wait. At this moment, a sudden and majestic voice came into everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, tracing the source. It was the VIP mentioned by His Majesty Javan, the Holy Emperor Lester of the Naxos Empire. The two guards who were about to set up Barrett and Sona stood there looking at Javan III. After receiving Javan III's instruction, they stopped moving. Lester walked down the platform slowly. The guests along the way made way for him and looked at the man of the most distinguished status in confusion, somewhat curious about what he was going to do. Coming to Sona, under Sona's tearful and pitiful gaze, Lester squatted down and gently stroked the girl's soft hair with his right palm until little Sona's cheeks turned red like two delicious apples. Lester smiled and told the shocking truth. This stringed instrument is called Ahura. It is a magical instrument forged by gods in ancient times. What? It's a magical instrument? So that little mute girl is an evil wizard? Oh my god. The Bavier family actually adopted a wizard as their adopted daughter? Barrett, have you been colluding with wizards for a long time? How many wizards are there in your family? Even Javan III looked at him coldly. Faced with the question, Barrett turned pale and clenched his fists, at a loss. Sir Barrett, when you adopted Sona, did you know that she could do magic? Javan III's eyes contained murderous intent. He could allow Naxan wizards to be guests of honor in Demacia, but he would never allow any nobles to violate Demacia's ban on magic. To him, this was a betrayal and an unforgivable crime. Sona, with tears in her eyes, turned her head to look at her adoptive father. Sona, I'm sorry. Sona, I'm sorry. In an instant, Barrett was forced into a desperate situation. Thinking of his wife Lestera and daughter Kashina, the man's clenched nails scratched his fingers, but his face was replaced by a regretful expression, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Your Majesty, I swear on the honor of the Bavil family, I swear that, when I adopted Sona, I didn't know that she was a mage. She has always hidden it well. She deceived the Bavil family. Nodding without comment, Javan 3 looked at Lester again. Your Majesty Lester, in your opinion, how should we deal with this little liar who can do magic? At this time, Sona's eyes were empty and lost their divine light. Abandoned by her adoptive father, she had lost everything. Play the piano, Sona, play a song for me. Lester stood up and smiled slightly. If you can make me cry, I can help you realize a wish. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782 Sona Unleashed It. Ever since she could remember, Sona knew that she was different from other children. When the nuns in the monastery distributed sugarcane bought from the village, other children would laugh out loud. She wanted to laugh too, but she couldn't make any sound when she opened her mouth. At that time, she was considered a freak by her peers, and no one would play with her. If the nuns asked the children in the monastery to divide into 2 groups to play games, she would be the only one in the other group, and she would often face the strange looks of the other group, or a few suppressed laughs. When other children were scolded by the nuns for being naughty, they would cry loudly, but she never knew what it felt like to cry out loud, not only because she never made the nuns angry, but also because she didn't want to experience crying. Sona didn't dare to bet whether she would cry or not, so she was the most obedient child in the monastery. Not being able to laugh made her an outlier, and if she couldn't even cry, she was afraid that she would lose the last warmth. This warmth came from the old nun who adopted her. This patient warmth not only kept her the splendor coveted by many people, but also taught her what love is, how to love, and how to be loved. Then she understood that a gentle smile is a good medicine to heal people's hearts. She doesn't need to speak, cry or laugh, and others can still identify with her and love her. In the selfless love of Mami, she gradually gained the love of her peers. She didn't know when she became the most popular child in the monastery. Even the most unruly and naughty boy would try his best to show politeness and gentleness around her. It was not because of anything else, but because she would love everyone equally. Whether it was sadness or joy, or a little secret that they wanted to say, but didn't dare to say, the children in the monastery would come to her first to confide. At this time, the sad dumbness became her favorite. As Mami said, treat the world with gentleness, and the world will smile back. She was very satisfied to have such a life, but God was particularly kind to her. On the night when Mami found her from someone else's hands, she played the only companion who accompanied her to the monastery for the first time in Mami's gentle eyes. The strings that no one else could pluck seemed to have a soul in her hands. For the first time in her life, she had a way of speaking other than smiling. When her fingers plucked the strings of the lute, she could feel her thoughts and emotions blending into the sound of the lute. For the first time, she experienced laughing out loud, and for the first time, she understood the feeling of crying out loud. That night, the nanny and the children who were hiding outside the room heard her voice hidden in the strings, laughed with her, and cried with her. She played the string instrument that no one else could play. She used the notes to prove why was abandoned at the door of the monastery with her father or mother. Only she could play. Had never belonged to anyone. From beginning to end, it only belonged to her. Because of this, no one in the monastery tried to take away in the name of borrowing. Who never left her, naturally became her main way of expressing her emotions. She found a more lovable way to communicate than smiling and listening, that is, playing a song, and her song became the most popular musical note in the province of Lerin. Sona originally thought that she would grow up slowly in the monastery until she took over the mantle of the nun and became a new nun, using her own piano to heal more people. However, a sudden disaster was caused by her and affected the monastery. The nun told her that there were very bad people who wanted to take her away. The nun only had time to tell her to stay away from the Navali Brotherhood. She and other children were sent to Dalmatia by the nun. After 7 years of living together day and night, she couldn't even give the nun a farewell hug when they were about to leave, and she didn't know whether the nun in the monastery was safe. During the days on the ship, she didn't touch Hua because she didn't know how to use Hua to express her emotions. After traveling across the ocean to Dalmatia, she said goodbye to other children and met her adoptive parents from the Buell family under the arrangement of the Illuminator cult. She used the love that Mammy taught her to get a warm home again. Her sister Kashina treated her like her own sister. Her godmother Lestera took good care of her, and her godfather Berat responded to her every request. She lived a rich life that she could not imagine in Ionia. Although she was rich, she was content with the status quo and never had any unrealistic expectations. In addition to some nostalgia for the monastery and Mammy, Sona had already fallen in love with this distant and beautiful country. Although the solemn white stone was not as good as the maple tree in front of the monastery, the people here knew what love was as well as the Ionians. She thought she could grow up safely in a new family and bring joy and happiness to the people of Dalmatia with her love. She thought that this time would be different from before, but fate made her lose everything again. She is a mute. She needs to make countless times more efforts than ordinary people to gain recognition from others. She is very tired of living in this world. Since she was sensible, she has tried her best to bring laughter to others, but she herself can't laugh. She just wants to cry, but dare not cry. The night she got to her was the first time she cried with the sound of the piano. Since then, she didn't cry even on the day she left Nanny. She didn't want others to cry with her, so she could only laugh. She is already very strong. Very strong. Tap. Tears slid down her cheeks, and the first note from Hua was struck with an unpredictable trajectory of fate. Before the lingering sound was over, the green fingertips that followed plucked the second string of the piano, and the tone dropped half a beat, like an old man going down the mountain alone in the sunset, and returning to the empty old house. Dang. The third note, the fourth note followed. Sona didn't know what she was playing. She just recalled the gentle smile of Mammy, the life in her adoptive father's house in Bowville, the night when she left the monastery, and the laughter of the past. As she thought about it, tears just flowed down. For the first time in her life, someone told her that she wanted to cry. Thanks to that person, she was finally able to cry loudly. There is no need to resonate with magic. The itself is an extremely complex and perfect string instrument. The wide range of sound is enough for the to play most of the songs. As long as a musician who is proficient in string instruments is willing, playing the is not a problem. In this world, only Sona can play touching notes with the without knowing anything about string instruments. The gap between geniuses and mortals does not lie in the degree of effort, but in the fact that mortals need to start from scratch. When a genius sees the foot of the mountain, his heels have already reached the peak. Maybe it was a long time ago, or maybe it just started. There were more and more sobs in the palace banquet. Men gritted their teeth and closed their eyes to cry silently. Women covered their mouths with handkerchiefs to hide their faces and cried. Except for the dead, there is no real heart of stone. Even Monkey King, who jumped out of the cracks of the stone, would never forget Body Patriarch. Who knows how many sad things are behind the beautiful scenery? How many grievances have the strong people who smiled and said I'm fine suffered? Even the strongest people will have moments when they want to cry loudly. The reason for hiding cowardice is often very simple. When the person who loves you leaves this world, no one will feel heartbroken, even if you shed more tears. Since crying cannot be comforted, crying is meaningless. In the eyes of some people, tears are the most precious thing in the world, but in the eyes of others, they are just a laughing stock. At this moment, the flower under Sona's fingertips gave all the audience a reason to cry, a voice to comfort their hearts. The impromptu song has no name, but the listeners can see their past. It is Love and Loss. In the sound of Sona's piano, Least had put on a mask that he shouldn't have worn. Javan III, Sindra, Miss Had and other extraordinary people all bowed their heads and covered their faces, immersed in their own sorrow. Only Sona raised her head with tears in her eyes and saw something that even the cold mask could not hide. At this moment, Sona felt that she had come to a dark and silent cemetery. Among the countless cold tombstones, a young boy was sitting next to an unnamed tombstone with his legs hugged, his face buried in his thighs, motionless. She didn't know what happened to her, but Sona knew that when others were sad, she could always do something. You are like me, wanting to cry but unable to, right? Facing Sona's ethereal and gentle voice, the boy seemed to tremble, but upon closer inspection, he showed no reaction. Sona stepped to the boy's side and gently hugged the boy's face with her small hands. Without much effort, Sona held up the boy's wooden face and said softly, "Your sadness is buried too deep, it makes me feel suffocated, and I'm afraid." Finally, the boy, who seemed like a dead person, responded and gently held Sona's hand on his cheek, but his voice was extremely hollow. "Don't be afraid, as long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone hurt you." Sona was stunned, and then the smile on her face became even gentler. "I believe you. Can you tell me the story of this place? Why are there so many tombstones?" The boy stood up and pointed woodenly to the tombstone beside him. "I have forgotten her name. I only remember that she was my best friend and partner. In order to survive, I had to kill her." Sona was silent. She could not recognize the words on the tombstone, but she knew there was a name on it. Then, the boy pointed to another tombstone. "I have forgotten his name. He slept on the upper bunk of mine. He was my perfect partner during training. He rushed towards me with a fruit knife, and I had to kill him." There was still a name on the second tombstone, but the boy said he had forgotten it. Then he came to the third tombstone. "She was my instructor, the teacher I respected and loved the most. She taught me how to kill, and how not to be killed. She took my virginity, and stayed with me for a long time, making me a real man, but I couldn't protect her. I could only watch her die in my arms because of me. She asked me to live at all costs, but I failed. I'm a coward." In Sona's sight, the wooden boy had a tear in the corner of his eye. "Who is buried on that tombstone?" Sona pointed to the blank tombstone that the boy leaned on at the beginning. This seemed to be the only tombstone without a name in the cemetery. "Her name is Alina. In order to silence her, I had to kill her parents and all her relatives with my own hands. She didn't know that I did all this at first. The organization took her in, and when she was able to perform the mission, the organization handed her over to me and asked me to take care of her. I knew that this was the organization's surveillance of me. Perhaps because I owed her, I did not refuse. I did my best to teach her and give her meticulous love. I even indulged her to spend her training time on playing video games, and played boring video games with her. She really fell in love with me, and I fell in love with her too, but I was afraid that she would be like me and my teacher. Once she got love, she would lose her mind and eventually die. So I kept rejecting her. Later, the organization told her the truth of the matter. She knew that I killed her relatives. Perhaps because I was still unwilling to accept her, she betrayed me in despair. I know she betrayed me. I know that I know too much. My death is approaching, but I don't regret it. My hands are full of innocent blood. I don't deserve to die. I just feel sorry for her. I destroyed her happy family in the first half of my life, and I failed to give her a happy family in the second half of my life. I'm a hypocritical sinner. I have killed so many people, but I can't forgive myself." The boy's wooden expression remained unchanged, but the tears on his face could not be stopped. Sona didn't say anything, but gently opened her arms and hugged the boy in front of her who was a head taller than her. Now she has no hua, and she doesn't need hua. When Sona was silent, the boy who stood stiffly like a puppet suddenly spoke. "If I promised to protect you, but I failed to protect you, would you hate me?" Sona shook her head and whispered softly in the boy's ear. "No, because I know you have done your best." The boy's body trembled. "If I love you so much that I can't extricate myself, but because of my love for you, I have to keep a distance from you, will you hate me?" Sona was stunned for a moment, and her gentle little face turned serious. "Yes, I will hate you all my life, because the distance you keep from me prevents me from loving you more." Nani said that love is mutual giving and taking, not one-sided wishful thinking. So, am I wrong? Well, you are wrong. Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Well, if you can love me like you said, then I will forgive you. Woo woo. Chapter 783 Three more wives at a banquet. When the last note fell, Sona, with tears in her eyes, also left the spiritual world and returned to her body. The applause gradually became intense and then thunderous until a few minutes later it gradually subsided. Wiping her tears, Sona looked at Lester. At this moment, the man had taken off his mask and there was a little tear in the corner of his eyes. His expression seemed a little complicated. Sona, you did something I didn't expect. It's really amazing. Hearing this, Sona stood up and bowed deeply to Lester to express her gratitude. At this time, Lester, who was of a respected status, became a little hesitant, as if he was worried about gains and losses. I will help you realize your wish. Ahem. Are you willing to come over here? Miss Hamza and Sindra, who knew Lester's nature well, looked at the man in doubt, wondering why the always domineering Lester would be so cautious. Knowing that Lester had given her the right to choose, Sona stood up and looked back at her adoptive father, Barrett Balvier. She saw guilt and blessing in his eyes, while Barrett saw relief and forgiveness in Sona's eyes. With just one look, the gap between the adoptive father and daughter disappeared. In Sona's opinion, if she continued to stay in her adoptive father's house, it would only bring disaster to her adoptive father. Before this, she didn't know that exposing her magical talent in Demacia would bring such great hostility. Now that she has experienced it herself, she naturally knows the interests. Moreover, she is now more curious about the man who buried so many emotions. She knows that the man will not hurt her, not because of the grace of enlightenment and comfort, but because she knows that the man's nature is not evil. It was just a short moment of spiritual fusion, and Sona felt as if she had known Lester for many years. Having made up her mind, Sona bowed deeply to Barrett Balvier in silence as a final farewell. Knowing that Sona's departure had become a fact, Barrett Balvier felt that he could not take the responsibility of protecting Sona, and he burst into tears again. The man who was being watched by everyone suddenly stood up and knelt down in front of Lester in public. Your Majesty Lester, Sona is a very sensitive and gentle child. Please treat her well, please. Even the most cold-hearted people would have more respect for Barrett at this time. Everyone's eyes shifted to Lester, and they saw that Lester actually walked to Barrett's side and gently helped Barrett up. You don't have to kneel down to a despicable person who took advantage of the situation. Barrett Balvier, you are an excellent adoptive father and a good husband and father with a sense of family responsibility. Thank you for giving Sona a warm and happy home, and thank you for not letting Sona get hurt. I should apologize to you for taking Sona away from you. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Lester bowed to Barrett. His words were sincere and his tone was humble. This made the people of Demacia, who had long been accustomed to the tyranny of the Narxan Emperor, wonder if they were still asleep. You know, even the most honorable Javan III had never received such a great gift. You, a noble person like you, why do you have to do this? Your Majesty Lester, get up quickly. Now it was Barrett who was in a hurry to help Lester up, but his strength was not as strong as his. Barrett, who could not think of any other way, could only step back and bow. Staring at her adoptive father and the man who was about to take her away, Sona's lips curved gently. The ending seemed to be better than she had imagined. Although Sona has returned to Naxos, she is still a member of Demacia and the Balvier family. I will let Sona come to Demacia often to visit Mr. Barrett and Ms. Lester in the future. Lester took Barrett's hand and looked at Javan III and the others. The two finally stopped bowing to each other foolishly. At this moment, they stood up and had an inexplicable momentum. Sona is the first witness of the friendship between Naxos and Demacia. Applause rang out again. Today is different from the past. Sona is no longer the little mute girl who can be bullied by anyone. Everyone seems to have completely forgotten the harshness and indifference just now, and only flattery and kindness are left on their faces. Sona, who has always been very sensitive to the emotions of others, is naturally the most touched. It is obvious that she just changed a guardian, and the indifferent world has become a smiling face of gentle treatment. After the episode, Sona held her daughter and walked to the upper seat in the banquet hall. In the blink of an eye, Sona was surrounded by 3 Narxan big sisters. Miss Hab and the other 2 took turns to comfort little Sona with their restless hands, whispering a few words from time to time. It was obvious that they liked this gentle girl very much. However, Demasia's newcomer Shiana looked a little reserved, as if she wanted to get close to Sona but was embarrassed. Does anyone else want to come up and show their style? Javan III, who had also cried, seemed a little bored at this moment. Everyone looked at each other, like eggplants hit by frost, unable to muster the strength. First Fiana's gorgeous sword fighting dance, and then Sona conquered everyone with her piano music. With 2 pearls in front of them, the self-aware nobles were unwilling to take the initiative to let their daughters become ugly ducklings that set off others. The young noble had no idea, and the pressure came to the 2 most pro-royal nobles in Demacia. Perhaps because of Lester's love for Shiana, the Chrisman family did not prepare a girl of the right age to attend the banquet, and of course they could not count on the Chrisman family at this moment. Without the Chrisman family, only the Crown Guard family was left. Garen, who secretly wiped his tears while eating, and Lux, who covered her face and sobbed, soon found that they had become the most eye-catching people at the banquet. Lux, is it your turn? Garen Crown Guard quickly swallowed the chicken leg meat and scratched his head embarrassedly, obviously forgetting that he promised his aunt to attend the banquet in order to find a girl who was eye-catching as a future marriage partner. It seems so. Laxana, whose eyes were still a little red, looked at her aunt Shiana and got the correct answer. Laxana, dressed in a white dance dress, came to the center of the stage like a light elf, graceful and without any stage fright. My name is Laxana Crown Guard, Big Brother Lester. Please allow me to present a song and dance for you. Lester nodded and smiled in response. The musicians who had been prepared began to play a brisk tune, and Laxana danced gracefully, like a lark leaping in the woods, singing crisply and lively. The white wall is blooming with crimson flowers. My father is sitting on the grass. The cattle and sheep are running freely. Look at the clouds in the sky. They are the hope of life and the future. The girl holds the boy's hand and sends him to the distant place where the sun sets. After the song and dance, the girl who danced and sang did not blush or breathe heavily. Her performance was extremely excellent. Although she was not as shocking as Sona, the girl's singing and dancing skills were not much inferior to Fiana. If Fiana's originality is not taken into account, Laxana is better than Fiana in terms of dancing. Thank you for letting me see the luck of Demacia. Thank you, Big Brother. Laxana saluted gracefully and left calmly. In the cold atmosphere, Javan III was about to say something, but Lester came to Javan III. Your Majesty, let's let you enjoy the sumptuous banquet. Today, I have been able to see Fiana's sword dance, Sona's beautiful piano music, and Laxana's gentle singing and dancing. It's worth my trip, knowing that these 3 people are probably the extra price for peace in Demacia. Javan III lowered his voice. Your Majesty Lestat, among the 3, how about Laxana Crown Guard as the princess of the kingdom? Lestat nodded. Okay. Javan III's expression relaxed immediately, picked up the wine glass, and smiled at the guests. Since His Majesty Lestat has had his fun, everyone, let's not go home until we are drunk today. At the royal banquet a week later, Laxana Crown Guard became the princess of the Demacia Lightshield royal family. Since then, Laxana Crown Guard changed her surname to Laxana Lightshield. At the same time, Fiana Laurent also became the object of marriage for the Emperor of the Empire, but compared with Laxana, she did not have the honor and status of a princess of the kingdom. Among the 3 people who showed off their talents at the banquet, only Sona did not have any definite news, but most people knew that the mute girl Sona had become the Imperial Emperor's forbidden delicacy. The engagement ceremony followed immediately. Laxana and Fiana were still too young. When Laxana and Fiana grew up to 12 years old and held their coming of age ceremony, they would become the legitimate concubines of the Holy Emperor Lestat of the Naxan Empire. After a series of warm-ups, the 2 countries finally started formal talks. The Emperor of the Empire and the King of Deben met in the Silver Council Hall of the Demacia Palace and concluded an alliance treaty between the 2 countries. First of all, it was a military alliance. The Kingdom of Demacia and the Empire of Naxos formed a close strategic alliance. No matter which country or force declared war on one of the 2 countries, its allies would automatically declare war on the declaring country. In addition, every year, a certain number of military academy exchange students from both countries would go to the other country to study abroad. Annual joint military exercises, biennial military conferences and other public military exchange activities were held. The Demacia steel and Naxos magic steel that never flowed out also became one of the witnesses of the military alliance between the two countries. Although the quantity was limited, the fact that national strategic materials became trading items was itself a special manifestation. In addition to the military, the two countries also opened their borders to reduce tariffs. After obtaining passes, a certain number of troops were allowed to pass freely. When necessary, they could set foot on the territory without consent and provide military support to the allies. After the military alliance with the Naxan Empire, the Demacians were surprised to find that the Friljordians in the north also restrained themselves a lot. Since then, the haze of war lingering over the Valoran continent has completely dissipated. Leicester's engagement with the two girls from Demacia was nothing. It was not until the two countries publicly announced the alliance treaty that the Demacians stuck a reassurance bill. Now the people of Demacia are completely relieved. They praise the names of Javan III and the Emperor of the Empire on the streets, shout long live peace in the taverns, and enjoy the celebration. At the same time, Athenese's addition, Shiana, who has been defeated in life and career, is still serving as Leicester's personal maid and part-time bodyguard. Time soon came to the most critical moment. Nearly 100 archmages from Naxos Black Lightning came from the east on the Imperial Dragon Birds. Because of the alliance between the two countries, the Imperial mages entered the hinterland of Demacia's capital smoothly without any obstruction. Outside the forbidden magic stone forest, Javan III was a little worried that the Naxan Empire might be making false plans, but he was convinced that the Empire's purpose of showing goodwill was really for the Forbidden Stone Forest. When he saw the Imperial mages staying in the temporary camp and not making any trouble, thinking that Demacia was about to lose the Forbidden Stone Forest, Javan III was a little worried, but the situation was stronger than the people. It seemed that he chose peace, but in fact he had no choice. This day was the day for the Imperial mages to explore the Forbidden Stone Forest. After getting the Empire's consent, in the bilateral agreement, the Forbidden Stone Forest was already the Empire's property. Javan III, accompanied by the first shield of the Fearless Vanguard, came to the outside of the Forbidden Stone Forest with his son, and found Leicester with mishap, Sindra and Shur. Seeing that the leader of the Demacia Fearless Vanguard was wearing a maid's outfit and massaging Leicester's back, Javan III thought he was blind, and the soldiers of the first shield of the Fearless Vanguard were not much better about Shiana's image. In fact, if it weren't for Leicester's relationship, the leader of the Demacia Fearless Vanguard would have been replaced long ago. Even if he hasn't been replaced now, it doesn't make any difference. Your Majesty Leicester, today is the day to explore the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest, right? Yes. I wonder if His Majesty Javan has something to do here? Leicester glanced at Javan III, who was walking with little Jalen, and nodded solemnly to Sindra. He whispered something, and Sindra organized the Black Lightning mages to start the action. Javan III hesitated when he came to Leicester. Your Majesty Leicester, I'm not regretting the matter that has been done, but the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest is located within the scope of the Xiongdu after all. The Empire is now so big, I can't help but feel a little uneasy. The words were tactful enough and clear enough. At this point, it's better to be honest with Your Majesty Javan, Leicester said seriously. Your Majesty Javan, where does the magic forbidden nature of Demacia's Forbidden Magic Stone Forest come from? Javan III frowned and thought for a while, then hesitated. It should be the Forbidden Magic Forest tree that is unique to Demacia, right? Not surprised by Javan III's answer, Leicester asked further. Since the Forbidden Magic Forest tree is special, why doesn't Demacia breed and cultivate the Forbidden Magic Forest tree outside the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest? It's not because they don't want to. Is it because of failure? As long as you leave the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest within a dozen miles, the Forbidden Magic Forest tree will become an ordinary tree, right? Chapter 784 The Forbidden Magic Stone was given a wrong name. Javan III did not speak, but nodded in agreement. He was not surprised that Leicester could learn some information about the Forbidden Stone Forest, but from Leicester's tone, it seemed that the Forbidden Stone Forest had another secret that he did not know. Leicester did not continue to explain. He just looked at the busy work of the Black Lightning Mage with a calm face, enjoying Shiana's patient service. Now Riz is wandering in the northern part of Freljord. Even if he uses teleportation magic, he may not be able to get back for a while. Now is the best time to explore the rune temple of the Forbidden Stone Forest. The freight carriage from Fidlit is loaded with extremely valuable magic materials and magic instruments. In the magic forbidden environment of the Demacia capital, only with the power of the original axiom can a small magical environment containing magic element be temporarily established. Whether it is exploring the forbidden magic stone forest or fighting with the Protoss, after destroying the rune temple, absolute strength is needed to ensure Lester's safety. Although Lester seems to be picking up girls every day this month, he is actually not idle. He deliberately told the High Priestess Diana of the Lunary and Liana of the Sori, who are far away in Mount Targon, to keep an eye on the movements of the Protoss. If the Protoss of Justice or other Protoss choose to start in Demacia, it won't take too long for the Solari and Luna to come to support. In addition, the helper who came with the magic convoy this time was none other than Atreus, who had obtained part of the power of the Protoss of War. Speaking of which, Atreus's changes are not very big. After Atreus was rescued by Lester, he formed an alliance with Lester. The two agreed to fight against the Protoss, the Void or the Darkin together when necessary. After that, Atreus embarked on the road of a brave man who helps the weak and fights the strong. Over the years, Atreus has lost count of how many demons and evil wizards he has killed, but his goal has never changed, which is to hunt the incarnation of the Protoss and the hidden Darkin. Unfortunately, the Protoss has not seen each other many times, and a certain unlucky Darkin was really beaten up by Atreus. The Blade of Godkiller, inhabited by the Darkin sword demon Artrex, is in Lester's hands. Among the 3 Darkins in the League of Legends game, he is the most unlucky one who has no chance to make a name for himself. Artrex, who plays a role of a tool sword, has no chance to show his face, so naturally there is no question of being retaliated by Atreus. The Arrow of Punishment Varys is sealed in the Temple of Pallas in the Galan province of the Ionian continent. Because Lester deliberately ordered the Narcs and soldiers not to unseal the Temple of Pallas, the Bow of Corruption, inhabited by Varys, has not escaped from the temple so far. Atreus doesn't even know that there is a lying brother sealed in the Temple of Pallas. In this case, the shadow side that Rast was inhabiting became Atreus' main target. Rast, who had several excellent bodies destroyed by Atreus, completely hated Atreus, who was looking for trouble with him. It can be said that Rast's hatred for Atreus is no less than Artrex's hatred for Zoe. In order to prevent Rast from escaping from the sealed area again and again with the help of greedy humans, Atreus directly gave the Shadow Scythe to Lester. Lester did not have a suitable person to use the Shadow Scythe, so he sealed the Shadow Scythe in the True Ice. It became almost impossible for the Shadow Scythe to escape by deceiving others. In short, hundreds of years of fighting alone made Atreus accustomed to being alone. Now Atreus hates crowded and noisy places the most. He would rather stay in the carriage and rest his mind than get off the carriage and deal with others with a smile. The considerate Lester can only be forced to accept Atreus's laziness. In his opinion, as long as it doesn't delay things, it's fine. In order to deal with the possible threats, Lester summoned the extraordinary Linoop of Runeland for the first time, which can be called luxurious. Dark Queen Syndra, Seraph Mishap, Wind Elemental Dragonshire, War Star Spirit Atreus, and when necessary, there are also Sun Star Spirit Liana and Moon Star Spirit Diana. If LeBlanc didn't need Evelyn to help her with the demonization experiment, Evelyn would also be in the team. In addition to these extraordinary people who are enough to deal with the star spirits, more than 100 Black Lightning mages came to Demacia not for shopping. With the help of the magic generators arranged in advance, the Black Lightning mages are definitely qualified to fight with the star spirits. Seeing that Lester had no intention of further explanation, Jarvan III could only ask awkwardly, "Your Majesty Lester, is there another hidden story behind the forbidden magic stone forest?" "Your Majesty Jarvan, you are finally willing to ask me. That's how it should be. Just say what you want to say. Isn't it tiring to beat around the bush? I can't figure out people's minds." Lester's half smile made Jarvan III blush. "It's my fault, senior. Please forgive me." Lester was an old monster who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, while Jarvan III was only 53 years old. The call of senior was sincere and there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. Lester smiled and nodded, and the matter was over. Noticing that the maid behind him was a little absent-minded, the man patted his thigh. Shiana could only sit over with a look of shame and indignation on her face, and let the man hold her like a rag doll with her body stiff. It was as if the former leader did not exist at all, and the current leader played with the shameful parts of her body, which made Javan 3 not know where to put his eyes. He could only turn his body sideways and cover his son's eyes, and let the little boy turn his body 180 degrees, to avoid teaching him bad lessons. Since you are sincere, I can tell you about the situation in the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest. While moving his knuckles, Lester found that the more he played with Shiana, the more fun he found it. Now bullying Shiana has become a great pleasure in his life, and the 2 hand warmers, that are 2 sizes larger than his palms, are even more popular. In fact, the forbidden trees growing in the Forbidden Magic Forest are actually mutated plants affected by magic. Your Majesty Lester, do you mean that the power of the Forbidden Magic Forest comes from magic? Javan 3 frowned and thought for a moment, then his expression changed. There was no trace of love in his heart. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Demacia has always used the power of magic to ban magic? Lester rolled his eyes and laughed unhappily. What else? Do you really think that the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest popped out of the cracks in the rocks of Demacia? The simiape is an Ionia, and the stones of Demacia don't produce monkeys. Remember, no matter where you are, only magic can defeat magic. This is the only unchanging truth. Only magic can defeat magic. Such a profound truth. I just learned it today. I'm grateful to you for teaching me. You must listen carefully to what I'm going to tell you next. After all, Demacia is the territory of your Light Shield family. Naxos is big enough. Unless it is necessary, I'm too lazy to get involved in the affairs of the Demacia Plains. What to do, and what the consequences will be, you and the people of Demacia need to bear it all. Taking a deep breath, Javan 3 bowed his head and said respectfully, Your Majesty Lester, please speak, I'm all ears. The Forbidden Magic Stone of Demacia should not be called Forbidden Magic Stone. It should be called Magic Absorbing Stone, or Magic Storage Stone. Looking up blankly, Javan 3 figured out the meaning of the words absorb and store, and his face changed drastically. Lester's expression also became 3 points more serious. The reason why Demacia is a forbidden place for mages is not because the Forbidden Magic Stone isolates the magic element, but because the Forbidden Magic Stone absorbs the magic element. The magic element absorbed by the Forbidden Magic Stone will dissipate a small part as time passes, but most of the magic element are retained in the Forbidden Magic Stone. Depending on the concentration of the Forbidden Magic Stone tree powder, the ability of the Forbidden Magic Stone to store magic element also varies, but the difference is not the main problem. The most critical problem is that, whether it is a high concentration Forbidden Magic Stone material or a low concentration Forbidden Magic Stone material, they all have a magic storage limit. Once the magic storage limit is exceeded, the Forbidden Magic Stone will shatter from the inside and release the magic element that have been stored for a long time. At that time, what will happen to Demacia, even I dare not imagine. Feeling the sudden force, Shiana, who was gritting her teeth to suppress her voice, finally couldn't help but hum lightly, and the seductive nasal sound was soul-stirring. Javan 3rd, whose face was as white as gold paper, was not paying attention to this at all. The Emperor of Demacia even forgot to cover his son's eyes. Noticing that Javan 4th, who looked like Jalen, blushed, Lester increased the amplitude of his movements. He could feel that Shiana's body became extremely sensitive in front of the Emperor of Demacia and the future Emperor. Just as the atmosphere was becoming more and more weird, Syndra trotted to Lester and spoke solemnly. Teacher, everything is ready. Well done, but I have to check it again myself. Only in this matter, there must be no mistakes. Yes. Lester carried the panting Shiana to his seat and smiled at Javan 3 and Javan 4th who had not yet recovered. I still have work to do, so I can't entertain you two. Please leave now, so as not to run into any trouble. Oh senior, please help me. No need to see me off. Javan 3rd, who was worried, pulled Javan 4th, who wanted to relieve his worries, out of the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest. Lester's words were too shocking, and he didn't want to believe it, but he had to keep it in mind. No, I have to check the research data on the forbidden magic stone. Maybe I really have to activate the illuminator. After Jarvan and his son left, Lester looked at Shiana, who had calmed down a little, and said lightly, "From now on, you have perfectly fulfilled the duties of a personal maid, Captain Shiana. You can go. I won't stop you." The woman looked up blankly at Lester, who didn't seem to be joking, and felt a pain in her chest from anger. The woman's eyebrows were raised, and her tone was extremely unfriendly. "Lester, do you really think of me as a prostitute who can be summoned and dismissed at will? You humiliate me wantonly when you play, and then drive me away when you are done." Lester shook his head and sighed. "That's not the case. It's just that the things to be done next are too dangerous. Your strength is indeed very strong, but not strong enough to survive the next danger. You are unwilling to completely turn to my side. If you are in danger at that time, do you say that I should save you or not? I'm afraid that I will not even be able to take care of myself at that time. The secrets hidden in the forbidden magic stone forest are not children's games. Even I have to be prepared to die." Hearing this, Shiana's expression eased a little. "If it is so dangerous, I should go with you. Don't forget that His Majesty Jarvan asked me to be responsible for your safety. You haven't left Demacia yet, so you have no right to drive me away. As for if I encounter danger, whether I live or die is my own choice, and I don't need you to save me." Lester didn't say anything, but frowned, displeased. His silent attitude put Shiana under great mental pressure. This was the first time she felt the other side of a frivolous man, but she had no intention of backing down or regretting no matter how much pressure she was under. Since she had made a decision, she would never change it. "Teacher, I think what Sister Shiana said is right. It was you who wanted Sister Shiana to be your personal maid to protect you. Now that you are in danger, you push Sister Shiana away. Doesn't this make you seem untrustworthy?" I don't know what Syndra, who spoke for Shiana, was thinking, but Lester had to give Syndra face. "Since Syndra thinks it's right for you to come, then come with me." After saying that, Lester left, leaving the two women in the same place with ambiguous eye contact. The inexplicable pressure disappeared immediately after Lester left. Shiana exhaled lightly, stared at Syndra and asked, "Thank you, but Lord Syndra, I want to know why you spoke up for me." Syndra responded to Shiana's gaze with a smile. "Because I can see that the teacher likes you very much and has a special feeling for you. Like me very much? Are you sure he doesn't like to bully me very much?" Shiana's eyes widened, her face full of confusion. She felt that she was being fooled by the woman in front of her. "You still don't understand the teacher." Syndra sighed. "It is precisely because you were bullied so unscrupulously that I can see that he really cares about you. The teacher has always respected girls. If he didn't have special feelings for you, he would never do such an insulting thing." Shiana frowned and recalled her absurd experience during this period. Combined with Syndra's words, she actually had an extremely absurd idea. It seemed that the man whom she hated so much was getting along with her very well and at ease. Moreover, as a person with a strong personality who hated vulgar men, she seemed to have instinctively accepted his various offenses against her, and seemed to enjoy them quite a bit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 785 The Beginning of Troubled Times. The Forbidden Magic Stone Forest is adjacent to the Odessa Valley. The area of the stone forest is not too large. It can be circled in 3 hours on foot. From a bird's eye view, it probably looks like a pale pebble with smooth edges and corners. That being said, it is not easy to use the original axiom to build a magic barrier within the forbidden magic stone forest. In order to achieve this, the Noxus Empire directly transported a full 16 original crystal towers, 4 more than the planned 12 original crystal towers, in order to strengthen the magic barrier and prevent any unexpected situations. The 16 original crystal towers are arranged in sequence and distributed in the forbidden magic stone forest. The portable weaving device at Dastaraxium Crystal as a driving device is located in the center of the forbidden magic stone forest, connecting the 16 original crystal towers together. Lester's inspection work is to use the Dastaraxium Crystal Center to check whether the temporary magic network of the forbidden magic stone forest can operate normally. Any unqualified node will cause a breach in the magic network, which will affect his layout in the forbidden magic stone forest. The advantage of the original axiom is that even ordinary people who don't have any magical talent can easily use the high-level magical element, as long as they learn how to use the original axiom to drive the tower base. This is also the fundamental reason why the sealed Lester can rely on himself to check the integrity of the magic network. Lester placed his hand on the dark blue spire crystal that was half the height of an adult, closed his eyes, and a ball of light-emitting azure blue light appeared in the dark world of consciousness. He controlled his consciousness to slowly approach the ball of light, and the moment it came into contact with the ball of light, the halo suddenly exploded like starlight, and Lester saw the 16 main magic roads of the magic network connected to the crystal center. Each main road was connected to each other, forming a slightly smaller, but extremely complex branch magic road. Like a high voltage transmission line covered with insulating rubber, the main magic roads and branch magic roads jointly formed a magic transportation network under the protection of the laws of the original axiom, allowing the forbidden magic stone forest without a single magic element to form a special element network that is not interfered with by the forbidden magic stones. In this magic network, if the mage does not have the identification crystal made by Fidlit, he will not be able to use the magic element encrypted by the original axiom. The security of the magic network has been taken into consideration since the establishment of the original magic network crystal, and it is difficult to have any conventional flaws and loopholes. After traveling along the magic net for a while, and confirming that there was no problem, Lester's consciousness left the crystal spire. When he opened his eyes, Syndra and Shiana were standing in front of him. "Teacher, is the magic net okay?" Lester glanced at Shiana and shook his head. "No problem, Syndra. Gather everyone here." "Understood." The summons Lester mentioned were of course not shouted. Syndra raised her staff and shot an extremely conspicuous dark element light ball into the sky. The dark element light ball, as big as a human head, exploded in the air like a dark purple fog, covering the sky for 100 meters and scattering a star-like purple fluorescence. Shiana silently looked up and watched the magic from Narxus explode unhindered in Demasia's most sacred forbidden magic stone forest. She felt that Demasia's magic bang was just a cold joke. Since they can cast spells in the forbidden magic stone forest, the Narxans can cast spells anywhere in Demacia. No wonder the Narxan Empire has never taken Demacia seriously. Less than 5 minutes later, Mishap, Zaya, and Atreus came over one by one and stood beside Lester. "Now that everyone is here, let's get started. Syndra, you will search for the location of the rune temple next." "Okay." Lester made way and looked at Syndra with a serious face as she stood beside the crystal tower, holding down the original crystal spire of Vatalist with one hand and holding the staff with the other hand. This is the second function of the magic net of the crystal tower. As long as it is within the coverage of the magic net, the crystal tower can act as a detection node to detect the flow of magic element. It is very suitable for this pale stone forest. Soon, Syndra found the location of the rune temple through the magic net. The next moment, a pillar of light rose from the ground, revealing the location of the rune temple and sounding the alarm that the rune temple was exposed. At the same time, Riss, who was investigating the unusual movements of the Frostgird clan in Freljord, had a changed face. He didn't even bother to say hello to the tribesmen and directly waved his staff to build a space teleportation array. Deep in the starry sky outside the astral realm, the starlight crown on the head of the star dragon cast a large piece of fire that was enough to burn the planet. The exhausted Starforger King Orion Thor suddenly opened his eyes wide, laughed and increased his strength to resist the Starrow's crown. The righteous Star Spirit Justice, who was restraining the dragon binding rope, and the curious Star Spirit Trittles, who was repairing the Starrow's crown with the secret method of the astral realm, looked at each other, and at the same time, looked at the Twilight Star Spirit who was chewing gum and blowing bubbles. "So, the barrier of the rune temple has been triggered by someone from Runeland. You go check out the situation first. Trittles and I will be there soon. We can destroy the entire civilization of Runeland if necessary, but we must not let anyone take away the world runes in the rune temple." "Hey, Justice, there's no need to be so extreme. Runes are mysterious, but they are not all of Runeland. Moreover, our defensive barrier is not vegetarian. Little so, just force those mortals back. Of course, it's reasonable to let them suffer a little. Justice glanced coldly at the androgynous Trittles and said nothing more. Knowing that she couldn't continue to watch the show, Zoe jumped off the colorful bubble of the astral world and shrugged. Alas, who is so bold? I said I would accompany you for a while, Brother Dragon King. I'm sorry, I can't watch you play tug-of-war. I have to go. Little guy, go do your thing. You can't help anyway. But as soon as she finished speaking, Zoe waved her hand and jumped into a circle of light and disappeared. After the Twilight Star Spirit Zoe left, Aurelian Thor sneered. I created tens of thousands of planets, but there has never been a wonderful world like Runeland between the planets. How can a group of stupid insects who can only use despicable deception to steal the power of the great world control the power of the world that even I can't peek into? Can or can't? How can you know if you don't try it? Trittle said with a smile. Just like the great star-forging Dragon King, Lord Aurelian Sol, a member of the Star Dragon clan, and possessing the power of creation, isn't he also trapped in this prison now? Who dared to believe that he could share this power that is enough to break the universe? The foolish will only bring about their own destruction. The day I escape will be the day of your destruction. I'm sorry, we really can't help Lord Dragon King escape. This is the only thing we can't do. Alas, I wanted to play for a while longer. While repairing the crown and stealing the power of the Dragon King, Tritilius took out a dark stone ball and inlaid it on the burning Staros crown. The stone ball fell right on Aurelian Sol's head. A strange breath spread, and the burning crown began to cool down, and then became as cold as a dead object. Aurelian Thor was furious to find that he could no longer sense the existence of the Staros crown. Without a target, he could no longer use his own divine power to fight against the Staros crown. However, the Staros crown's restraint and suppression on him still existed, which was really weird. Aurelian Thor opened his mouth, but he could no longer make a sound. The Staros crown's ability to restrain him was even stronger than before. What is this? Did you go to another universe during this period of time just to get this thing? Seeing that an inconspicuous little stone ball suppressed the furious star-forging Dragon King, Justice couldn't help but be curious about the origin of the little stone ball. You are right. I spent a lot of effort to get this thing. I originally wanted to do more research. Who knew that the Dragon King suddenly got angry? There is no way. I can only give it to the Honorable Dragon King first. Seeing that Trittles didn't want to explain more, Justice could only suppress his curiosity. Now that the Dragon King was suppressed again, he could leave the starfield that bound the Dragon King. I'm going back to Runeland to take a look. Do you want to come with me? In response to Justice's invitation, Trittle smiled mysteriously. Of course, I also want to know how little Simond is doing. The fun has just begun. Using the secret art of astral teleportation, Zoe quickly arrived above the capital of Demacia. Looking down, she saw a thick fog that she couldn't even see through at the location of the forbidden magic stone forest. Strange, doesn't Demacia hate magic the most? Since she couldn't see what was happening in the forbidden magic stone forest, Zoe decided to go down and take a look herself, but before that, she still wanted to find someone to ask. After a quick glance, Zoe directly stared at the King of Demacia wearing a gorgeous crown. After sending his restless son away, Javan III came to the hill and looked at the thick fog of the forbidden magic stone forest from afar. The expression on his face was mixed with shame and indescribable relief. Hi. Are you the emperor of this generation of Demacia? I have a question for you. Is it okay? If not, I will summon a very big stone to smash your country. Many people will die then. A cute little girl appeared out of nowhere and threatened him. The little girl had heterochromatic pupils and wore a gorgeous short dress that looked very magical. Her long orange hair was emitting little starlight. Her exposed lotus arms and slender legs were emitting an attractive luster. Her pair of round and smooth feet looked extremely delicious. Shaking his head and throwing away the perverted thoughts that suddenly came to his mind, Javan III recalled the ancient books circulated in the Lightshield family and asked tentatively, "Are you the Twilight God who lives in the God realm?" Zoe clapped her hands happily. "I didn't expect you to recognize me. That's even easier. Tell me what happened in the Forbidden Stone Forest, and I won't summon the big stone." Demacia can't afford to offend either the Narxan Empire or this god from the God realm who has lived for who knows how many years. With a light breath, Javan III, who was in a stronger position than he was, chose to tell the truth. When Zo heard Javan III say that it was Lestat, the emperor of the Narxan Empire, who was doing something in the Forbidden Stone Forest, her eyes widened, and she immediately showed a look of surprise. It turned out to be Lestat. I was wondering who could have the ability to reach that place. Well, I won't say any more to you, but the little girl floating in the air a moment ago was still shaking her little feet, and the next moment the little girl jumped into a hole that was flashing with light and disappeared. Javan III looked at the nearby white brick wall bitterly and sighed deeply. It's obviously a key place in the capital, but you can come and go as you please. Forbidden Magic Stone. Forbidden Magic Stone. Does Demacia really need you? Your Majesty, now that the gods have descended, I'm afraid something terrible will happen in the capital. Should we prepare early? The Narxan Empire is ambitious after all, and it has great ambitions. We have to be on guard. Javan III agreed with the advice of the deputy commander of the Fearless Vanguard. But we have already stood in the camp of the Narxan Empire. If the Narxan Empire succeeds, Demacia will surely enjoy 100 years of peace. If we hesitate at this moment, these invisible gods may not necessarily stand on the side of the kingdom. The storm is coming. I originally thought that making peace with Naxos could avoid war, but now it seems that there will be twists and turns. Gold, listen to the order. Deputy Commander Gold knelt on one knee and saluted. I'm here. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the defense of Demacia's capital. Evacuate the kingdom's residents within 100 miles of the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest and settle them in the fertile fields outside the East City. The royal family will be responsible for their daily expenses. In addition, find Marshal Maud for me, Your Majesty. When Marshal Maud of the Kingdom of Demacia came to the throne in armor and had a secret conversation with the current leader of the Lightshield royal family for half an hour, after Maud left, the peaceful Demacia began to boil. Starting from the capital, teams of scout cavalry delivered the marshal's orders to every town. The army of the entire kingdom was mobilized. Soldiers who were on rest received orders to return to the team. The soldiers returned to the barracks in armor, but received a strange order to keep the troops still. During the evacuation, many resentful Demacians began to think that the Narxan Empire had gone back on its word. Otherwise, why would the kingdom's army go through so much trouble? It was just that the kingdom's army was very repressive and did not allow the people of the kingdom to openly discuss anything about the Narxan Empire. With the royal family and the army backing up the empire, even if they were reluctant, the Demacians had no choice but to accept the current result. While Demacia was busy at the entrance of the rune temple in the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest, Mishap, holding the Starfire rune blade, had already cut through the indestructible astral defense barrier. Chapter 786 The War of the Rune Temple. If Lester hadn't known the background of the game, he wouldn't have known that the most important rune temple in Runeland was hidden under the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest. The magic barrier covered with astral magic runes was enough to prove that the rune temple was created by the star spirits. If it weren't for Mishap's Starfire rune blade, which was specifically designed to defeat barriers, it might not have been so easy to break the barrier. The rune temple has 3 layers of protection. The outermost layer of protection is of course the full protection of the kingdom of Demacia. The Forbidden Magic Stone Forest is located on the outskirts of the Demacia capital, and there is a Fearless Vanguard camp not far away. Any movement will never be hidden from the eyes of the Demacia kingdom. This alone is enough to stop most of the peepers. The second layer of protection comes from the wandering mage Riz. Riz is a well-deserved rune guardian. His starting point is good, but he ended up making wedding dresses for the Protoss. The reason why Riz embarked on the path of collecting world runes is both a coincidence and the Protoss's calculations. Unfortunately, Riz probably doesn't know that he has been used by the Protoss invisibly. Now that the barrier has been triggered, I'm afraid Riz already knows what happened here. The third layer is the astral barrier arranged by the Protoss. This barrier only covers the location of the underground rune temple. In addition to the defensive function of being unable to enter or exit, the barrier also has the effects of isolating rune energy, absorbing magic energy, and blocking magic transmission. The fact that Riz can enter and exit the rune temple at will is of course the work of the Protoss. If Riz hadn't collected runes, I'm afraid the rune temple would not have its current scale. On the surface of the forbidden magic stone forest, the starfire rune blade in Mishha's hand gradually returned to normal, but the magic beacon leading to the universe star world was not contained. Instead, it formed a violent funnel-shaped magic vortex in the thunder and storm. In Lester's arcane vision, the light column in front of him was simply dazzling. For Shiana, the scene in front of her was already a miracle. Whether it was the power of the Imperial Seraph or the secrets hidden under the forbidden magic stone forest, they had exceeded the limits of what mortals could imagine. The azure opaque barrier shattered like crystal. As soon as the barrier disappeared, Lester sensed the rune energy hidden in the underground world. Taking a deep breath, Lester suppressed the throbbing in his heart. We have to move faster, Syndra. Build a teleportation array. Under Lester's instructions, Syndra began to use the positioning of the magic network to build a magic teleportation array directly to the underground rune temple. Lester, why do those star gods collect world runes and store world runes here? Atreus looked up and stared at the light column leading to the star elm. His expression was very solemn. Of course, it's because world runes are special. For the gods of the star elm, world runes are also a power that cannot be fully controlled. Before they reach a certain degree of completeness, even they cannot understand the mystery of runes. Lester explained calmly, I've told you before that the star gods are a group of paranoid and arrogant spirits of the constellations. Their thirst for power is rooted deep in their souls. The powers contained in the world runes are above the magic of the astral world, so they will naturally not miss the opportunity to study them. Nodding, Atreus looked at Lester again and asked tentatively, what is the world rune to you? If you get this power that even the star spirits covet, will it become a disaster more brutal than the star spirits? Lester looked straight at Atreus, not giving in. The world rune is the power to conquer the world and to counter those gods. If I want to become the disaster you mentioned, I don't have to be hostile to the Protoss. The current Naxos Empire is enough to do everything for me. Atreus, until now, you still don't completely believe me? I believe you, but I also believe that too much power will make people lose themselves. In any case, if you go astray, I will definitely do my best to stop you. Doesn't your star-piercing spear have the power to kill gods? If I go astray and use my power to bully mortals for no reason, you can kill me, and I will never fight back. Atreus looked at Lester deeply and nodded. Okay. While the two were talking, Syndra, who had a layer of sweat on her forehead, had already activated the teleportation array. With the light blue divine light under their feet, everyone disappeared on the spot. Deep underground in the forbidden magic stone forest, the light blue teleportation magic arc gradually faded, and Lester, Mishap, Syndra, Xayah, Shiana and Atreus walked out of the array. The rune temple was not too big. The fluorite emitted a soft white light, which gave the pale rune temple a holy atmosphere. The pale giant tree roots in the center of the temple instantly attracted everyone's attention. The image and style of the tree roots were exactly the same as the forbidden magic stone forest on the surface world. The tree roots twisted together like a dragon were like the coldest and hardest white stones, and the heavy atmosphere emitted was incomparable to the forest on the surface. An adult man standing in front of the tree roots was not even as tall as a section of the tree root. Is this the source of the growth of the forbidden magic stone forest? No wonder simply transplanting the forbidden magic forest trees has no effect. It's really too shocking. The feeling of nausea receded a little, and Shiana opened her mouth wide, observing the huge monster in front of her with a look of shock. If she hadn't followed Lester here, she would never have believed in her life that the forbidden magic stone forest in Demacia actually came from the origin of magic, world runes. Lester, who successfully descended into the rune temple, was not used to procrastinating. Without further explanation, the man quickened his pace and stepped forward, pressing his hands on the tree roots, while mobilizing the life rune energy in his body to resonate with the tree roots. Crack, snap. The hard stone roots that looked like dead objects began to crack and tremble, and the giant roots that were wrapped together slowly cracked, revealing the diamond-shaped cavity inside. From different directions, there are a total of 5 cavities in the rhizome, and each cavity contains a dull-colored stone. The size and degree of damage of the stones are completely different. If divided by color, they can be divided into scholared runestone, indigo runestone, dark purple runestone, light green runestone and golden runestone. There are different rune emblems on the surface of each runestone, which looks very magical. Everyone held their breath and watched Lester slowly stretch out his right hand to the cavity where the green runestone was placed. As Lester's fingertips got closer and closer, the dim green runestone began to light up. At the same time, a refreshing vitality spread out, which cheered everyone up. But at the moment, when the fingertips were about to touch the green runestone suddenly made a cheerful buzzing sound. Feeling the resistance in front of the fingertips, Lester pushed forward and grasped the green runestone that was as big as a fist. The next second, the green runestone and Lester burst into a dazzling light. The runestone disappeared in the palm of his hand like a stream of water. Lester floated in the air with his eyes closed, as if he was integrating new power. Ah, it's screwed. Little Lele is too fast. I'm still a step late. Then, I can only ask you to go to bed first. As soon as the voice came out, a magic bubble shining with starlight appeared out of thin air, and then it was kicked towards Lester by the sudden Twilight Star Spirit. Even if you are the teacher's woman, you are never allowed to disturb the teacher. Syndra's eyebrows were raised, and the violent dark element blocked the front of the starry air bubble. The two collided together, and under the silent erosion of the bubble, the dark element energy shield was instantly annihilated. I like little Lele, but he is doing something very dangerous now. I must stop him. You'd better not stop me. Seeing the hostile crowd, Zoe's eyes paused on Atreus and Mishap and snapped her fingers mischievously. A space crack appeared behind Zoe, and several people could see that there were dozens of giant meteorites in the space crack that were enough to destroy the entire Demacia, and were speeding towards them. Alas, I have already told those old stubborn people that, as long as they don't come here, little Lele can play freely. I can't do anything about it. By the way, if you don't care, these big rocks will smash this place into pieces. What a lunatic. Miss Syndra, leave this lunatic to me. Can you please stop the meteorite? Syndra looked at Miss Han. Miss Han nodded slightly, indicating Syndra to hand least it over to her. If there is no spare power, it will be fine. Now that we still have spare power, it would be a bit unreasonable if we ignore Demacia. Syndra, who was relieved, did not use space teleportation. The woman raised her staff high and released her magic talent with all her strength for the first time. Boom boom boom. With the forbidden magic stone forest in the capital of Demacia as the origin, the earth within 1,000 miles began to emit a terrifying whine. Following the magic light column that broke through the sky and reached the depths of the starry sky, rocks, land, sand, forbidden magic stone forest, and everything above the rune temple was shattered, turning into debris and rising from the ground, annihilated in the violent dark element tide. A giant pit more than 300 meters deep appeared under the ancient stone platform of the forbidden magic stone forest. In an instant, the rune temple was exposed to the sun. At this time, the panicked Demacians had seen the giant fireball rain sliding down from different corners of the sky. Only the knowledgeable and sharp-eyed stargazers knew that it was not a fireball at all, but a meteorite that could destroy the entire Demacia kingdom. For a moment, the Demacia kingdom was in chaos. Hundreds of thousands of people looked up and watched in despair as the scorching flames approached, but they were powerless. When the destruction was about to come, a deep purple light rose from the ground, floating in the air of Demacia, holding up a staff. Look, it's the female sorceress of the Narxan Empire. She is casting evil spells. Is it she who brought the disaster? Nonsense. If not her, who else? We actually let the wolf into the house. It's over. We are completely finished. Damn Narxan barbarians. I knew they came here to destroy us. Even if I die, I will curse you. Amid the curses of the Demacians, Syndra, who was about to cast a spell, frowned and used magic to strengthen her voice. Stupid Demacians. If you don't want to die, shut your stinky mouths. If I hear your nonsense again, you will have to deal with these burning pebbles by yourselves. After hearing this, most of the Demacians were dumbfounded and at a loss, but a small number of extremists and idiots continued to curse and vent their dissatisfaction. Javan III also heard Syndra's voice. He was furious and issued a death order to the fearless vanguard and the royal guards. The cavalry scouts and dragon knights shouted loudly with brass trumpets. His Majesty has an order. This disaster was caused by the outer gods. The Narxan Empire is our ally and is doing its best to fight against the outer gods. Anyone who dares to insult the envoy and slander the empire will be killed. Everyone return to your residence and are not allowed to go out without orders. Anyone who acts without authorization will be treated as a spy, imprisoned in death row. Several unlucky Dalmatians were caught as examples. In order to help the mages of the empire vent their anger, the cold cavalry seemed to have forgotten the past close relationship between the military and the people, and waved their long swords to slash down several rude civilians. In the bloodstains, the Dalmatia civilians finally realized who the master of the country was. Syndra was satisfied with the treatment of the king of Dalmatia. She squinted at the meteorites in the sky and analyzed how she should deal with it. It sounds complicated, but it only takes a moment for Syndra, who has already become a master in rune magic and arcane magic. The crystal of the staff suddenly lit up with a deep and shining purple light. In a few breaths, a giant rune array with a radius of 30 meters appeared in the air, facing the sky, that was burned red by the meteorite fire. With the power of the forbidden magic stone forest magic net, Syndra's rune array completed the energy storage in just 5 seconds. But thousands of dark elemental stars emerged from the magic array, and as if they had their own goals, they spun and flew head on towards the meteorite rain. The violent dark elemental energy suddenly exploded, directly annihilating hundreds of meteorites of more than 10 meters in size. With the crackling sound, the small meteorites were perfectly blocked in the air, but the remaining 5 large meteorites with a diameter of tens of meters still flew down relentlessly and would hit the city of Dalmatia in less than 10 seconds. Facing the hard and huge celestial body, this time the magic array erupted, not with a dark elemental broom, but a magic torrent as thick as a city defense tower. Like a hot knife cutting butter, the magic torrent directly broke up a large meteorite in its path. Under Syndra's control, the rune array began to deflect, and the magic torrent swept across several other giant meteorites. The torrent ground the meteorites like a crusher, and only a part of the debris fell into the air. Upon closer inspection, there were not even many larger fragments left. Chapter 787 A mess. When Syndra successfully intercepted the meteorite, Atreus was fighting Zoe in the rune temple. In Atreus's hand, the star-piercing spear was like a golden red comet that shattered the starry sky, chasing Zoe, who appeared and disappeared from time to time with a violent attitude. If Zoe threw a flying star at him, Atreus would raise the shield and use the power of the god of war to block the flying star. That was enough to destroy a village. Without the help of the magic net, the agile Atreus forced Zoe into a bit of a panic. Seeing that ordinary magic could not break the shield, Zoe had to leave the ground, and she was furious. "You are so annoying. I don't want to fight with you. Don't think I won't kill you if you fly into the sky." As Pantheon spoke, he stepped on the ground with his right foot, and his body turned into a stream of light and hit Zoe, who had just stood. Seeing that Atreus was unmoved, Zoe was really angry. "Since you want to play so much, I'll play with you." The bare feet of the papaya star spirit lightly touched the void, and the space broke, turning into a star realm channel directly connected to the space universe. Zoe jumped in directly. Without time to adjust her body, Atreus followed closely and rushed into the star realm channel. As the star realm channel disappeared, the forbidden magic stone forest, which was in full swing, returned to peace again. Will he be okay? Finally finding an opportunity to speak, Shiana, who witnessed the battle of the extraordinary, finally calmed down her shocked mood. She didn't know where the cute and dangerous little girl took the taciturn warrior, but she knew that it was definitely not a good place. The power of Atreus is the same as that of the Twilight Star Spirit. They are a race that can survive in the starry sky. How could they be in trouble? Miss Ha shook her head with a solemn face and looked up without blinking at the mother, who appeared in the sky at some point. The man had dazzling long wavy blonde hair, and his beautiful and dignified facial features were indifferent and ruthless. The 3 pairs of white wings behind him were sacred and dazzling, evaporating the water vapor in the atmosphere. The golden and dazzling astral armor exuded a blazing flame, and the other astral sword in his hand hung on the right side of his body, like a god who was about to destroy the world. Messira, or the Justice Star Spirit Justice with Messira's face, appeared in front of her without any warning, staring at her man with cold eyes. The speed at which the man controlled the world rune was slower than expected, and the enemy who took away her mother was faster than expected. With a sword, the sword light several feet long slashed towards Lester, who had his eyes closed, but was blocked by another flaming sword light that came later. The indifferent eyes of the Justice Star Spirit finally shifted and looked at the daughter he had chosen. Kyle, I have been kind enough, but you chose to be stubborn. You and Morgana's divine power came from me, but you used the glory and crown I bestowed on you to go against the path of justice that you should have abided by, and helped an alien to fight against your mother. You make me very disappointed. Don't talk so high-soundingly, and don't call me Kyle. I'm not Kyle. I have my own name. Miss Ha spread her four wings and pointed the Starfire rune blade in her hand at the almighty Star Spirit of Justice. Don't talk about mercy. Justice. You are not my mother. You are just a condescending bastard. Always trying to make others accept your imposed will. My mother Misilla is like this, and so are Hina and me. In your eyes, we are just slaves who should have surrendered but didn't. My mother Misilla gave everything for the Star Realm. But in the end, she ended up with her soul torn apart. Until now, you are still using her face and body to humiliate me. How dare you? Before the words fell, the angry Miss Ha jumped up from the ground and killed Justice. Ziram and Misira have two daughters. The elder one is named Miss Ha, who inherited her mother Misira's blonde hair and dignified appearance. The younger one is named Sinna, who inherited her father Ziram's black hair and delicate face. Now, two blonde angels with very similar faces are fighting each other in the air. Rain of light and sparks are flying everywhere. The aftermath of the battle soon spreads to the place outside the forbidden magic stone forest. The white tower that the Damatians are proud of collapsed in an instant. Most people cannot understand why the forbidden magic stone did not play its due role and died in the man-made disaster. In order to avoid greater casualties, Javan III had to order his soldiers to expand the scope of evacuation, turning the area from the Forbidden Stone Forest to the western city area of Damatia's capital into a no man's land. Having witnessed an unmatched disaster, the Damatians had no complaints, and many of them followed the soldiers to evacuate the residential area without even packing up their belongings, which relieved some of the pressure on Miss Ha, who was somewhat restrained. Of course, it was only some. The power gap between demigods and true gods was still an insurmountable chasm. Miss Ha, who tried her best, knew very well that the Protoss of Justice had not shown their true abilities until now. Sister Miss Ha, let me help you. Unable to withstand the overwhelming scorching flames, Miss Ha fell heavily to the ground in extreme embarrassment and spat out a large mouthful of golden divine blood. Just as she was about to swoop down to imprison the divine power in Miss Ha, hundreds of dark element energy balls coming from behind rushed towards her like a burst dam. Justice turned around indifferently and placed the divine sword in front of her. The dark element energy balls poured onto the invisible golden barrier, disappearing like mud flowing into the sea. With her lips slightly open, Justice raised the divine sword in her right hand. A ray of golden light rushed into the sky, tearing apart the space and making Syndra's hair stand on end. Without bothering to continue the attack, Syndra began to stack various elemental shields for herself. Sword of Judgment. Like the sound of judgment from heaven, hundreds of golden sword lights fell from the sky, and the dazzling gold even overshadowed the sun's light. The heavy roar seemed to wipe out the entire land. Syndra, who was covered by the sword light, had no way to avoid it, and could only use the magic shield to resist the endless attacks of the sword. Dark Element Shield was broken, Rune Shield was broken, and even Syndra's forbidden magic, Dark Night Without Light, which was created by combining rune magic and arcane talent, cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though Syndra output elemental energy at full strength, the deep purple barrier was gradually breaking, and it was obvious that it was not enough. Gassadis, your opponent is me. Miss Ha flew into the sky again, burning her own divine power to kill Gassadis, who was communicating with the Star Elm and casting star magic. Feeling the threat brought by the Starfire rune blade, Gassadis had to temporarily give up the plan to kill Syndra. I finally got rid of that annoying big fool. Everyone, Izo is back. Seeing the Twilight Star Spirit Zo coming out of the astral passage without Atreus following behind her, Zaya's face changed, and she directly transformed into a dragon body with dragon wings spread out, protecting Lester and Shiana underneath, and Zaya built a powerful wind barrier. It seems quite interesting. Zo raised her little hand and patted the solidified air wall that seemed to be real. The air wall made a bang bang sound, and after thinking for a few seconds, the Twilight Star Spirit clenched her 5 fingers and actually pulled out an invisible magic gun that flashed with dark red thunder, trotted back more than 10 meters, and pretended to throw it to Xayah. I don't know if your barrier can block this, come on. The dark red thunder spear flew out of her hand, but disappeared in an instant. The next second, the thunder spear appeared on the dragon's left wing in Chiana's dazed eyes, and a blood hole with a radius of 2 meters burst out. The thunder rushed into the body along the flesh and blood. Xayah, who had a high resistance to magical element, wailed and looked extremely painful. Zoe covered her mouth and shook her hands in panic. Sorry, I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. I just wanted to try it, and I won't use it again. Xayah, don't resist. Take Lester away. Don't worry about us. With just one look, Miss Ha was sure that Xayah was no match for the Twilight Protoss, and she gritted her teeth and yelled. Now that Syndra's life or death was unknown, and the brainless Atreus was accidentally teleported to other places by Zoe, she could not handle the 2 enemies alone. With a light sigh, Xayah could only nod her head, and she only hated that the Sun Protoss Liana and the Moon Protoss Diana did not come in time. If the 2 could come, the situation would definitely not be like this now. Just as Xayah was about to grab Lester and Chiana, the Sun Protoss and the Moon Protoss who had just been complained about fell from the sky and arrived late. Diana, with her silver hair, was like a moon elf, wearing a silver female armor, holding a moon scimitar, and was surrounded by moonlight energy. If it were not for the daytime, Diana's moon power would be even stronger. Liana, with her blonde hair, put on an indestructible golden heavy armor. In her left hand, she held the Iron Sun box, a holy shield as dazzling as the sun. In her right hand, the dome blade flashed with divine light that could not be looked at directly. The edge of the blade and the sword tip emitted a high temperature that was enough to melt everything. Without much nonsense, Liana and Diana, the fiery Sun Star Spirits holding heavy shields, looked at each other and rushed to Justice, who was suppressing mishap. The impact of the Iron Sun box paused Justice's offensive. The scorching power from the sun was extremely aggressive, and his body could not help but stagger. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Miss Ha slashed Justice's armor with the sword, leaving a deep crack on the armor. With the impact from the Starfire rune blade, Justice flapped his wings to distance himself, and his face changed for the first time. The rebellion of Liang and Jia was completely beyond her expectations. What shocked her even more was the strength shown by Liang. Generally speaking, in order to prevent the divine power from being polluted, the star spirits will adopt the human body incarnation to infuse part of the divine power before walking in the secular world. The higher the degree of fit, the more divine power can be infused. For example, the perfect incarnation of Kale is no less than her original body. If Miss Ha is willing to accept the name Kyle, she can legitimately obtain Kale's body when necessary, which will make things much easier. Now Kale, like Morgana, has been bewitched by the alien Lester. She is willing to betray and stay away from the Star World. Unfortunately, she is still entangled by the Dragon King. This is why she has to recycle part of Kale and Morgana's unpolluted divine power. As a result, her strength has been tossed for a long time, but it has not increased but decreased. Of course, even if it has decreased, Kale will never be her opponent. However, the fiery Sun Star Spirit and the bright Moon Star Spirit, which also exist in the form of divine power incarnation, do not seem to have the strength that the incarnation should have. Instead, they seem to be the star spirits of the fiery Sun Star Spirit and the bright Moon Star Spirit. Their divine power can actually suppress her Misira incarnation, which is already close to perfection. What happened to Liang and Diana? When did they betray? With countless questions in her mind, Justice could not help but be alert, especially since Tratius, who was supposed to come soon, was still not here. She alone could not be a match for Liang and Diana. Why did you come just now? While speeding up the attack frequency, Miss Ha did not hide her dissatisfaction. Liana, who attacked Justice together with Miss Ha, explained with a wry smile. The curious star spirit Tratius stopped us halfway. Diana and I finally injured him. If it weren't for him, we would have come a long time ago. After hearing what Liana said, Miss Ha's face looked much better, but Justice felt even more uneasy. If Tratius was injured, didn't it mean that he couldn't come at all? Don't hold back. Let's take her down together. Okay. Liana nodded. It was daytime and the sun was high in the sky. The power of the scorching sun was at its most abundant. As long as she was under the scorching sun, her power was endless. What she was least afraid of was a war of attrition. What's more, she had completely mastered the power of the dome blade and the iron sun box. She was always restrained when sparring with Diana, but now she could fight with all her might. It was exactly what she had dreamed of. On the other side, Diana, holding a crescent moon scimitar, faced Zoe, who was full of guilt. The crescent moon scimitar in Diana's hand slashed out several arcs of light in the air, and the silent Zoe actually dived into the astral passage and never came out again. Diana, who thought she could have a good fight with the Twilight Protoss, couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The woman turned to look at Lester and the others. After glancing at the somewhat unfamiliar Shiana, her gaze stopped on Xayah, whose wings were injured. Xayah, why did the Twilight Protoss leave? Facing Diana's question, Xayah, who had transformed into a giant dragon, also looked confused. I don't know either. She was still attacking me just now. She seemed to feel guilty after seeing me injured. Having said that, Xayah was not sure whether her idea was correct. It's better to leave. I'll go help Liana and Sister Mishap. After that, Diana joined the battle in midair, which completely confused the already stretched Justice. The sealing circle is ready. Sisters, please help hold him back. Next, I will seal him completely. Syndra, who had been silently casting spells in the pit, finally appeared and delivered the final blow to Justice. Chapter 788 The Power of the Founder. The original advantage collapsed in an instant. Justice looked around with a solemn face, and his body turned into starlight and dissipated in an instant. He left without hesitation. It's a pity that she still escaped. Liana put away her weapon and looked worried. This time she and Diana were completely exposed. When Justice was ready, they would inevitably have to settle accounts with the Targon that had lost control. After all, Targon was just a simple trial place for the astral world. The most powerful power of the Protoss was still in the vast astral world. The Protoss could destroy Targon without caring, but Liana could not sit idly by and watch the Raka people on Targon. The space magic ban alone cannot affect the astral teleportation. Apart from the Great Silence, we have no means to force the righteous spirits to stay, and the Great Silence requires a long time to prepare. I'm sorry, I'm still not strong enough. Syndra, who was a little dusty, sighed and looked lost. She originally thought that she was strong enough until she personally faced Justice. She realized how big the gap between gods and mortals was. If Mishap hadn't interrupted Justice's astral magic in time, I'm afraid she would have been beheaded. You have done well enough, and we have achieved our goal. Mishap patted Syndra's shoulder and comforted her softly, but her gentle eyes looked at Lester, who was still sleeping. We will stay here until Brother Lester absorbs all the world runes. The Protoss will never be our opponent. Don't forget that Brother Lester is the strongest in the entire Naxos Empire. Mishap's words were quickly recognized by everyone. Among the King Dynasty veterans who could fly and hide at will, only the ordinary player Shiana was caught in the hands of Xayah's dragon claws at a loss. The Legion leader of the Demacia Fearless Vanguard hung in the air with his limbs drooping without any strength, silently asking 3 philosophical questions. When he regained self-awareness, Lester suddenly found that he had disappeared, or in other words, he had disappeared. Without a body, he did not exist in this world, just like a wisp of misty wind, or like turning on the god mode in a sandbox game. In his world, there was only a cold and dead planet. He could observe any place on this planet without blind spots like a gust of wind. He even drilled into the depths of the Earth's core, following the boiling and destructive power. Apart from moving his perspective, he could not find any action he could take, so he observed the entire planet in the shortest possible time. There was no green on this planet, no atmosphere, no hydrogen and oxygen element, and the nearest hot star was far outside the galaxy. It could not enjoy any warmth from the universe. On this dead planet, abandoned by the universe, there were only storms that destroyed all life and hundreds of millions of craters. Even if a meteorite carrying life factors fell on this dead planet, this planet would not produce a seedbed for life. Perhaps decades had passed, or perhaps tens of thousands of years had passed, as if it had been abandoned by the entire universe. When Lester had lost the concept of time, a group of white human-shaped light and shadow fell from the universe and came to this desolate and dead planet, becoming the only light in the darkness. After a moment of hesitation, Lester, who had become accustomed to the perspective of the planet, instantly came to the top of the wonderful human-shaped light and shadow. In a trance, Lester even had a strange sense of joy, as if he had become what he is now just to wait for this shadow that he could not see clearly. Life is not an accident that was born out of thin air. Life is the grace of the Creator, the joy of the bright stars, the manifestation of the laws of the universe, and the different possibilities of countless dimensions. The language of the human-shaped light and shadow was not any language that Lester was familiar with, but Lester was surprised to find that he could easily understand the semantics of the unknown visitor. The other party seemed to be talking to him, and there was no expectation in the neutral tone that could not distinguish between men and women. He could only watch and listen, and could only think silently, unable to express anything, and the other party did not need him to respond. I said, "Let there be light." In the storm, the human-shaped light and shadow raised his right hand and pointed it at the empty and chaotic universe with his 5 fingers together. Lester changed his perspective and looked in the direction where the human-shaped light and shadow raised his hand. For the first time, his consciousness broke through the limitations of the planet and came outside the planet. He watched as a molecular cloud of light several light years long suddenly floated from the depths of the empty universe to the galaxy where the planet was located. Then, the molecular cloud began to collapse, as if it was clenched by an invisible giant hand, forming a yellow dwarf star bound by gravity in the bright starlight. When the violent energy of the yellow dwarf and countless meteorites carrying life element crossed the starry sky and landed on the planet for the first time, Lester felt warm for the first time. I said, "Heaven and earth should be separated." The human-shaped light and shadow opened his 5 fingers for the second time and slowly closed them. The meteorites from the yellow dwarf began to decompose, the clear air rose, bound by the gravity of the Earth's crust, and the turbid air fell, and the dead Earth turned into an endless ocean. In Lester's sight, the rays of the yellow dwarf were no longer dazzling, and the Earth was no longer dry. I said, "The water under the sky should gather in one place, revealing dry land." The human-shaped light and shadow opened his 5 fingers for the 3rd time and slowly closed them. The Earth's crust began to move, and the water under the sky gathered in one place, revealing a supercontinent. The human-shaped light and shadow opened his 5 fingers for the 4th time and slowly closed them. I said, "The light body should be in charge of day and night." The meteorite belt surrounding the planet gathered into the moon, and there were 12 luminous planets orbiting the yellow dwarf according to the predetermined orbit. In addition, Lester also found that the galaxy where this planet was located was much closer to other galaxies, and the light of the stars in the sky was no longer dim. I thought that the human-shaped light and shadow would continue to create miracles that he could not understand, but the human-shaped light and shadow raised its head. The sudden trembling made Lester feel the long-lost fear. He was looking at him. He knew that he was looking at him. "You are the master of this planet, and the rest of the work should be done by you." Suddenly opening his eyes and looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar rune temple, Lester's mind still echoed with the voice he just heard. He asked him to complete the rest of the work. So who was he? The planet under his feet. If he was a planet, then who was Lester? "Teacher, what's wrong?" Lester turned his head blankly and looked at the black-haired female mage with blood on the corner of her mouth. "Lester, is there something wrong with you?" Another blonde angel who looked very embarrassed came over with a worried look on his face. I. Lester turned his head and looked at the empty tree hole and took a deep breath. "I just remembered some things in the past. Rihanna and Ziona are here too. How long has it been? Are the Protoss here? It's been 32 minutes since you started to control the green rune, and we have repelled the attack of the Protoss. Where's Atreus? He was taken to another place by the Twilight Protoss. Lecht, I see you don't look very good." Lester waved his hands at the girls. "I'm fine. I just need to calm down." When Lester gained a certain amount of freedom, he had more independent thinking ability. The vision produced when absorbing the green rune just now far exceeded the limit of his cognition. When the unknown existence equivalent to God spoke to him, his consciousness collapsed directly, and he still couldn't recover until now, and he couldn't think about those troublesome things at all. He had a feeling that, if it weren't for that godlike existence protecting his consciousness, he would probably die directly in the vision. After calming down, Lester closed his eyes and entered a meditative state and began to check his body and the astral seal. The first thing that changed was the life rune on the rune table. The life rune used to be only half the size of a palm, but now it is as big as a human head. It can't be said to be intact, but it is almost the same if it is restored. The only problem is that he can't feel the breath of the life rune now, let alone use the power of the life rune. It's just like a kind of self-protection. The power of the rune is too strong. I can't bear it now. The needle-like pain made Lester frown. When it eased a little, Lester began to check the star seal. Compared with before, the star seal has become much more illusory with a naked eye, and some extraordinary power has broken through the star seal. This is enough to show that, even if he only absorbs the world rune into his body and cannot fully control it, it can still cause an effective impact on the star seal. But having said that, before he completely controls the life rune, Lester really doesn't dare to absorb the world rune directly like a fool. It's too dangerous to absorb so many world runes directly. I'm lucky to not die this time, but I may not be so lucky next time. Looking at the remaining 4 world rune tree holes, Lester couldn't help but have a headache. The world runes must be taken away. They can't stay here any longer, otherwise Riz and the Protoss will definitely move the runes away, and it will be much more troublesome to find them then. After thinking about it, Lester carefully took out the world rune symbolizing the origin of the arcane from the tree hole. This time he subjectively chose to refuse and did not accept the fusion intention from the rune. Holding the rune in his hand, Lester was sure that, as long as he refused the rune, it would not forcefully merge with him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that just taking it away will work. With a light breath, Lester no longer hesitated and emptied the remaining 3 tree holes. A total of 4 world runes were put into the true ice box prepared in advance. He planned to bring all the remaining 4 runes back to Fidlet. The counterattack of the Protoss would not be too far away. Only with the help of Fidlet's power could he ensure that everything was safe. Valoran Continent, Northland, Dharmoplane, Ner-City. The palace door was pushed open, and a tall, bald man in a black robe with various energy symbols on his skin came to the throne. King Darkwill, the oracle has been issued, and the war to wipe out the rebels is about to begin. The person who spoke was none other than the Star Messenger, Simond, who possessed the power of the Titan. Simond's face did not show much respect, but only indifference. The Pale Lord on the throne, Bron Darkwill, did not feel offended at all. Hearing the news he had been waiting for a long time, the former Naxos Empire Commander-in-Chief, who had now completely become a Scholar disciple and became the Blood King with the help of Simond's star secret art, had only endless joy and madness on his face. The long years did not satisfy Bron. Instead, he longed for the imperial power seized by Lester and recalled the satisfaction of sitting on the throne. The Holy Emperor of the Naxos Empire, this supreme honor should have belonged to the ancient and sacred name of Darkwill, but now it belongs to the despicable man who usurped the throne. Every day and night, Bron wished to lead his powerful Blood Clan army to the Immortal Fortress and take off Lester's proud head and stick it on a stake. He wanted to return all the humiliation doubled. Lord Simond, when can the army of the gods help me go south? Take back the Immortal Fortress from Lester? It will only take 3 months for the Stargate in the ancient city of Miladia to be built. By then, the army from the gods will wipe out all the resistance of the Naxos Empire. Simond raised 3 fingers and stared at Bron Darkwill with an indifferent face. This will be a war to the death. Don't tell me about a war to the death. I've heard enough lies from the gods. Bron Darkwill stood up, walked down from the throne, and came to Simond. His scalded eyes stared at the celestial envoy who was 2 heads taller than him. Although he wanted to fight back to the Immortal Fortress right now, he knew how terrible the Naxos Empire was now. Without the help of the gods, he would only be a half-human lord in the northern border of the empire not far from the Freljord. Messenger Simond, I want you to know that I have been waiting for more than 50 years, a full 54 years. I don't mind waiting for another 3 months, or even another 3 years. I just want to know, can we win this war to the death? Looking down at the slightly crazy Brondarquill, Simon said coldly, "Lord Brown, don't try to question your God. If God wants to destroy this world will turn into purgatory in an instant. He didn't take action against Lester before, because the time was not right. Okay, I believe you and your God." Brondarquill took a deep breath, his hideous face twisted a few times, and then strangely returned to calm. "Lester, your retribution has come. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789, Civis Dilemma. Shurima, the Little Say Desert, and the border city of Raxel. In this desert city, ruled by the Shurima warlord Titus, there are 5 types of people. From high to low, they are Titus's army and trusted forces, Narxans, armed merchant families living in the inner city who are protected by Titus with high taxes, desert freemen living in the outer city, and slaves who are everywhere, and have a lower status than pigs and dogs. Warlord Titus inherited his father's bandit group, and fought his way out of the chaotic and dangerous Little Say Desert. He seized the ruling power of the border city of Raxel with his ingenious strategy and absolute strength, and became one of the 3 major warlord forces entrenched outside the Little Say Desert. Needless to say, the Narxans, under the pressure of absolute strength and ruthless and domineering means, most of the Shurima warlords with brutal and capricious temperaments appear to be relatively docile and harmless in front of the Narxans. Generally speaking, the Narxans who dare to venture into Larxay alone have more or less military backgrounds. No matter from which aspect, the Narxans are the first tier members who are the hardest to mess with. If there is no crazy money to sell their lives, the cost of scheming will be far higher than the return, so no one will do stupid things. Especially the desert exploration team from the Imperial Army. They have always been extremely dangerous element who urge the warlord forces to excavate ancient tombs. Most of these desert exploration teams are equipped with terrible and enviable enchanted equipment. These people kill without blinking an eye. I don't know how many Shurima bandits who are greedy to the point of red eyes have become the souls of the Narxan sword. Everyone's strength is enough to be 10 times stronger than one. If there are no special means and determination to fight the Empire to the death, even Titus, who has become the lord of the ancient city, is unwilling to provoke the Narxans. The armed merchant families at the 3rd level are typical Shurima-style violent groups. Thanks to the harsh environment of the Shurima continent, most of these merchant families started out as robbers and sand bandits, killing countless people. After they broke out of the siege and accumulated enough capital to start a new trend, these capable bandits established their own families and transformed themselves into respectable masters. On this thorny road, they inevitably did some unscrupulous things, such as plundering people, slaughtering villages, and looting supplies. The bandit nature of plundering other supplies has been deeply rooted in their blood. Even now, there are still many armed merchant families who have hung up the civilized plaque in order to connect with the Narxan Empire, and they are still secretly doing some stealing things. Small merchants who paid protection fees and were protected by armed caravans were fine, but if visitors from other places who did not understand the nature of armed caravans easily drank a cup of hot tea handed over by the caravan supervisor, they would probably fall asleep in the warm and hospitable smile, and when they woke up, they would be surprised to find that they suddenly had a Shurima slave-free experience card in their life journey. There is no need to elaborate on the specific types of experience cards. After all, in the slave class, there is no distinction between men and women, only health and illness, beauty, or ugliness. In fact, it is much more difficult than imagined to make a class transition in the Shurima continent. The armed merchant families are a status that most Shurimans dare not even dream of. It is already remarkable that a Shuriman can become a small businessman in the border city of Larxay instead of being eaten up by others. Most people are still in the class of desert freemen. The so-called desert freemen are not strictly recognized by any authoritative official organization. The existing freedom is just that they have not been hit by a club and branded as slaves for the time being. Even in Larxay, an ancient desert border city, there is the possibility of losing freedom and becoming a slave. It's just that, because of the existence of the city guards, rational slave traders will be more or less restrained, but slave traders will still not let go of those stupid fat sheep with no background and no strength. There are quite a few Dalmatian ladies and young ladies who come to Shurima for sightseeing and work hard in the Larksay brothel. Because life is too difficult, any freeman with a certain level of strength will choose to pick up swords and become mercenaries or armed soldiers of merchant families. If they do not want to join a family and become exploited herdsmen or sand beast hunters, freemen can only join a violent organization to seek shelter. The status of producers living in Loke is slightly better than that of slaves. If you want to live with a little dignity, you can't avoid doing some fighting and killing. As for the slaves at the bottom, they are private property that can walk in the city of Loke. The identity of freemen can be lost at any time. It is difficult to cut off the skin with the slave mark by yourself. At this moment, the sun has set. In the outer city of Loke, in a station belonging to the Free Mercenary, AHA mercenary group, a 12-year-old black-blue short-haired girl is holding a desert one-handed knife covered with rust and gaps in both hands, chopping on the wooden stakes of the training dummy in an orderly manner. The girl was wearing a pair of leather shorts and long pants that had been stripped from someone and modified. The cloth strips on her palms had already left a bloody mark, but she was still gritting her teeth and persisting. Under the grinding of the sand and the obstacles, the girl's wheat-colored skin, which was not tender at all, was covered with sweat. Even compared with the orphans who made a living in the Shurima military camp, the girl was definitely hard-working and diligent. The girl had regular eyebrows and eyes, a typical oval face, delicate features, and a high nose bridge. Even with a bra wrapped around her chest, she could not hide her tall breasts. Her hips were tight and youthful, and her dark brown eyes were particularly bright, which made the girl, who was already extraordinary in appearance, even more heroic, and made people want to conquer her. If she was born in a wealthy family, or if her family and parents had not been slaughtered by the bloodthirsty beasts of the sands who were rooted in the depths of the desert, she would inevitably be visited by in-laws who wanted to marry her. But now, the girl's beautiful appearance has become an obstacle to her survival and dignity. It has been 4 years since she joined the Elha mercenary group. 4 years ago, she could only smear her face with stinking mud to protect herself as a little scavenger. Even slave traders would not spend too much effort to capture her, a stinking little beggar. Now, she can no longer use any means to hide her appearance. The girl took a step back and looked at the men surrounding the training ground with the corner of her eyes while calming her breath. The male mercenaries whispered obscene and vulgar things, and their eyes were undisguisedly glued to her skin, hot and greedy like long sticky tongues, wishing to pick up her leather chest guard that was soaked with sweat, and remove the chest wrap and the leather trousers that were already strong enough bit by bit. She had tried her best to adapt herself to such sight, but she still felt a little nauseous. When she was young, this situation was not too serious. Even if there were a few bastard mercenaries who were interested in little girls, they would restrain themselves for the sake of the mercenary leader. Now, the eyes of these seniors in the mercenary group were no longer concealed. They looked at her as if she were a prostitute. Free mercenaries who fought for money were synonymous with lawlessness. Many mercenaries in the group would squander all their money in brothels in the outer city after making money. Women were rare in this bloody business, and beautiful women were even rarer than the gems in the burial pit. She knew her own value, so she was very uneasy. If it weren't for her special identity as the mercenary leader's attendant, these mercenaries would definitely sneak into her tent while she was sleeping. Even if she had shown her efforts and talent in combat, these mercenaries could only see her body, and those who usually took care of her would probably turn into beasts and tear her apart. She knew that the rusty one-handed knife in her hand could not protect her now. The only one who could protect her was the leader of the mercenary group, her nominal follower, the legendary leader of the AHA mercenary group, Ahasuerus. Feeling that things were urgent, the girl made up her mind to talk to the leader. Her safety was guaranteed to a certain extent. At least the leader AHA was more concerned about wealth and fame, not women. Seeing the girl put away the knife, the male mercenary with the strongest physique, wearing only a battle skirt and a scar on his bare chest, licked his lips with satisfaction, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and smiled, revealing a mouthful of smoke-stained yellow teeth. "Little Severe, you don't want to practice anymore? You look out of breath." Do you want to go to Uncle Sandy for a drink? Brother Sandy, you'd better talk about wine. A mercenary responded frivolously, and 7 or 8 mercenaries laughed, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Savi looked at Sandy. As a famous mercenary rogue and the third strongest two-handed sword warrior, Sandy's most famous deed was to humiliate the enemy's female warriors on the battlefield. He was not clear with the other women in the mercenary group on weekdays. In order to keep Sandy, the leader Aha often turned a blind eye. Although he was fatally injured, he was still alive and kicking and bullying others. Sandy, who had a bad character, was extremely powerful. The scar on his chest that hurt his heart was enough to explain everything. Savi had no doubt that if Sandy took the lead in asking for herself from the leader Aha, and if Sandy was willing to give all his loyalty, the leader Aha would tie herself to Sandy's bed without hesitation. Brother Sandy, you know I can't drink much. Let's wait until I grow up a little bit. Then I will treat Brother Sandy to a drink. After saying this neither servilely nor arrogantly, Savi walked away without looking back, and the mercenaries laughed frivolously again. It seems that a little Sivir is shy. TSK, I didn't expect that little Sivir is so pretty at the age of 12. Why didn't I see it before? You only know how to look at old women. What can you see? Brother Sandy, are you going to make a move on Sivir? She is the leader's woman. Hearing this, Sandy spit on the ground with disdain. So what? Anyway, the boss doesn't like women. Savi grew up in our mercenary group. We must not let others get away with it. Talk to the boss. Savi must be mine. Damn, I have played with women all my life and have never seen such a beauty as little Sivir. I'm saying it in advance. Sivir is the woman I like. If you dare to make a move on little Savi without my order, I will chop off his legs. Brother Sandy, you'd better talk about legs. Sandy suddenly looked at the mercenary with a smirk, kicked the mercenary to the ground. If you can't talk, shut up. You'll know when the time comes, whether it's leg or not. I'm not kidding you. Hearing Sandy say this, the other mercenaries were overjoyed and patted their chests to guarantee. We will listen to Brother Sandy in everything. We will do whatever Brother Sandy says. Nodding with satisfaction, Sandy sneered. Follow me, you will enjoy it. Which of the women in the group is not obedient? When I start to eat meat, how can I treat you badly? Long live Brother Sandy. Leaving the training ground, Savi calmly walked to the door of the only stone house in the camp under the gaze of others. After hesitating for a while, Savi still called out, Captain Aha, I'm Savi. No one knew what Aha was busy with. It was not until 10 minutes later that the man in the house replied lightly, come in. Savi took a deep breath, grasped the hilt of the sword with bloodstains, and quickly let go. It was just a small action, but Savi had a lot of courage to bargain. The girl pushed open the wooden door reinforced with iron bars and spikes, and stood in front of the man who was as tall and strong as a lion with wheat-colored blonde hair. Aha Trahalo, the strongest of the Aha mercenary group, was also the benefactor who took her into the mercenary group against all odds. She had always respected the man in front of her, but after 4 years of getting along, the man didn't seem to care about her kindness. Savi, what do you want to see me for? The man with a rough and majestic face was as straightforward as always, and there was no obvious emotion on his calm face. Knowing that this was not the time to beat around the bush, Savi said seriously, Captain Aha, Sandy is going to attack me. So what? Aha Trahalo said calmly. Sandy doesn't want money when he goes to the battlefield, and he doesn't want his life when he goes to the battlefield. He only wants women. He can bring me the heads of enemies and the skins and flesh of sand beasts. What can you bring me? Or do you think it's natural for the mercenary group to support you without any contribution? Of course, Savi didn't make no contribution. In fact, she did all the work that trainee mercenaries needed to do. She also did a lot of work that trainee mercenaries didn't need to do, such as keeping his residence clean and hygienic, and even collecting firewood and fetching water as a cook. However, this was not enough, or in the eyes of Ahizaharo, these contributions that did not bring wealth could not be considered contributions. Chapter 790 Gold coins cannot buy loyalty. Although she had prepared herself mentally before coming, Savi still felt uncomfortable when she heard such a cold response from the leader of the mercenary group she relied on, Ahizaharo. Or rather, She felt a sense of loss due to shattered illusions. She finally didn't have to continue to deceive herself. Ahasuerus had been a profit-seeking person from the beginning. The reason why he accepted her was just because it didn't take too much food to feed a thin little girl, and when the little girl grew up, she could become a sacrifice to increase the centripetal force of the mercenary group, just like the women in the group. In a sense, the women in the group, who never had to go to the battlefield, were cheaper than the women in the brothel, and she didn't want to be that kind of person. With a light breath, Savi's expression became indifferent. Since the man in front of her only wanted money, she would give him money. Captain Aha, if you think that bringing you wealth can be considered a contribution, I think I can do it, and I'm no worse than Sandy. Ahasuerus smiled indifferently. In his opinion, the little girl in front of him was just saying some trivial things to buy time for herself. As for whether she used this time to escape or do something else, he didn't know. Although I don't think you can do anything now. After all, it has only been 3 months since you got the real sword. But, since I recruited you into the group, I can be more patient, as long as you are not playing tricks and wasting my precious time. Tell me, how do you want to prove that you are more useful than Sandy? Ziwia knew that if she didn't come up with something practical to impress the greedy man in front of her, she would probably have to confess tonight. Captain Aha, I've told you before that before coming here, I was a ruins explorer. If I hadn't been betrayed by my companions, the wealth I accumulated would be enough for me to do many things. I know many ways to make money. In fact, you don't know that before my family was slaughtered by the Sands people, my father could always rely on his profound knowledge to find some ancient city ruins buried under the yellow sand and find treasures in the ruins full of numerous mechanisms. This is why my family was targeted by the Sands people. If a traitor hadn't betrayed my father, the Sands people would never have robbed and killed us halfway. Aha squinted and looked at Shiva, trying to see any signs of deception on the girl's pretty face. Even so, it's because your father is capable. As far as I know, you are the only one left in your family who is still breathing. The others have met Nasus, the god of the underworld. If you have your father's ability, why would you come here to eat? This statement can be regarded as very rude, but Savi could see that this was a sign that Ahasuerus was moved. If the man still treated her casually as he did before, it would be troublesome. Indeed, my family has disappeared now, and I'm the only one left, but I have obtained the knowledge left by my father, some knowledge of how to dig ancient tombs, and how to dismantle ancient mechanisms without any damage. It was with this knowledge that I was able to lead other scavengers to gain a foothold until Mira fled with all the wealth I accumulated. Seeing that the face of the mercenary leader Aha became solemn, Savi did not explain why he did not explain it clearly when he joined the mercenary group, and Aha did not ask. Perhaps it was something he learned since childhood, or it was an ancient book. He did not need to care about how the knowledge Savi said was obtained. The key was whether what Savi said was true. Does Savi really have the relevant ability? If the situation is true, Savi's treasure hunting ability is much more useful than Sandy's combat power. There is no shortage of crazy people who can play with knives and air to risk their lives in the desert, but there is a lack of treasure hunters who can dig gold from a pile of sand. Child, I just want to know if what you said is true. Aha stood up, walked a few steps to Savi, and touched the girl's head with an unprecedentedly soft tone. If you can prove that what you said is true, I promise you that no matter whether it is Sandy or anyone else, I will let them get out of the way, provided that you don't deceive me. Savi took a step back to avoid Aha's hand and said seriously, I will never joke with my life, but my talent must be brought into play in the ancient tomb. You can't expect me to find the location of the ancient tomb by myself. Aha smiled and shook his head without caring about Savi's attitude. Kid, this is not a problem. There is no shortage of strange and bizarre hirelings in the market of Loxay, especially those elders from Nashram and treasure hunting teams from Naxos. They never lack treasure maps, but only lack mercenaries who can lead them into the tombs and dig out the treasures safely. Then Sandy and the others. How about this? You will live in the side room from now on. When you prove your ability, I will make those bastards who have ideas about you give up completely. The side room is an independent room in the stone house where the mercenary leader Ahab lives. It is much better than the canvas tent in the mercenary camp. Captain. Captain. There are 2 Narxons outside. They are looking for you by name. As soon as Civi took the key to her room, a mercenary hurried to the door and said something that made Ahabzahallo's face tense. Why would the Narxons come to me? Let the guys take their weapons and go and take a look together. Civi was startled and quickened his pace to follow behind. When the mercenary leader and a dozen tough guys arrived at the gate of the camp, a circle of people had already gathered around the 2 hooded Narxons. Facing the mercenaries who drew their swords, the Narxons seemed to be unconcerned. This calm and composed look made the mercenaries more vigilant. Put down your swords. What are you doing? The mercenary leader smiled as he looked at the 2 young Narxon men calmly. I'm Ahazaharo. I wonder what you 2 want to talk to me about. You can call me Lagruni. I have a deal worth a lot of money. It depends on whether you are willing to do it. Lagruni patted the money bag on his waist. Hearing the sound that was obviously different from the dull and crisp sound of silver coins, Aha was immediately filled with smiles. So you are honored guests. I said that I heard a magpie chirping above my head early in the morning. Please follow me. This is not a place to talk. Disband. Disband. After leading the 2 people into the stone house, Aha stopped Civi who wanted to follow in. You have nothing to do here. After driving away Civi, Aha respectfully invited the 2 Narxons to sit down. I wonder what deal Mr. Lagruni wants to make. 50 gold coins. I'll buy 1 person from you. Lagruni threw the heavy bag of money on the table straight to the point. Aha opened it and took a look. It was 50 imperial gold coins. His breathing became a little faster. He has been in the city of Roxay for nearly 20 years, and all his savings combined are not this much. With this money, he can even leave the damn Shurima continent and live somewhere else. He would be crazy to continue fighting in this broken place. Who are you buying? Slaves? Or human lives? We want to buy that girl named Sivia. Sivia. Aha was stunned, and the excitement in his heart cooled down a bit. If Civi hadn't come to him just now, he would have kept the bag of money without hesitation, but Civi had just said that she had the ability to dig ancient tombs. This bag of money was indeed enough, but what if he could come across an ancient tomb treasure that was more valuable than this bag of money? What's more, these 2 Narxons were willing to pay such a high price for Sivir. Does this mean that Sivir's value is higher than 50 imperial golds? Sorry, Sivir is a member of the mercenary group, not a commodity that can be bought and sold. With the intention of bargaining, Aha carefully tried to probe, but saw Lagruni directly reached out his hand expressionlessly and grabbed a handful of gold coins from the purse, and then clenched his fist. When his 5 fingers loosened, the expensive and hard imperial gold had been kneaded into a golden ball with an irregular shape and no more value than before. Throwing the heavy golden ball on the table, Lagruni said calmly, while looking at the mercenary leader with twitching eyelids. If Mr. Aha is not satisfied with the price we offer, we can talk about it again. Perhaps without the restraint of Aha's mercenary group, Miss Civi will be able to obtain a free identity. Lagruni was about to grab a handful of gold coins again, and the mercenary leader hurriedly stopped him. He was sure that the 2 freaks in front of him were definitely genuine Narxons. If he provoked them, he might be the next one to be crumpled into a ball. Well, I didn't recognize the real Narxon. Sell it, Sivir. I sell it. I'm very satisfied with the price. The indifferent Lagruni finally had a smile on his face, stretched out his right hand, and Lagruni smiled. Then, happy cooperation. He shook his hand and held it until Lagruni gently retracted his 5 fingers, and Aha breathed a sigh of relief. Happy cooperation. Sivir, the leader is calling you. Got it. Brother Sandy, as you can see, the leader has something to do with me, so he's leaving first. Sandy's gloomy triangular eyes watched Civi leave, and his face was particularly ugly. If the leader chose to protect Sivir, then he really wouldn't dare to attack Sivir. As the pillar and strongest warrior of the Aha mercenary group, Ahazaharo's reputation is not exaggerated. Damn it. Back in the stone house, Civi glanced at the 2 Narxons who were staring at her, and greeted Aha a little awkwardly. Leader Aha, what do you want to talk to me about? Sivir, unfortunately, you are no longer a member of the mercenary group. In Sivir's dazed expression, Ahazaharo pointed to Lagruni beside him, and said in a deep voice, I have sold you to Mr. Lagruni. From now on, you are Mr. Lagruni's mercenary. Your life or death has nothing to do with the mercenary group. Mr. Lagruni, you can now do whatever you want with this woman. These words made Sylvie dumbfounded. She never dreamed that she had just solved Sandy's troubles, and Ahasuerus sold her as a commodity to others. Hope did not last long, and she fell into the abyss of despair. Captain, this is different from what we agreed. You can't do this. Listen. Our transaction is limited to the mercenary group. Sylvie, I hope you can understand that sometimes we have no choice. Sylvie lowered her head, holding the weapon at her waist with her right hand, tears in the corners of her eyes. I don't understand why you did this. I thought I was part of the mercenary group. I thought you were willing to teach me swordsmanship. I thought you accepted me. Naive girl, what do you think the mercenary group is? Is it your home? Or do you think I should take on the responsibility of your father, just because I teach you a few swordsmanship moves? Ahasuerus decided to teach Sylvie a final lesson. No. The mercenary group is just a cave inhabited by wild beasts. There is no sincerity in this cave, only a group of wild beasts who will betray their companions at any time for the sake of profit. We gather together for the sake of profit, and of course we will hurt each other and fall apart because of the sake of profit. You shouldn't have had any illusions about me from the beginning. I'm not your father, and I have no relationship with you. I took you in just because you are so cheap that I don't need to pay any heartache. Do you understand? Gritting his teeth, Sylvie responded word by word. I understand. Thank you for your teaching. That's good. Now, follow Mr. Lagruni from Naxos and leave my camp. Knowing that she had no choice, Sylvie followed Lagruni and another Naxan to the door and asked the last question without looking back. Captain Aha, how much was I sold for? Behind him, Aha's voice returned to indifference. You just need to know that in the eyes of Mr. Lagruni, you are very valuable. Walking out of the stone house, facing the complicated gazes of other members of Aha's mercenary group, Sylvie silently followed the two, wiped away her tears, and calculated the possibility of her escape. Let's not talk about whether she can escape from the hands of these two Naxans. Even if she can escape, where can she go? With the broken knife in her hand, she might be easily captured by the slave catching group. The world is so big, but there is no place to stand. Captain Ahasuerus took 50 imperial gold from us. 50 imperial gold. Am I really that valuable? I sold it so well, I even want to sell myself. Perhaps out of a broken jar mentality, the slightly broken Sylvie actually felt a little happy. Anyway, the current situation couldn't get any worse. Lagruni added. Of course you are not worth so much money, but in the eyes of our master, you are very valuable. Your master? Did your master ask you to buy me? Before Sylvie's question was answered, a tall and sturdy figure with 3 rogue mercenaries blocked the 3 people. It was the small group led by Sandy. You can't just take Sylvie away like this. She is my woman. You are talking nonsense. I'm not your woman. The disgusted Sylvie cursed loudly. She didn't want to be with Sandy, even if she was taken away by the Naxans. Chapter 791 Cherika. You're talking nonsense. I'm not your woman. I have nothing to do with you. I don't need you to save me. Besides, I've been sold out by Captain Aha. In Sander's eyes, this should have been a perfect play. As long as Sylvie admitted that she was his woman, he would have enough reasons to fight against the unknown Naxans. At least he would not let outsiders take Sylvie away casually. But now it seems that Sylvie is not grateful to him, but her attitude is beyond imagination. Sandy, who is righteous, can't even find a way to respond. He can also see that Sylvie was mostly coping when communicating with him before, but he didn't expect Sylvie to hate him so much. The ruthless humiliation made Sandy's face gloomy in an instant. Looking at the mercenaries around him who looked at him like a clown, the man was more angry than ever at this moment. The hot-headed man drew the long knife at his waist and blocked the retreat of the 3 people. He couldn't watch his long-awaited prey escape like this. Even if there was a risk of death, he had to do something. It's not your turn to speak here, you little girl who eats for free. Listen, I don't care if you are from Naxos or not, you can't just take Sylvie away like this. Mr. Lagruni, don't worry about him, let's go. Looking at Sander's almost cannibalistic eyes, Sylvie, who was protected by Lagruni and another Naxan, was glad that she was sold out by the leader. The future is still uncertain. This mercenary group can't stay any longer. Even if she is not sold out by the leader, she will probably find a way to get rid of Sandy to continue to mix. Sandy, are you going to rebel, you bastard? I recruited Sivir into the group, so I naturally have the right to sell her out. What are you dissatisfied with? Shaking his head slightly at his companions, who were about to kill behind him, Lagruni winked. Sure enough, the mercenary leader Aha, who heard the dispute, came out of the house and stared at Sandy with a bad face. Now, take back your damned weapon and get out of here, or don't blame me for turning against you. But, Sivir, get out. Don't force me to use a knife. Seeing the mercenary named Sandy unwillingly put away his weapon and prepared to leave, Lagruni finally showed a cruel smile. Captain Aha, the Empire has been provoked and insulted. As a soldier of the Empire, this matter cannot be let go like this. Sir Lagruni, what do you mean? Aha's hollow frowned. After all, this was on the territory of the mercenary group. If he let these two monsters from Naxos kill Sandy at will, would he still be able to stay in the mercenary world of Roxay? Seeing the pleading in Aha's eyes, Lagruni certainly would not give the other party a reasonable way out. Since this mercenary has a conflict with Miss Sivir, why not let Miss Sivir fight this arrogant mercenary to the death? If this mercenary can kill Miss Sivir, then I can let him go. The unexpected situation caught Sivir off guard. For her to fight with a battlefield veteran like Sandy was tantamount to suicide. She might be insulted before she died. Unfortunately, no one would care about her thoughts. Lagruni and another Naxan didn't even look at her. Weak, didn't even have a chance to speak. Although it was a little strange why the Naxans would send Sivir, who had just bought it at a high price, to the underworld. Aha knew that this was the best choice. Anyway, the money was in hand, and Sivir was not his, so why did he care so much? Even if Sandy was killed, it would only be one less subordinate who was dissatisfied with him, and he would definitely not suffer any loss. Sir Lagruni, although I don't understand why you did this, I respect your decision, just as I respect the great Naxan Empire. Sandy, if you don't want to die, do what Sir Lagruni says. Knowing that these Naxans came from the Imperial military, Sandy, who was originally a little scared, heard that it was Sivir who was going to duel with him, and his blood rushed to his head. I just want to know, since it is a life and death duel, then if I do something before killing Sivir, it is also allowed, right? The mercenary leader looked at Lagruni, and under Sivir's pale gaze, Lagruni nodded and smiled. Of course, I only care about the result, and the process should be decided by the duelists. Okay, I accept this duel. Don't regret it. The campfire in the camp made Sandy's face flicker, and many people felt that there was something interesting to watch. Lagruni raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, a ray of blue magic light flew up from his fingertips and flew into the sky, hovering about 10 meters above the ground, illuminating the entire camp. Magic. This Naxan is actually a mage. I said these two people must be extraordinary, am I right? Fortunately, I didn't provoke them. It's so bright. It seems that the magician master of the Naxan Empire also wants to watch the live porn. So beautiful. If you don't want to be accidentally injured, I advise you to stay away from it. After the annoying Shurima mercenaries consciously stepped back a few steps, Lagruni took the crossblade that was only the size of a human head from the weapon box from his companions, and handed it to the desperate Sivir with a cold tone. Mr. Lagruni, Miss Sivir, I hope you can understand how much trouble it is for a person to come all the way to this ghost place full of yellow sand to find someone. My master thinks you are very valuable, but I don't think so. I'm not even sure if I have found the right person. After all, there are too many women named Sivir in your Shurima. So, please forgive me for needing to do a small test to make sure you are not wasting my time. This ancient and sharp crossblade is called Sherika. It is the most precious royal secret treasure of ancient Shurima. It was once used by an ascended queen. So far, no one has been able to bring out its full effect. The master said that the girl she is looking for can easily master this deadly magic weapon. Now I give it to you. If you are really the person I'm looking for, then you will definitely be able to defeat your opponent with Sherika. Sivir stared blankly at the crossblade named Sherika and was attracted by the sharp metallic luster of the crossblade at a glance. As if it was instinct, Civi grasped the handle at the center of the cross of Cherika and waved Cherika a few times. It was surprisingly easy to use. The crossblade looked extremely heavy, but it was just the right weight in the hand. The full sense of weight made the crossblade look extremely lethal. Civi thought that the good thing in her hand should be no different from a boomerang, so she tried to throw it with her wrist, but the result was ridiculous. In Civi's hand, the gorgeous crossblade flew less than 5 meters like a stupid stone and fell to the ground. It was hard to feel threatened. Are you ready? How long will it take before the fight starts? Sandy, who had been suppressing his desire, said impatiently. It was not until he saw Agruna's cold eyes that the man shut up and became more patient. Civi picked up Cherika silently, adjusted his posture, twisted his body, and threw it for the second time, trying to make his body move for Cherika. This time, the crossblade flew out while spinning. Although it did not fly back by itself, the whistling sound of the blade's rotation was enough to make the smiling spectators cautiously step back a dozen steps. As for the reason why they could not laugh, it was simple. Just now, it was just a toy, but now the crossblade hitting someone is enough to disembowel them. Civi ran to pick up the Cherika 10 meters away and tried to throw it a few more times. Under Lagruna's gaze, the lethality of the crossblade was gradually increasing. Just look at how serious the mercenaries with lust in their brains are, and you will know how big a threat Cherika poses. Although it did not stimulate Cherika's magical power, it was already qualified to be used as a weapon. During the many uses, Civi sensed the call from Cherika and even felt very dissatisfied with the fact that she had other weapons. She had a hunch that when she responded to the call, Cherika would change, but Civi was not in a hurry. If she used it now, how could it have an unexpected effect? I'm ready. With hope in her heart, Civi looked at Lagruni gratefully, and Lagruni nodded indifferently. When you are ready, let's start. Staring greedily at Civi and Cherika, Sandy, who was eager and impatient, grinned and threatened when the girl came to the empty venue. Civi, you don't really think you can use that toy to deal with me? If you beg for mercy now, maybe I will give you a quick death. Can you? How do you know if you don't try? Intentionally keeping a distance of 10 meters from Sandy, Civi took a deep breath and threw the worn-out scimitar on his waist to the ground with the scabbard, without even looking at it. After throwing away the broken knife, Cherika felt happy. I'm not very good at using this thing yet, but I know that it's enough to kill you. You stinky bitch who talks so much. I hope you can still be so hard, even if I break your teeth and stab your mouth. Sandy, who was mocked by Civi, stopped talking nonsense and took small steps to kill Civi while leaving room for him. The crossblade in Civi's hand could not be turned back, which meant that Civi had only one chance to attack. As long as he could dodge the crossblade flying towards him, he could let the unarmed Civi understand what pain is. As expected by Sandy, the girl threw out the crossblade directly, which cut through the air lightly and flew straight towards his waist and abdomen. Even though he was prepared, Sandy was still frightened by the high-speed flying Cherika. The moment he faced the crossblade, Sandy completely gave up the idea of blocking with a weapon. He turned his toes and rolled to the right, dodging the crossblade in a thrilling way. From then on, Civi became a lamb to be slaughtered. He would cut the girl's tendons in her hands and feet and enjoy his spoils under the witness of the leader, Ahazahalo. Civi, I will take your blood. Sandy rushed towards Civi with a sneer and quickened his pace. At this moment, his men shouted in fear, "Boss Sandy, it's flying back. It's flying back. Get out of the way." What's flying back? Sandy, who was in doubt, just turned around, and Cherika, wrapped in a strong wind, had already swept over his body, ruthlessly passed through his chest, and flew towards the girl, and was grabbed by the girl, who looked a little confused. It seems that she is more confused than herself. How can it fly back? And how did that toy-like cross-flying blade become so big? As soon as the second thought came to his mind, Sandy was horrified to find that everything in front of him began to turn upside down. His lower body was still standing firmly on the ground, and his shredded internal organs were spurting blood. Then, his severed arms and beloved sword fell in front of his eyelids. The cuts were so smooth that even the bone fragments could not be seen. In his peripheral vision, the mercenaries all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Am I dead? When the last thought came to his mind, Sandy was not angry, but only at a loss. He had clearly been cut in two by the crossblade, but he seemed to be able to sense his lower body and arms, but he just couldn't move. Until he disappeared from sight, he didn't understand why he died inexplicably. The powerful mercenary who was so arrogant just now was cut in the chest by the huge crossblade, and he couldn't even say a word before he died. For a moment, the scene was so quiet that it was a little scary. The mercenaries couldn't figure out why a crossblade with a radius of only a dozen centimeters would suddenly turn into a giant flying blade with a radius of more than 1 meter after a flash of white light. They couldn't figure out how the giant flying blade could turn around and fly back, and they couldn't figure out why the thin girl could easily catch the flying crossblade instead of being cut in two like the mercenaries. A 12-year-old girl who had only practiced swordsmanship for a few months killed a powerful warrior who had been fighting on the battlefield for more than 40 years. If someone told them that this was true, the mercenaries would definitely slap the face of the bastard who thought he was a fool without hesitation. But this really happened. With the help of that terrible crossblade, the girl really killed Sandy, who was ranked in the top 3 in the mercenary group. Well done. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. At this moment, only 2 Narxons remained calm. Lagruni came to Severe, who had a complicated look in his eyes, and calmly stretched out his right hand. Miss Severe, you are still young, and easily led astray, so I'm willing to explain the seriousness of the matter to you. I know that the magic weapon has given you full confidence. You can certainly try to kill me with Cherika, provided that you can afford the consequences of failure. Let alone whether you can defeat 2 battle-hardened Imperial magic warriors. If you really do this, whether you succeed or not, my master will be very disappointed in you. Believe me, killing me and my colleagues is not something to be proud of, but disappointing my master is a result you absolutely cannot bear. By then, your enemy will be the entire Narxon Empire, and you could have taken another honorable path. Now, Miss Severe, please tell me your choice. In Severe's mind, she imagined herself using Cherika to kill all around, killing batch after batch of enemies from the Narxon Empire and other places, and becoming an existence that no one could afford to offend. However, Lagruna's cold tone instantly pulled Severe back from her fantasy. She realized that Cherika was given to her by the Narxon in front of her. He knew from the beginning that he could control Cherika. Can she really defeat him? Even if she can defeat him, will she have to hide for the rest of her life to avoid the pursuit of the Empire? Severe held Cherika tightly and mustered up the courage to look directly at Lagruna's unwavering gaze. You said that your master thinks I'm valuable. In his eyes, how much am I worth? Looking around at the mercenaries, who were breathing lightly, Lagruni said lightly. In his eyes, your value is equivalent to a kingdom. Huh? Kingdom? This is the first time I have met someone who values me so much. To be honest, I kind of like the master you mentioned. When can I meet him? Lagruni took Cherika and watched the giant Cherika turn back to its original form again. It won't be long before you can meet him. Chapter 792 Beljoon has an old friend. In the year 980 of the Narxon calendar, the peaceful Runeland was in turmoil, and conflicts broke out on all continents. On March 21st, the Spring Festival, in the northern border of the Valoran continent, the border lord Brondarquil, who had become a blood servant, saw a strange phenomenon at night in the city of Nur, where the stars fell from the sky, the gods blessed, and the mortals were bathed in light. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles was turbulent, and magic was forbidden. 3 days later, the northern Darkwill territory was completely under martial law, and only entry was allowed but no exit. A large number of people disappeared in the territory, and the area south of the Iron Mountains and north of Tukgar in the Urus Mountains was shrouded in a layer of dim starlight mist. Within 3 months, 13 caravans supported by the Empire disappeared after passing through the vicinity of Dockwell territory, and the spies in the territory lost contact one after another. The last information pointed to the visitors from the astral world and the Scarlet Apostles. Since then, the Noxus Empire has lost the trade route to Freljord. The 3rd and 8th legions of the Empire are stationed in Black Iron Fort and Delver Fort respectively, and set up a border blockade line, ready to fight. On May 25th, some kind of extraordinary creature that can suck blood attacked 3 imperial garrisons in the Navali province of the Ionian continent, causing heavy losses. In the late next month, accompanied by a ray of starlight, the seal of the Temple of Pallas in the Hoji province was artificially destroyed. The Dakin Verus escaped, occupied the flesh, and massacred 2 villages near the temple with the Dakin longbow, and disappeared. In mid-July of the same year, Verus arrived at Wuji mountain in the Beruo province and successfully stole the bone saw sealed by the Wuji sect. The second Dakin Zelani was reborn. At the same time, the ancient spirits hidden under the surface of the newborn land were inspired by their ancestors, and reappeared on the surface, attacking villages and cities on the surface. Except for the provinces of Navali and Shangzhen where the Imperial Legion was stationed, the rest of the provinces suffered heavy losses. For a time, the newborn land was full of flames. The ancient spirits took the plundered population underground for sacrifice and transformation, and the number of soldiers increased. On the other hand, the morale of the Ionian militia was getting lower and lower. Facing the invasion of the ancient spirits, the militia of the Ionian parliament was defeated, and the young Kama had not yet completely mastered the power of the Ionian spirit. In times of crisis, the rest of the provinces began to put down their face and seek help from the 2 major sects, and 1 major sect in the Navali province, that had already surrendered to the empire. The Balance sect, the Wind Dojo, and the Dragon Hidden School sent warriors to the rest of the provinces to help fight against the attacks of the ancient spirits and the Dakin, which slightly curbed the corruption of Ionia, but the situation was still serious. In early October of the same year, the Serpentine Islands encountered the most brutal haunting night in history. Thousands of people lost their souls, their bodies rotted into monsters, and were lost in the black fog of the Shadow Isles. The overwhelming black fog rolled in from the east of the Watcher's Sea. The Beru people, followers of Nagakaburus, led by the sea beast priest Alaoe, launched a comprehensive support to Bilgewater Bay. Dozens of pirate groups gathered in one place to fight against the sea beasts in the sea and the ghosts in the black fog. The young pirate captain Gangplank emerged in the haunting night and met Alaoe. Later, he shot and killed the family of Abigail Fortune, a well-known gunsmith in Bilgewater, and became a famous ruthless character in Bilgewater. However, the soul-eating night in Bilgewater Bay was not Mordecai's main attack point. On the Shadow Isles, Vigo, who had been sleeping in the ruinous fountain for hundreds of years, finally woke up. Under the influence of the soul-controlling crown, Vigo did not realize that the source of his power had been used by Mordekaiser. After waking up, Vigo learned from the jailer Cerisi that his wife Isolde's soul was torn into pieces and spread all over the world. Knowing that his wife was resurrected, the almost crazy Vigo decided to use the power of the Black Mist to revive his wife Isolde again. He immediately colluded with Cerisi, who offered her loyalty, and used the ruinous fountain to enhance the power of the Black Mist. With the loyal assistance of Thresh, Vigo naturally gained the loyalty of his niece Callista, who had lost all her memories and would only obey Thresh's orders driven by revenge. Her niece's love Idris, the Swordmaster of Camavia, who had failed to save Callista many times and was toyed by Thresh until he completely lost his courage and reason, and the leader of the Iron Order Hecarim, who, with the help of Thresh, gained some negative memories of being a human being and was eager to lead the Iron Order Knights to bring the cruel war to the land of peace again. Vigo, who had regained his team, immediately launched an exploration and cleanup operation of the Shadow Isles with his ruined blade. At Thresh's suggestion, Vigo's army bypassed the Spider Cave, where the Maw of the Vile was, and the Twisted Jungle where the Tree Spirit Maoke was, and confronted the Sentinels of the Light stationed at the Sentinels of the Light headquarters in Eslet head-on. When the war broke out, Vigo was shocked to find that the Black Mist Legion was like a piece of butter on a chopping board encountering a hot knife. The overwhelming soldiers were completely restrained by the strange and powerful holy light magic and holy light weapons of the Light Sentinels, and most of them were killed or injured in an instant. The 3 powerful dipping sources under his command did gain some gains and killed many Light Sentinels, but unfortunately they were outnumbered and were sent back to Thresh's soul guiding lamp by the Light Sentinels, which was of no benefit to the overall situation. If the other party did not seem to be shy about the Nether prison, I'm afraid that I would have nowhere to run. The most desperate thing was that there was also a shovel-wielding, thief-looking insect that affected his appetite and could actually snatch control of the Ghoul from him. This made Vigo, who was ambitious and claimed to be the king of Ruined, discouraged on the spot, and he almost kicked his legs and lay back in the ruined fountain to continue sleeping. Fortunately, there was a loyal warden beside Vigo who patiently comforted him and almost smoothed his skull chin, which gave Vigo a little more hope to fight. Vigo, whose confidence was frustrated, began to calm down, put away the arrogance of King Camavia, and humbly discussed with 3C how to fight against the Sentinels of Light who had occupied half of the Shadow Isles. In the end, he accepted Thresh's good advice, that the red flag is flying at home, the colorful flags are flying outside, cast a wide net, catch more fish, and it is better to drive someone else's car than to buy and maintain your own car. So, Vigo personally controlled the Black Mist to bring a unique soul-eating knight to Bilgewater Bay, successfully gained thousands of soldiers and experience in controlling the Black Mist, and regained some confidence in defeating the Sentinels of Light. In Thresh's plan, Vigo will indiscriminately attack any corner of Runeland through the Black Mist. All the souls and carefully trained warriors plundered and enslaved by Vigo will become the servants of the Dark Lord Mordekaiser who conquers the world. After the world enters the dark, he will become the unique warden of souls and build a soul prison that will never be extinguished. Looking at the entire Runeland, only the Shurima continent is relatively peaceful, provided that the scattered Shurima continent has not been disturbed by humans. At the moment, when the chaos was about to begin, Lester, carrying the Blade of Godkiller, arrived at the northern imperial outpost of the Shurima continent with his harem bodyguards. Accompanying them were Imperial Seraph, Mishap, Bluesteel Shadow, Camille, leader of the Nightblade, Dark Queen, Syndra, the Archmage of the Black Lightning Magic Corps, Shadowless Night Stalker, Evelyn, and the Goddess of Wind, Elemental Elf Janna, who was believed by the Empire. The reason why he brought so many extraordinary combat forces was not only to ensure his own safety from being beheaded by the Protoss, but also to ensure his absolute suppression of Azir and other ancient Shurima heroes. He didn't want to talk to Azzy calmly and rationally after he helped Azzy to resurrect with great difficulty. His ultimate goal was to force Azzy to recognize the position of vassal brother with his fists and quickly integrate the chaos of Shurima into a force that could be used. The Shurima Empire has become a thing of the past, and the past should be retired. The Noxan Empire is the future. The 6 people put on the magic cloaks that can interfere with cognition and walked out of the magic teleportation point of Bel'Jun in silence. Perhaps because 6 supersized beings were teleported at one time, the secondary teleportation magic stone that could theoretically teleport 100,000 times was directly split into 3 petals, one more petal than the rabbit's lips. There is no doubt that it is impossible to reach Vikora directly through teleportation. Even if someone is sent to repair the secondary teleportation array, it will not be completed in a short time. The teleportation array cannot be used. Although Syndra can construct teleportation magic, she cannot bear so many heavy weights. After thinking about it, the best way is for Syndra to teleport to Vikaola with Lester and Camille. The 3 of them take the number 11 bus to travel together, so as to avoid being alone and being beaten by the Protoss. Evelyn is a demon who can travel through the Shadow Realm. Needless to say, the Seraphim Mishap and Janna can simply fly. It does not affect the layout to arrive at Vikaola in 2 batches. After all, even if Lester arrives at Vikaola, he still has to take 3 steps to make a fait accompli with Severe, to arrive at and crack the ancient ruins that seal Azir, Zareth and Renekton, and to threaten Azzy to surrender with carrots and sticks. After making up their minds, Janna and the other 2 took the lead, but Lester stopped Syndra who wanted to construct teleportation magic directly. Teacher, is there any problem? Under the hesitant gaze of Syndra and Camille, Lester shook the back of his hand, and the magic emblem left by Kindred was shining. The man's expression was 3 parts of surprise and 7 parts of delight. My dear disciples, there is an old friend here. I'm afraid we have to leave later. Syndra and Camille were surprised. They naturally knew that the so-called old friend was the reincarnation of Lester's old lovers. Fiona, the sword dancer girl from Demacia, was one of them. However, before going to the underworld, they could not be sure who it was. After all, Kindred, who made the emblem, had become 2 lovely beast girls, Miraclaw and Dewey. The Miraclaw sisters led the work of the Light Sentinels in the Shadow Isles. Syndra had seen them, and Camille had heard of them. Teacher, how can we find each other? Do I need to use the network of connections in Bel'Jun? Shaking his head at Camille, who looked serious, Lester smiled. No need to make such a big fuss. Even if I use the network of connections, it is not easy to determine the target. Don't worry, I have my own way. Kindred's mark will give me different feelings depending on the distance from the marked person. Through this, I can gradually narrow the scope, and it won't take too much time. The two girls nodded, and said nothing more. Bel'Jun was originally a small border town on the Shurima continent. Because it was close to the coastline, and was influenced by various major forces, it was considered a rare lawless area in Shurima. This situation continued until the construction of the Zonsun Gate Sea Lock Bridge. The gradually developed maritime transportation in Zorn brought countless wealth to the northern and southern continents, and also deeply affected the coastal cities around the waterway. Although Bel'Jun was not a coastal city, it was very close to the coastline. It happened to be a protrusion in the north of the Shurima continent, and it echoed the imperial port of Rockland on the north bank of the Grand Canal. The Naxxon Empire just lacked an outpost and material storage and transportation station to the south of the Shurima continent. As a result, the lawless Bel'Jun was noticed by the Empire, and taken into its pocket. Now, under the influence of the Empire, Bel'Jun is very different from before. It is called an outpost, but it can actually be called a garrison city, which is equivalent to the American military base in the previous life. Bel'Jun is stationed with a regular 3,000-man Empire army all year round, and the security in the city is also the responsibility of the Imperial Governor. Although the number of people is small, it is more than enough to fight against warlords and bandits. There are more powerful forces, but they will never be stupid enough to provoke the Naxxon Empire, a vengeful behemoth. Because of this, the chaotic Bel'Jun has the opportunity for peace and development, and has become the cradle for Shurimans to recognize and accept the iron-blooded thought of Naxxus. Many outstanding Shurimans joined the Imperial Army in Bel'Jun, and became part of the Empire. The Imperial Army has many factions and complex ethnic groups. Under the influence of the thoughts of Greater Naxxus, it has integrated ethnic groups from all over the world. Many soldiers joined the army from the Empire's foreign military garrisons. Walking on the streets of Bel'Jun, Lester and the other two could see the Imperial soldiers patrolling the streets. The commercial street was quite prosperous, and many street stalls and jugglers could be seen on the open space. The things sold on the stalls were a mess, most of which were used to deceive outsiders, with artificial antiques in the style of Shurima, and a small number of special snacks and special products in the style of Shurima. Lester bought a dozen skewers of Sandbeast barbecue skewers, and distributed them to the two women who looked at each other in bewilderment. He smiled and kissed the two women's lips twice, which made many onlookers look envious and jealous. Speaking of which, you have been working hard with me, and have not enjoyed any fun as girls. This time, let's make up for it a little. Relax a little, and try to integrate here. Feeling a little sour in her nose, Syndra nodded, lowered her head, and took a bite of the inconspicuous Sandbeast meat skewers. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, without any smell of rancidity, and had the spicy taste of some spices. She found it unexpectedly delicious. Camille gracefully covered her mouth with her hand, then passed the skewer of meat across her mouth with her right hand, and 6 irregular pieces of meat disappeared out of thin air. When she put down her left hand, even the chewing process could not be seen. Her demeanor was so dignified that it didn't seem like she was eating Sandbeast meat skewers, but rather attending a palace dinner. Chapter 793. My name is Samira. There were several loud shouts from the street. Lester looked over and saw a Shuriman man standing on tiptoe on a wooden stake. The stakes were staggered in height, forming a dangerous U-shape. The blunt area was less than 5 centimeters. The open space below the stakes was filled with metal short sticks with the knife tips pointing upwards. If you fall from them, the metal short sticks are enough to kill you. Under the spectator's focused gaze, the Shuriman acrobat, with a layer of sweat on his forehead, stepped on the stakes barefoot with full concentration. He looked very stable. As his pace gradually increased, the big man seemed to be running on the stakes, and there was an afterimage in his sight. Catch the knife. A loud shout with full energy attracted the spectator's attention from the big man. It turned out to be a brown-skinned woman with dreadlocks who was also a juggler. She threw a common desert machete onto the stake. Without stopping, the man with quick eyes and hands grabbed the spinning machete and began to perform fancy moves. Great skill. This move is so beautiful. This guy has great skills. I don't think he is a good person. It's not easy to perform. Rich uncles, please support us with money. Poor guys, please support us. Thank you. Amid the cheers, many guests who were watching the show threw copper coins in their hands to the leather carpet under the brown-skinned woman's feet. In just a dozen seconds, about 50 to 60 copper coins were piled on the leather carpet of about 2 square meters. Considering the price level in the desert, it was not a small amount. Looking around, his eyes paused slightly, and Lester touched his pocket and casually ejected a silver coin. The silver coin passed through the crowd and landed on the head of a girl in a perfect parabola. The girl who was squeezing in the front row to watch the show was stunned for a moment, touched her head, and found a silver coin in her hand. The girl looked up at the opposite side of the crowd, but saw a good-looking stranger in the crowd making gestures to her. Scratching her head, the girl glanced at the silver coin in her hand, thinking of her embarrassment just now, and showed a grateful look. Big sister, this is a reward from that big brother. Take it. The female acrobat looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw the silver coin thrown by the girl. Her face lit up, and she caught it with her right hand. After confirming that it was a genuine product from the Empire, the wrinkles around her eyes blossomed. Little girl, which big brother gave this to you? The girl pointed at Lester, who threw the silver coin. That handsome guy in the hood. The female acrobat turned her head and took a closer look, smiling. It's indeed a handsome guy. Thank you for the reward. Lester smiled at the female acrobat, winked at Camille and Sindra, and the two girls left silently, then gestured to the girl and began to walk out of the crowd. The girl was quite puzzled by her own adventure. She lowered her head and thought for a while and squeezed out of the crowd. In addition to the two people, there were 3 or 4 hooligans who looked very bad and followed her out. Lester stood in front of a not too noisy antique stall, carefully looking at the girl who followed him. He was almost certain that the outstanding girl in front of him should be the one he was looking for. The girl was a typical Shurima, about 140 centimeters tall, with healthy wheat-colored skin. A cheap coarse cloth short coat could not hide the girl's tight and stylish streamlined muscles. Her thick brown hair was tied into a thick braid with animal tendons. She had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but she was still feminine. There was a perfect beauty mole at the corner of her sexy lips. The most unforgettable thing was the girl's pair of piercing emerald eyes, which were filled with a kind of fascinating wildness. Looking at these eyes, Lester seemed to see a jaguar hunting in the tropical rainforest of South America. He could see that the girl was a little wary of him, a stranger, but she did not feel any fear, but was a little excited. Handsome brother, you gave me the silver coins, just so that I can reward that lady with my own status, right? Yes, I saw you were quite obsessed with the acrobatic performance just now, and you were a little short of money. I thought it was quite interesting, so I wanted to help you. After all, there are not many people as honest as you in this world. Haha, honest? Handsome brother, your words are very interesting. Thank you for your kindness, brother. This money is a reward from you, and I can't take advantage of it. The girl seemed a little embarrassed, although she said that Lester was very interesting. Actually, I just don't care much about money. For me, it's enough as long as I have enough. It's just that I didn't expect to encounter such a wonderful circus this time when I went out shopping. I didn't bring any money. My parents make a living by doing circus. I hate those spectators who don't pay the most. Well, this is the last time I go shopping. It just so happens that the Empire is recruiting new soldiers in Belgium. I'm ready to join the army in Naxos. I'm afraid that money will be even more useless to me by then. People like me will definitely make a living in Naxos. Noticing that many people have been eyeing him, Lester wanted to test the girl's nature, so he smiled and said, "It seems that you like the Naxan Empire very much. As far as I know, the Naxan Empire is not a good thing in the eyes of most people, right?" Hearing this, the girl frowned and asked back, "Handsome brother, don't care what others say, what do you think?" Lester shrugged with a smile. "I'm a noble of the Naxos Empire, so of course I support the Empire." "Ah, you are a noble of the Empire? Ah, no wonder you are so rich, and you can just give me a silver coin. But the problem is, you speak Shurima so well. It's just a skill, not worth mentioning. When he said this, a passerby happened to pass by Lester, and before his dirty hands could touch anything, he was grabbed by Lester. With a crack, the thief's wrist joint was dislocated, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The girl's face changed, and she turned around. 5 people had already surrounded her aggressively. Hey, what are you doing? You are an outsider who comes here to bully the locals, right? You dare to bully my brother. Are you tired of living? Geneva. Pay me 10 silver coins quickly. Not a penny less. Almost being amused by these useless local thugs, Lester finally managed to hold his face, kicked the struggling thief to the ground, and said coldly, "This seems to be the territory of the Narxons. How dare you blackmail me in broad daylight? Who said this is blackmail? It was obviously you who started it first and hid my brother. Even if the guards came, it would be the same. Don't even think about leaving without compensation. Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. I can testify. Just tell me whether you will pay or not." When the few people just started to make trouble, the antique store owner packed up and left, and other pedestrians avoided this place as far as possible. It was really hard to find witnesses. I can testify that you are talking nonsense. You are obviously targeting the handsome brother's wallet. Don't talk nonsense. The girl hid behind Lester cleverly and cursed with full energy. It's still not too late to get out of here. Otherwise, the guards will come and arrest you all. Hey, there's a little girl here who dares to act arrogantly. Don't want to live anymore? Damn, she's pretty. I know her. Her name is Samira, the daughter of the juggler Grantham. She has a hot temper and is more troublesome than his grandmother's grandson. You'd better not mess with her. Grantham. Ah, it's the couple who fled from the east. She's just a little girl. What's there to be afraid of? Listen, little girl, you have nothing to do here. Don't make unnecessary trouble for yourself. Facing the threats of several people, Samira pulled Lester's clothes. Hey, handsome noble brother, you are a big shot. I want to make a big fuss. Can you hold it? Lester smiled slightly. Yes, what do you want to do? Samira also smiled. It's fine as long as you can hold it. I'm going to teach them a lesson. As Samira spoke, she took out a slingshot from somewhere, put a stone on it, and shot it out, hitting someone in the crotch. The gangster rolled his eyes and covered his crotch with his hands. He curled up like a dead shrimp and fell to the ground, breathing heavily, which scared the other gangsters. Damn it. This son of a bitch is really brave. As she spoke, Samira had tightened the rubber band again. The moment she let go, the stone hit the side of the gangster's thigh. The gangster felt a sharp pain in his thigh and secretly rejoiced. If he hadn't been smart enough to turn around early, he would have suffered a crippling blow. I tell you, what I'm least afraid of is trouble. Either you kill me, or I kill you. As she spoke, several more stones flew by. The remaining gangsters finally didn't dare to stay there stupidly. They ran away and disappeared. Only 3 unlucky guys were left. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of the Belgian city guards. 3 soldiers wearing light armor and holding imperial spears ran quickly and surrounded Lester and his 5 men. What happened? How did this happen? The leader of the gangsters, who was hit on the thigh, cried and complained to the old acquaintance who pretended to be a stranger. General, they bullied me. First they broke my 3rd brother's hand, then they used a slingshot to hit my 2nd brother's 2nd brother, and then they broke my leg. They don't take you seriously at all. The leading city guards did not seem to believe the one-sided words of the gangsters, and looked at Lester and Samira vigilantly. I ask you, is what they said true? Regardless of whether it is true or not, in the case of conflicting statements, these troublemakers must be taken to the prison for further interrogation. At that time, it will be clear whether they have a background and can be provoked. At least they cannot show obvious tendency to protect them on the surface. Knowing that these city guards may have something to do with these troublemakers, Lester took out his imperial pass and explained slowly. The one with the broken wrist is a habitual thief. I caught him stealing from me. I punished him a little, but he had a gang and surrounded me to blackmail me. Fortunately, this girl was chivalrous and brave. In order to protect me, she had to use a slingshot to repel these thugs. That's the truth of the matter. Lester deliberately used Narxon when speaking. The city guard saw Lester's imperial pass issued by Fidelit, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He was a little flustered. I see, sir. I'm sorry to have brought you an unpleasant travel experience. I will definitely punish these criminals severely. That girl, thank you for your brave behavior. It's amazing. Staring at the city guards who changed their attitude, Lester smiled and said nothing. The city guard returned the pass to Lester humbly. He turned his head and winked at the gang leader, his expression becoming cold. Catch them. Take them away. Knowing that he had met a big shot he could not afford to offend, the gang leader did not dare to say anything more, and let the soldiers tie him and his 2 men up and take him away. A farce ended, but it also revealed a dark corner of the empire. Where power can be exercised, corruption is bound to exist. Greed is human nature, and it is also a bad root that humans can never eradicate. Lester knew that such collusion between officials and bandits was not uncommon, especially in the imperial strongholds outside the border or the country. Such things were unavoidable unless all law enforcers and judges were cold and ruthless artificial intelligence that only recognized right and wrong. Only by letting those cold procedures that have nothing to do with interests control the law can relative fairness be guaranteed. As the emperor of the empire, all he could do was to reduce the occurrence of such things as much as possible in places where he could have an impact. Perhaps when he thoroughly mastered all the world runes, he could find a suitable way to solve it. When the city guards left with the gangsters, Samira put away the slingshot and excitedly came to Lester with her hands behind her back. Brother, you are really amazing. I didn't misjudge you. Aren't you afraid that I will cheat you and hand you over? No, because brother is not that kind of person, and he will not betray me. Samira's eyes did not waver at all. Lester didn't know where the confidence of the girl in front of him came from. The man looked down at the mark of kindred on the back of his right hand and thought to himself, could it be that the person who was marked by kindred's mark can also have a sense of trust in the owner of kindred's mark? If so, it makes sense. It seems that I have to ask Miraclaw about this matter when I have a chance. Handsome brother, what's your name? Can you tell me? For some reason, Samira suddenly became a little shy, even though she was just asking for a name. In fact, for Samira herself, this inexplicable shyness really came out of nowhere, and it was not like her style at all. Lester, my name is Lester. This name always feels a little familiar. Changing friendly to familiar, Samira suddenly gave up the idea of joining the army. She had a premonition that, if she missed the man in front of her, she would regret it for the rest of her life. If she thought about it more utilitarianly, the handsome man in front of her was a rare big shot. She joined the army to become stronger. If she could get the favor of such a big shot in the empire, how many detours would she avoid? Chapter 794. Why are you so nice to me? Samira, who does things as soon as she thinks, has never been in the habit of dragging her feet. The girl who got straight to the point surprised Lester. I feel like I get along well with Brother Lester. Brother Lester, are you still short of people? I always feel that following you may have more interesting future. Although I only know some mediocre skills now, I'm willing to do anything and learn any skills. If Brother Lester accepts me, I can't say anything else, but I can guarantee that it will be worth it. Samira patted her chest and recommended herself confidently, looking like a job seeker at all. Lester's face was filled with a smile. Apart from the influence of the Mark of Kindred, he really began to like this Shurima girl named Samira. If one lacked a bit of vision and courage, he would not be able to do such a precise betrayal behavior. If one wants to make an analogy, it is just like bowing down to the emperor who was visiting incognito. Lester himself did not believe that such a person did not have some luck, let alone how deep the influence of the Mark of Kindred is. You have to know that the marked person does not know who the holder of the Mark of Kindred is. It is probably the extent of unilaterally drawing a cross on the unfamiliar outline with a highlighter in the middle of the night. If you don't meet in the same place, touch it. Who knows whether you are a human or a ghost? Take Fiona as an example. If Fiona had not learned the origin of the Laurent family from her father Sebastian, she would probably not care much about Lester. Not everyone will sink into handsome appearance. Now that the Shurima girl has made such a decision, it is enough to show that he and this girl are really destined to be together, although this fate is also quite accidental. I can accept you, but you have to think about it. I may not be able to give you a high salary here, and the work pressure is also high. It is easy to lose your life. You know what those narcs and nobles who hate to stay in the mansion all day long and hold various banquets like to do. Samira was slightly stunned, and then she understood what Lester meant. What else can Narxons who hate banquets like to do? Of course, Narxons like to fight and make trouble. Salary is not important. My parents are not in good health. As long as I can get some money to settle my parents, that's enough. I calculated that 40 or 50 silver coins are enough for my parents to live in the safe Belgium for half a year. When I make money, I can come back here to continue living expenses. Moreover, they can also do some ordinary work here. Danger is nothing to me. I have seen real death. What's important is whether I can learn something real. Apart from that, just take care of my 3 meals a day. Of course, if I think that Brother Lester is boring, I will find a way to leave. Having said that, Lester is very sure that the girl did not make the decision on a whim. This guy really wants to grow with him. Who doesn't like such a subordinate? Of course, because of the mark of kindred, Lester will definitely not treat her as a real subordinate to use, but will definitely treat her as a wife to cultivate. I just don't know whose reincarnation Samira is. Sindra and Camille, who went to work, have not returned yet. It's just right that there is time to deal with Samira's affairs, at least to settle Samira's family. Then you can follow me. You said you would give you some money to settle your parents. I think it's better for you to take me to see them. Maybe I can cure your parents' health. Samira's eyes lit up, and there was expectation in her eyes. Following Samira's twists and turns, the two walked to a residential area belonging to the Shurimans. There were many patrol teams formed by the Shurimans on guard in this residential area, and the public security seemed to be okay. Walking into the house, a middle-aged Shurima woman was twisting hemp rope in the woodshed. Seeing Samira and Lester walking into the woodshed, her eyes were quite puzzled. Child, didn't you go to the conscription team? Who is this young man? This big brother is my big customer. His name is Lester. He is from the Naxos Empire. Brother, this is my mother. Her name is Morgana. After walking a few steps to the woman's side and taking away the hemp rope that had not been woven in her hand, Samira smiled and pulled the woman up. Mom, let's go wash our hands first. I'll explain it to you slowly. Big brother, go sit in the house first. A minute later, Samira walked into the house holding the lame woman's hand. The girl diligently helped the woman move the wooden stool and brought a glass of cold water to Lester. The two sat down facing Lester. Without disdaining the worn-out ceramic cup, nor suspecting Samira's trick, Lester picked up the cup and drank half a cup of water in one breath. Samira saw it and had an unconcealable smile on her lips. The middle-aged woman exhaled lightly and thought to herself. Samira always had her own ideas and was as stubborn as a stubborn donkey. Since Samira chose the man in front of her, she would naturally not object, not to mention that she could see Lester's trust in Samira. With this trust, she felt much more at ease. Any doubts expressed at this moment would only leave a bad impression on the customers who were destined to hire Samira, so it would be better to be free and easy. Sir Lester, this child has always been naughty and has a lively personality. If she has offended you in any way, please be more tolerant and discipline her. Don't be soft-hearted. Lester smiled and said, I like Samira's personality very much, Ms. Morgana. Please rest assured to leave her to me. I have always been very protective of her and will never let her suffer any loss. Morgana opened her mouth in surprise. Lester's friendly attitude made her wonder if she was dreaming. After all, Samira said that this person was a noble from the Naxos Empire, and even the Imperial City Guards of Belgium dared not provoke him. Such a person wanted all kinds of beauties, so how could he be so good to Samira, who was not bad looking? As a result, the woman had some worries in her heart. It was said that the big men in the empire played the most, but it was not convenient to say it clearly at this moment. She couldn't just ask if she liked her daughter. Samira saw her mother's worries and grinned. Mom, stop imagining. I've already said that my brother and I like each other so much that he will definitely take care of me, right? How do you say that word? Well, yes, we are birds of a feather, and we love to work together. Guiltily looking at her poorly educated daughter, Morgana nodded bitterly and apologized carefully. Sir Lester, I'm sorry to make a fool of yourself. This child learned a few imperial words and used them carelessly. You are a great man and you don't hold grudges against me. Lester would definitely not feel offended. Instead, he thought Samira was cute. Ms. Morgana doesn't need to be so reserved. Since Samira chose to follow me, we are one family. There are no rules for one family. This time, I actually want to settle you in Mr. N and help you check the hidden injuries in your body. To be honest, I happen to know some healing magic. Maybe I can help you. At this moment, Morgana is even willing to give up everything just to make this overflowing satisfaction last a few more seconds. It seemed like centuries had passed before Morgana finally regained consciousness. The woman stared blankly at Lester, letting go of her hand, not realizing that the treatment was over. Mom, are you okay? Morgana, who came back to her senses at her daughter's call, finally connected with what she had just experienced. The woman stood up from the stool and shook her legs, and then flexibly jumped a few times in front of Samira's surprised look, revealing an expression of disbelief. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. My body is completely healed. It's just like. Morgana was at a loss for words, and couldn't find any words to describe her feelings, or rather, no words could describe her current state. New illnesses and old injuries disappeared one after another, and her body was like a new life. It seems the effect is quite good. Samira, where is your father? Call him back as well, and cure him all at once. I'll be right back. In less than 10 minutes, the girl dragged her breathless father back to the house. After Samira explained the situation, the man still didn't quite believe it, until his wife, whose tendons had been cut, picked up the desert machete again, and chopped and slashed, and fell 3 somersaults on the spot. Only then did the man believe in his heart that he was not dreaming. It's better to say that it's using life energy to revive the body than to say it's a treatment. Using the same method to revive the man's body, the couple seemed to have worshipped Lester as a god. Lester was sure that, even if he raped Morgana in front of Anne, let alone taking Samira away himself, and would only feel honored. It wasn't until Sindra and Camille came to the door that Lester took Samira away. Lester left a letter and 10 imperial gold coins for the couple, and arranged a way to the immortal fortress for the couple who had recovered. With the letter, and could get a leisurely and safe job as a sheriff in the imperial government, which was enough to support his family. Moreover, the couple's martial arts were not just mediocre as Samira said. Since then, Samira's family has been completely settled. The girl's eyes are bright and full of admiration for Lester. Lester is sure that the girl's heart is already on him. As long as he doesn't do anything too outrageous, even if he pushes this 14-year-old girl down, the girl will only obey happily. Samira, this sister is Sindra, the great wizard of the empire, and this sister is Camille, the most outstanding warrior of the empire. Hello, Sister Sindra. Hello, Sister Camille. Samira greeted the two girls obediently, while Sindra and Camille looked at their future sisters, nodded softly, and guessed who this reincarnated predecessor was. Lester continued, Zyosha, you don't have a talent for magic. Although you can't learn magic, you can follow the path of a warrior. Taking the heavy metal weapon box from Camille's hand, Lester opened the padlock. A knife and a gun were safely placed in the weapon box. Samira, a natural killer, fell in love with Lester's gift at first sight. The two-handed sword is called Burial Silver Blood Blade. It has a sword and a scabbard, and is shaped like a Tang horizontal sword. The blade is sharpened on one side, the blade is straight, and the metal handle is about 140 centimeters long. It doesn't look big, but it weighs 3 kilograms, which looks extremely domineering. The material of the blade appears silver blue in the sun. The back of the blade is mixed with Damascius mithril to reduce the weight, and the blade is a light blood red. It is made of Narkson mountain copper. It can cut gold and iron, and it has the properties of breaking magic and armor. Ordinary fine iron and 100 forged steel cannot withstand the attack of the blade. The Hextech pistol is called Destruction Meteor. It comes with a gun bag and ammunition bag, which can be hung on the thigh and waist. It is a dark purple matte large caliber Hextech revolver with 2 excitation modes, gunpowder mode and hex crystal mode. It comes with a 4-fold optical sight. The Hextech crystal magazine is enchanted with the property of automatically absorbing and transforming element. In a normal environment, it takes 30 minutes to recharge once. In places with rich magic element, the time can even be shortened to about 1 minute. The crystal magazine can store 12 energy bullets when fully charged. The power of each energy bullet is no less than that of an armor-piercing rocket. Even the scales of a dragon lizard cannot withstand the impact of high energy magic. The gunpowder mode can fire conventional large caliber pistol bullets, or customized bullets made by the Imperial Military Factory. The bullet capacity is 6 rounds, and the shells need to be ejected manually. After listening to Lester's introduction, Samira, with shining eyes, hugged the man excitedly and kissed him. After the offense, the girl realized that her behavior was not appropriate. She blushed and secretly glanced at Lester, but saw only an encouraging smile. Her heart began to pound, and Samira's eyes were filled with mist. The girl who was worried about gains and losses finally stopped being indifferent, and asked in a trembling voice, "You, big brother, why are you so good to me?" Lester gently touched Samira's head and replied meaningfully, "You will understand later. What you need to do now is to grow up quickly. This journey is not short, but it is definitely hard enough. Sister Camille will be your master. You need to listen, watch and learn more, and completely obey Sister Camille's orders and training plans. Master these 2 weapons, as soon as possible. Zyosha, I believe you can do it, come on." Nodding vigorously, Samira carefully carried the weapon box on her back. She had made up her mind to make some achievements, and live up to the man's expectations. "Big brother, I will never let you down. Teacher Camille, please be sure to train me in the most diligent way, so that I can become a useful person to Big brother, as soon as possible." Very satisfied with Samira's attitude, Camille nodded and said seriously, "The specific training plan will be implemented when we arrive in Vikaola. I'm very strict. It will be useless, even if you complain about the hardship and tiredness." "Vikaola? Isn't that a city in the southeast of the Great Desert?" "Teacher Camille, why don't we start now? Because we will set off now, and arrive in Vikaola." Chapter 795 If you don't, there are plenty of people who can. She followed the 3 of them to the wilderness outside of Belgium, and watched Syndra use her staff to create a magical storm that covered the sky. When she opened her eyes, she found that she had arrived at another desert wilderness. "I say, brothers and sisters, we are here now? No way." Until now, Samira's mind was still in chaos, like a muggle. She looked at the river at the end of the desert with mosquito-repellent eyes, and couldn't believe that she had arrived at a place that took more than half a year to reach in the blink of an eye. In this harsh land, traveling far away often takes half a year as the basic unit. It took her family 5 months to flee from Amakra in the east of the Great Say Desert to Belgium. She heard from her mother that Vikaola was an ancient city built on the tributary of the Kahali River in the south of the Great Say Desert. The distance from Belgium can no longer be described as far away. If safety and survival supplies are guaranteed, don't think about crossing the desert that eats people without spitting out bones for 3 to 5 years. She had been prepared to use these 3 to 5 years to grow quickly and get praise from Lester, but now she's just farting? No wonder Teacher Camille said that the training starts from arriving at Vikaola. Ahem. We're already there. Vikaola is just to the east. It's only 2 hours walk along the Kahali River. Syndra, who was overconsumed, shook her body and was immediately embraced by Lester. The woman took advantage of the life energy that flowed into her body to regulate her disordered breath. The woman's face looked extremely pale, as if her body was damaged by the forced teleportation. In fact, this was exactly the case. For Syndra, Samira was only a bonus, but adding another bonus when she was already on the verge of the limit became the last straw that broke the camel's back. In the space teleportation magic, the basic requirements for mana and mental power consumed by adding a person can be said to be an exponential increase, not as simple as 3 plus 1. Lester also knew this, but he didn't expect that the burden on Syndra would be so great, and he couldn't help but feel distressed for a while. "I'll carry you on my back. You don't have to do anything." Syndra nodded obediently like a young wife, letting Lester carry her gently. The woman hugged the man's strong arms tightly and clamped her legs around his waist. No matter how many times, Lester could bring her an incomparable sense of security and attraction. Looking away enviously, Camille secretly wondered if she should also suffer some work injury and enjoy the rare gentleness. But it really couldn't be done. She now had a little burden to train. Is Sister Syndra okay? Little Samira couldn't see the little thoughts between women. The worry on her face was genuine, without any false feelings. Lester shook his head. The problem is not very serious. You can recover after a rest. Hearing this, Samira breathed a sigh of relief. The four continued to move eastward, and soon they were close to the ever-flowing Kata River. Many ferocious desert beasts were only a dozen meters away from the herbivorous livestock, and they were all drinking peacefully in the shallows, looking peaceful. The Shurima continent is generally high in the east and low in the west. The Kata River originates from the Sea of Watchers in the east of the continent, and runs westward from the Miasma Mountains to the Targan Mountains in the west, running across the entire Shurima continent, nurturing countless lives. Therefore, the Shurimans also call the Kata River the Mother of Life or the Mother River more intimately. Lester and others did not get too close to the Kata River to avoid disturbing the beasts. They just walked along the river bank from a distance. When they found the branch of the Kata River, they also found the ancient desert city of Vikaola below the branch. The mottled and dilapidated stone walls have lost their defensive capabilities, and at most they serve as a warning and a high-altitude role, or as a resting place for thieves and sand bandits. Ancient ruins can be seen everywhere in the city. Under the ruins are basements that are believed to have been converted into warehouses or private residences. Ruins are a nice term, but in fact they are just piles of severely weathered broken stones. It is hard to say whether the reason why these anti-erosion bricks specially made during the Shurima Empire have become like this is related to the humans who like to explore the ruins of the ancient city. Even so, the Shurimans living in Vikaola can find a few relatively intact things on the broken stone piles, and put them on rock nails, and pull up canvas tents to isolate the wind and sand from the east, or to divide the territory. At least a gust of wind can reduce a few hundred grains of sand on the sand beast jerky, so it cannot be said to be useless. During the Shurima Empire, Vikaola was a prosperous trading city, with many Shurima big merchants living here, and countless treasures buried in the yellow sand. Samira looked at Lester, who was leading the way with Syndra on his back, and felt that the man's tone and emotions were more elusive than the Shurima sandstorm that came and went without a trace. It seemed to be regretful, but also fortunate. Because of this, after the fall of the Shurima Empire, Vikora became a paradise for treasure hunters and tomb robbers. The stones that were strong enough to withstand thousands of years of wind and sand were riddled with holes in less than a few decades. Even though it was already devastated, the Shurimans would not let go of the ancient city walls that protected their ancestors. The Vikora camp we see now is just the most core part of the ancient Vikora city, and its area is less than 1/10 of the ancient Vikora city. Lester looked at the dilapidated Vikora with a deep gaze. It would be a lie to say that he was not touched, but he was not too touched. After all, the biggest sponsor of the Shurima tomb robbers was the Narxan Empire. There were countless artifacts and magical treasures from the Shurima Empire, stored in the museums and imperial secret vaults of the Narxan Empire. Of course, if you change your mindset, you may not feel too guilty. It's like a beautiful virgin walking on the streets of the promiscuous city of Sodom without any precautions. On both sides of the street are villains who don't even let boys go. If you don't do it, there are people who will do it, and they are more brutal than you. They don't know how to cherish the beauty and kill them after playing. It's better to let a guy who knows how to cherish women take them away. Think about it in a positive way. At least after the empire got these secret treasures and antiques, it knew how to properly keep and regularly maintain them, which played a role in inheriting the ancient Shurima culture. Before the empire took the initiative to ask for the ancient treasures of Shurima, the Shurimans sold their national treasures to the nobles of Demacia at a low price. The Dematians did it, and the Shurimans themselves didn't care. Why would the empire be bound by the ridiculous sense of morality? Therefore, the empire not only wants to do it, but also monopolize it. Now the Naxos Empire has controlled about 90% of the antique market in the Shurima continent, and the remaining 10% was taken away by powerful smugglers or tomb raiders. By the time the Empire received the news, there was no clue. Brother, I heard that most of the Shurima antiques were taken away by the Empire. The Empire is the biggest tomb robber. Is that true? Samira did not indulge in the nostalgia for the broken stones. Instead, she grasped the disturbing point and asked directly, without any consideration, that her customers were the imperial nobles. Camille looked at Lester and saw that Lester had no strange expression. Instead, he nodded bluntly. Yes, it is true that the Empire accelerated the decline of Vakora. Not only Vakora, but also in the Great Say Desert, the Small Say Desert, and the ancient capital of the Shurima Empire. The Empire has many tomb exploration teams to excavate ancient tombs. Zyosha, what do you think about this? Samira thought of the murderous mysterious wizards who attacked her hometown of Amakara. I don't have any opinion. These ancient cities will rot in the sand sooner or later anyway. It doesn't matter who digs them away. Many Shurimans don't even live long, so how can they care about these ancient ruins? If they are gone, it won't be too late to rebuild them when everyone can have enough food and clothes. No matter how much I say, these things are also man-made. Compared with human life, these ancient creations are nothing rare. If someone threatens me to hand over the antiques, I will definitely hand them over without saying a word. Anyway, what I want to do now is to live my life well, learn some real skills, and think about things later. Don't let people kill me casually, otherwise my life will be lived in vain. Camille showed a look of praise. These words didn't seem to be deliberately trying to please Lester, but more like Samira's true nature. This girl is very pragmatic, which also means that she has a strong ability to survive. In this world, the strong are respected after all, and only those who are alive have the right to speak. The four of them walked in silence, passing through the broken ancient walls, and walked into Vakora under pairs of inquiring eyes. At this time, a middle-aged man wrapped in a white turban came forward and blocked the way of the four people. In an instant, the eyes cast towards this side became much sharper. May I ask if the guests want to buy something or find a guide? Lester glanced at the ring on the man's index finger and replied indifferently. To find a guide? Where to? Under the yellow sand. Follow me. Several men who were leaning against the broken stone pillar stood up and quietly mixed in the crowd to follow Lester and his friends. This not so secret tracking operation ended when they saw them walk into a ruined temple with their own eyes. Are you going to die? How dare Nelson go to that place? How should I know? It's so damn unlucky that it's related to the temple. The few people who were keeping a secret looked at each other and backed off one after another. The area of the ruined temple is not small in Vakora, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Passing through the dark brown broken stone pillars is like entering the door. When they walked to the flower bed in the front yard of the temple, the Shurima who led the way confirmed that there were no extra eyes, and then he turned into a male misttail in a burst of magic. In Samira's shocked eyes, the misttail with its tail close to the ground, knelt on one knee to salute Lester. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. The Night Misttail, Lishing, welcomes your majesty. Long live your majesty. Your majesty, your majesty. Samira, who had not yet recovered from the resurrection, stuttered and looked at Camille, but saw Camille nodded seriously. Yes, your master is the Holy Emperor of the Naxos Empire, His Majesty Lester. Hearing this, Samira opened her mouth wide, her brain instantly crashed, and she completely lost the ability to think. Looking at Samira's cute look, Camille and Sindra found it quite cute. Get up, Lishing, you did a good job. I'm just being loyal to your majesty. It's nothing to mention. Is the person I'm looking for here? Yes, your majesty. The Shurima Hades is inside the temple. Lead the way. Yes. Seeing that Lester was still carrying her on her back, Sindra, who was immersed in the gentleness, began to struggle shyly, twisting her little butt slightly, signaling Lester to put her down, so as not to be rude in front of the Shurima Hades. Lester said a word softly. Be good. So, the Imperial Wizard, who had become a pendant, lay down comfortably and comfortably again, buried her blushing face on the man's back, and dared not see anyone. Looking at this scene, Camille was really envious. Damn it, why can't I do magic? Looking at Samira, who was still in a daze, Camille tapped Samira's forehead with her index finger, and Samira came back to her senses and looked at Camilla blankly. "Ah, Teacher Camille?" Camille gritted her teeth and whispered, "Little idiot, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me." After saying that, she followed Lester on her own. Not understanding why her teacher was in a bad mood, Samira scratched her head and decided to be a little mute. When you don't know what to say, keeping your mouth shut is the wisest choice. Crossing the front yard, facing the central corridor is the main hall of the temple. There are two shorter buildings on the left and right. From Li Sheng's mouth, we learned that the one on the left is the residence of the gods, and the one on the right is the temple's underground palace. Under Li Sheng's instructions, Lester, carrying Syndra on his back, walked straight into the main hall. He took a look at the empty main hall. Obviously, the guy he was looking for was not here. Lester looked at Li Sheng, and Li Sheng's expression tightened and explained quickly. "If it's not here, then it must be in the underground palace. Your Majesty, there is a magic barrier set up by the god of the underworld in the underground palace. Those who trespass will become old. No one has been able to break it so far. In Vikaola, many people have become old because of trespassing in the underground palace. This is why the Shurimans of Vikaola stay away from this place. If I were Nelson in my disguise, I would never enter the temple. It doesn't matter. We'll stay here and wait for him." Yes. This wait lasted for 3 hours. It was almost noon. Because of carrying a heavy weapon box all the way, Samira's stomach began to growl. Under the gaze of everyone, Samira blushed. Lester smiled, put Syndra on the stone chair, and took out ham, white bread and leather water bottle from Camille's bag. "Eat. You are still growing, so you can't be hungry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 796 Desert Death loves sausages. He has a hyena's head, eyes full of wisdom, a body that is 2 meters tall, limbs that are not well developed, but full of infinite power. He is wearing an ancient Shurima priest robe, with metal armor plates sewn at key joints. He has both the elegance and gentleness of a scholar and the sharpness and solemnity of a warrior. The imperial scholar of the ancient Shurima Empire, the director of the National Library of the Shurima Empire, the most respected general and scholar in the Ascended Group, a strategist, military scientist, historian, and a well-known researcher of ancient magic and relics, Nasus, who has the above titles, and is revered by the Shurimans as the Desert Death God, walked out of the temple underground palace with 2 books. Looking a little tired, he was about to take a short rest in the temple, but he saw 5 people sitting on his favorite stone chair in front of the temple, eating and drinking. Nasus opened his mouth wide, especially when he saw another person sitting on his favorite dog chair, the scholar's chair, and his anger suddenly rose. He had never eaten on the scholar's chair. How dare these foreigners? How dare they? This is undoubtedly a blasphemy against knowledge. So Nasus turned around silently and prepared to go back to the underground palace to pick up the axe and staff he used to burn books and bruise people, mainly because without the axe and staff, Nasus was not sure if he could drive these uninvited guests out of the temple. If he couldn't beat them, it would be a joke. "Brother Doghead, you are back at last." Lester, who noticed that the real master had returned, was delighted. He stood up from the most comfortable chair in the temple and walked to Nasus, who was as tall as him, and handed him a piece of unopened imperial garlic ham. Nasus looked blankly at the man who blocked his way and stuffed the fragrant big sausage into his hand. For a moment, he couldn't help but hesitate. How audacious. It would be fine if he was really a doghead, but he dared to call himself a doghead? But it smelled so good. I was obviously respected as the Desert Death God. Okay. By the way, what does this sausage taste like? It's absurd. Should I use my axe and stick to tell this foreigner whether I'm a doghead or not? Damn it, why do I always look at the sausage unconsciously? Try it. How does it taste? This is a special delicacy that is popular all over the world. I'm afraid that you can't eat anything too delicious in a poor place like Vikaola. If you like it, I can send you more delicious food in the future. Lester comforted the somewhat entangled Nasus with the most gentle attitude. Don't be afraid. I have no ill intentions. I'm not afraid. As if he didn't want these foreigners to think that he was weak. Nasus, who was holding the sausage in his hand, finally spoke. His voice was low, like a messenger who controlled the underworld, and his expression was arrogant and cold. I know. Try it quickly. It's specially prepared for you. Stranger, shut up. Why do I have to eat your sausage? This was more or less ambiguous. Syndra and Camille covered their mouths and turned around to twitch secretly. Only Samira scratched the back of her head with a blank look on her face, not knowing what the two were laughing at. Apparently the innocent girl didn't understand the deliciousness of ham. Lester, whose mouth was also twitching unconsciously, could only ignore this embarrassing statement. The man took a deep breath and his expression became serious. Because I can restore the Shurima Empire. Nasus. Staring at the silent Nasus, Lester continued. There is no point in escaping. Look at Shurima now. Do you really have no ideas in your mind? If you don't have any ideas, why would you choose to hide here? Dedicated to finding ancient documents and knowledge books. Isn't it because you can't face the Shurima Empire that fell apart in an instant, and you dare not imagine what your brother who was sealed with Zareth in the Emperor's tomb has become now? You are so scared that you dare not see with your own eyes the former imperial capital and the chaotic ruins it is now. That's why you hide here, indulging in collecting books and organizing knowledge all day long. You want to numb yourself in this way, but you are unwilling to admit that you are still dreaming about the day when Shurima will be revived. You only dare to reminisce about the past in your dreams, and you only dare to pass on your knowledge and library in your dreams. Be your imperial scholar. Who are you? Why do you know so many things? Eat first, then talk. Exhaling lightly, Nasus looked at Lester seriously, not knowing that 2 clear drops of saliva had already flowed from the corners of his solemn and dignified mouth. Since you insist on letting me taste your sausage, I guess there is something good about it. The 2 women snickering came from behind, and Samira was stunned. She didn't expect that the legendary messenger of Hades would be like this. Lester was numb. Damn it, is it that he can't get over the hurdle of sausage, or what? You are not a big beauty. Why do you always think about that thing? Brother Doghead, can we not call it sausage? It's more elegant to call it ham. I'm afraid that you will not be able to pronounce it after you say it too much, and then my father will have to revise it. Nasus retorted unhappily. Sausage is sausage. What's so impolite about it? But the ham you mentioned, it's not the leg of the fire elemental elf. Why do you call it ham? It must be said that Nasus is also stubborn enough. Even though his saliva was dripping all over the floor, he insisted on arguing with Lester about the name of ham. Okay, you win. Eat it. Look how much water you have shed. To be honest, Lester had not expected that ham would have such a great killing power on Nasus. He had already begun to consider whether to make a durable colorful bowl for Nasus or try a frisbee. Holding the sausage solemnly with his right hand, Nasus slowly opened his mouth and bit one end of the sausage. He closed his teeth and ground the tender meat wrapped in the casing together with some of the bursting gravy and tendons. The tempting aroma immediately spread, and the pure meat aroma swept into the depths of the mouth. The brain was hit by the mutated meat smell. At this moment, Nasus could no longer tell where the smell came from. He could only continue to smack his lips and lick his empty fingertips. Even the royal chefs of the Shurima Empire could not make such a wonderful and delicious sausage. The sausage was broken, and the aftertaste was endless. Suddenly, he almost bit his finger. Shame. How shameful. At this moment, Nasus wanted to use his reason to shout to stop his greedy thoughts, but his body could not help but control his lips to ask, what kind of divine thing is this sausage? Why is it so delicious? Do you have more? This is a specialty of the Narxan Empire. I think you should be able to use this. There are still a few. Don't worry. Nasus stared blankly at the towel handed over by the man, then wiped the wet corners of his mouth calmly and coughed twice. Ahem. Sausage owner, can you tell me your origins now? Who are you? Why do you know so many secrets? Lester sat back in the chair with a dark face, tied up the bundle of sausage, ham, and Camille, who had received professional training stopped smiling at the right time, rubbed her face, and introduced seriously. Dog. Lord Nasus, this is the Holy Emperor of the Narxan Empire, His Majesty Lester. Emperor of the Narxan Empire? Are you the Emperor of the Northern Continent Empire? Nasus was skeptical, and Lester said coldly, the ham is all gone. There is not a single stick left. The one just now was fed to the dog. Ahem. I think only the Holy Emperor can understand so many secrets. So, Your Majesty, why did you come to me? How can we restore the Shurima Empire? Before discussing how to restore the country, Lord Nasus, we should first discuss the position of the Shurima Empire after the restoration. After all, my Narxan Empire is not a charity organization. It is impossible for us to help the Shurima Empire restore its country unconditionally. Even if you say that, it won't do any good to me. As you said, I'm just a wandering soul who should have died long ago. The only thing I can do is to preserve the buried past in books. Nasus took a few steps forward, and Samira, who had a good eye, quickly made room for Nasus. Nasus nodded to Samira in gratitude, sat down and looked at Lester. If the Narxan Empire is able to help Shurima regain order, then the new country should be ruled by the Empire. I have no objection, and will not go against the Empire. But the Empire does not have enough time to conquer Shurima. Lester said in a deep voice. The war that can destroy the world is about to begin. The enemies of the Empire are far more powerful than imagined. If Shurima does not have a strong regime, then all Shurimans will eventually become slaves of the Destroyer, and become part of the destruction of the world. Then Your Majesty Lester, what do you want? I want the Shurima Empire to become a vassal state of the Narxan Empire, and join the Narxan Empire's camp as a vassal state. Before telling you the specific method, I need to confirm your position. Lester's eyes were extremely oppressive, which reminded Nasus of the last Emperor Azir, even Azir, who fought east and west, south, and north, and suppressed the Ascendant group with his physical imperial power, did not have such a terrible momentum. Nasus looked at Syndra and Camille again. He knew that this time, he would not be able to end it peacefully. He had neither the axe nor the staff in his hands. He was careless. Taking a deep breath, Nasus said in a deep voice, I will remain neutral. As a scholar, I will not participate in any power struggle, whether it is the puppet regime controlled by the Empire or other foreign colonists. I will remain neutral. I don't care who rules Shurima. The only thing I care about is how to pass on Shurima's past. You know that's not what I want, Lord Nasus. I want you to stand on the side of the Narxan Empire. Lester interrupted Nasus coldly. Nasus, you can help Shurima restore its country, you can pass on your knowledge, you can do anything you want, but as long as I give the order, as long as my order is given, you must put everything aside, you must obey orders, you must become a part of the Empire, and you must work for the Empire. What if I refuse? Then you will die here, and Vikora will be destroyed together. I know your abilities, so I will not allow talents like you to become my enemies. Your ability to dispatch troops and command battles is far superior to your power as an ascender. You should know very well that even from the standpoint of the ancient Shurima Empire, the Emperor of the Shurima Empire will not allow such talents to appear in the enemy country when he has an absolute advantage, even if this talent chooses to remain neutral. So, you want me to revive a country, let this country be incorporated into the Narxan Empire at a critical moment, and let you unify the Shurima continent? That's right. Lester, who was looking down from a high position, did not show arrogance, but he was absolutely arrogant everywhere. Nasus could see that this arrogance was based on strength, not the ravings of a fool. Just as he expected, the young man used words to demonstrate the absolute tyranny of an emperor. The Narxan Empire will eventually rule the entire Runeterra. What I'm going to do is greater than what the successive Shurima emperors you assisted did. My goal is far above the stars and better than the 1,000 years of Shurima Empire's achievements. In the eyes of the Shurima Empire, the source of the power of the Ascendants is the most respectable god. Little do you know that the unattainable gods in your eyes are my despised enemies. Because of this, I need outstanding people like you to assist me. If you can't accept a better emperor to dominate this world, it only means that you are destined to be my enemy. Please understand that I must kill the outstanding enemies in advance, so that they don't grow up to block my steps. If you die here, thousands of people will survive in the future. Lester can understand this truth thanks to Bron Darkwill. At the beginning, due to the old relationship with the Darkwill family, the Bron family was not completely eradicated. Now it has finally borne bitter fruit. Bron Darkwill cooperated with the Star Elm to become the #1 enemy of the Empire, and even the Dalmor Plain has become dangerous. If the Northern Border Lord had not been sealed, it would not have been so easy for the Protoss to infiltrate the Valoran continent. Sometimes, being soft-hearted will hurt more innocent people. Since we have embarked on the path of conquest, we can only harden our hearts and go all the way. Seeing that Nasus lowered his head and did not speak, Lester asked one last question. Now, tell me your answer, Lord Nasus. Do you choose to be my friend or my enemy? Do you know? Know what? Nasus raised his head, his eyes flashing with a light that even Lester could not see clearly, as he wanted to overthrow slavery and had been planning for more than 30 years, but his plan was ruined because of the betrayal of his best friend Zereth. The funny thing is that the entire Shurima Empire was destroyed just because as he didn't tell Zereth in advance. I have been working hard to overthrow slavery. Give me some time. You know, it was Zereth who helped Azir ascend the throne and used all means to help Azzy sit on the throne, but there was a lack of trust between them. So, I'm very fortunate. No, I'm honored that your majesty Lester can speak frankly and tell me your ambitions. From this point of view, you are more worthy of loyalty than Azir. Nasus gently placed the book on the stone table, stood up, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head. If you can let me see the world above the stars, Nasus is willing to spend the rest of his life to prove his loyalty. Standing up with a serious expression, Lester walked a few steps to Nasus and helped Nasus up. Nasus, I'm not Azir, and you are not Zereth. On the throne, we are king and subject, and under the throne, we are close friends. After the catastrophe, we will go together to see the world above the starry sky. Now, let us stand on the earth and tear off these useless and dying stars above our heads. Chapter 797. Sivir is very unhappy. Mishap. Jenna and Evelyn arrived at Vikora at night and joined Lester and others who were resting in the temple. After several introductions, Samira got to know 3 more beautiful sisters, while Nasus was shocked by Lester's extraordinary power. Judging from his aura, he was not weaker than his heyday. It was easy to understand the human mage Syndra and Camille who controlled unknown power, but the 3 who came later were not ordinary people. They were star angels, shadow demons, and natural elves. Every one of them was not a tough guy to deal with. I don't know how Lester gathered these extraordinary people who were no less than the god warriors. No wonder Lester was confident in tearing open the starry sky curtain. With such strength, he might really give it a try. That night, Lester explained to Nasus the specific method of restoring the country. Nasus soon understood that Lester wanted to use the blood of the Shurima royal family to continue the interrupted ascendant ceremony. Nasus was skeptical about this overly fantastic plan. However, Lester knew that no matter whether Nasus believed it or not, he would not say one thing in public and do another in private, which would affect his plan. With Nasus leading the way, Lester finally determined the specific location of the lost ancient capital of Shurima. It must be said that his luck was not very good. The location of the Tomb of the Kings was under the yellow sand east of the Ferrages plain. It was not easy to reach the Tomb of the Kings buried under the yellow sand. According to the distance from Vikaola to the Tomb of the Kings was about 1/4 less than that from Bel'Jun to Vikaola. Even if he traveled day and night, it would take more than 2 months. Not to mention that Syndra has not recovered yet. Even if she recovers, it is impossible to use teleportation magic to bring Nasus as a guide, and Samira is enough. Lester does not want to spend too much time on the road. After thinking, Lester decided to take the risk of dividing the troops again. Nasus, Camille, and Samira will ride Skarash westward under the blessing and acceleration of Janna. Samira will have ample opportunities to learn and practice on the way. Mishap and Evelyn will travel together and go west at the second fastest speed. Lester himself and Syndra will use teleportation magic to go directly to the town of Ferrages Plain to meet Severe. Before the arrival of the large army, Lester has at least 2 months to capture Severe. With the relationship with Severe, Lester has enough reason to let the resurrected Azzy temporarily put down his hostility. At least before the Shurima continent falls into war, the Shurima Empire cannot regard the Naxos Empire as an enemy. On the second day, the three groups parted ways and headed towards the same destination in different ways. At the border of the Ferrages Plain, in a desert market secretly controlled by the Naxos Empire, the slightly bored Civi was watching the caravan members conducting combat training on the edge of the training ground. The so-called caravan members were actually spies from the Naxos Empire, and there were many combat experts from various countries and regions. At least in Civi's opinion, even the leader of the Aha mercenary group, Ahazaharo, was not as strong as the female swordsman holding an arrow-long sword in front of him. The female swordsman in light armor had a cold face. The tip of her boot slightly touched the ground, and her body was ejected and turned into a residual image. The saber on her waist was pulled out by the female swordsman with a trajectory that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. The female swordsman stepped forward to close the distance with the wooden man again. The dark red blade was as fast as lightning, forming a thunderbolt knife light to cover the wooden man. The knife was as fierce as fire. This dazzling knife light was silent, and it was as gentle as a breeze, giving people a strange sense of discomfort visually. The wooden man's vital parts continued to have more and more knife marks. The last knife seemed to turn into a blood moon. The wooden man's head rolled to the ground, and the dazzling swordplay like a storm came to an abrupt end. The female swordsman put away her knife and stood up. Her breath was steady, and she didn't look tired at all. She exhaled lightly, and her thoughts calmed down a little. Then she frowned slightly. She couldn't understand why such a vigorous and powerful swordsmanship showed a silent and subtle effect. The martial arts skills in it were far beyond her own cognition. Kepper, nicknamed Blood Butterfly, is an Imperial from Samali. He wields a blood-tempered longsword that is as violent as fire but silent. How to combine a special longsword with swordsmanship is a secret that only Samali people know. The speaker was the Nightblade Shadow Assassin Lagruni. He came to Shurima for only 2 missions, and now he has completed half of them. The remaining half is to hand Civi over to his master intact. Before that, he will never allow any mistakes on Civi's side. After Civi nodded, he carefully looked at other equally extraordinary people. Mr. Lagruni, are all the people in this camp from the Empire? Most of them. Lagruni pointed to the slightly dusty blonde woman in a long robe and another middle-aged man who was shorter and covered his face with a scarf. That one is from Demacia, nicknamed the Golden Scorpion, and the whip on his waist has killed many people. The guy we call Wuan is from Ionia and is a ninja from Langayan School. Ninja? Is he very powerful? Lagruni explained patiently without any impatience. The martial arts masters of Ionia know how to use the human body's energy and spiritual power to fight. Compared with ordinary people, they are indeed powerful. Take the leader of the mercenary group you were in before. Even if 30 Ahazaharo came together, they would not be his opponent. Is that so? In Civi's eyes, Ahazaharo is already a first-class strong man. Even if she has Charika in her hand, she has no confidence that she can defeat the leader. And 30 leaders are not the opponent of ninjas. How strong should ninjas be? Her eyes stayed on Lagruni, and Civi suddenly became curious about Lagruni, the eldest brother with the highest status in the camp. So who is better between you and them? Lagruni, who was calm and composed, did not speak, but waved his hand to Golden Scorpion, Wuan and Blood Butterfly. The 3 of them looked stern, walked over solemnly and saluted respectfully. Sir Lagruni, do you have any instructions? To satisfy Miss Civi's curiosity, let's have a sparring match, but it's enough. The 3 looked at each other, nodded solemnly, and Golden Scorpion said modestly, please show mercy, Sir Lagruni. It was not until the 4 of them walked onto the training ground at the same time that Civi realized that the so-called sparring match was actually 3 against 1. The girl looked at the other people who were also watching the match and was surprised to find that, although the spectators had their eyes on the 4 of them, they did not have any expectations. The 3 of Golden Scorpion surrounded Lagruni in a triangular shape and launched the attack without saying a word. The Blood Butterfly turned into a residual image, and the sharp long knife went straight to Lagruni's waist and abdomen, blocking Lagruni's front. The Golden Scorpion beside Lagruni waved a 6-meter long barbed whip to whip Lagruni's right leg. The ninja behind Lagruni took out a spell from behind his buttocks and slapped it on his chest. With a soft white light from his wrist, Wuan threw 5 magic breaking kunai shields strengthened by spell power to the back of Lagruni. While blocking Lagruna's position, the ninja stabbed Lagruna's body with a poisoned short knife. The movements of the few people were too fast. Civi could not fully see through the entire offensive of the 3 people, but the girl could feel the overwhelming pressure. Lagruni said that he would stop at a certain point, but the 3 people had no intention of holding back at all. Any attack on him would either kill or injure him. When the kunai came after him and surpassed the whip and was about to penetrate Lagruna's weak spot, Lagruni finally made a move. The man put his hands together and stretched his hands to the sides of his body at the moment when the magic glow lit up. Rune shield. The magic glow enveloped Lagruna's body, and the man stood still. 2 kunai that intercepted him missed, and the other 3 kunai were directly bounced off by the shallow white light, spinning weakly and falling to the ground. The next moment, the whip that followed closely behind wrapped around Lagruna's right leg with a sharp whistling sound that broke through the air. The golden scorpion pulled hard, but Lagruni did not move at all, as if his feet had grown roots. Naxos glowing sword. Lagruni held his right hand in the air, and a magic sword that flashed azure fluorescent light suddenly appeared in his empty right hand. The magic sword was more than 2 meters long, and the magic blade slashed horizontally on the blood-quenched longsword of the Blood Butterfly. Bang! To Blood Butterfly's surprise, Lagruna's radiant sword did not cut off her beloved sword. The magic sword blade stopped right in front of the blood-tempered longsword and suddenly exploded. The broken radiant sword knocked Blood Butterfly away with the sword in the form of energy impact. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Blood Butterfly's lips. The frightened woman fell to the ground and simply did not get up. At the same time, Wuan's poisoned short sword had silently stabbed Lagruna's lower back. The fine steel poisoned short sword strengthened by the magic breaking spell seemed to be stabbed on obsidian. The tip of the sword shattered instantly, and the remaining impact force was staggered from Lagruna's body. Wuan wanted to retreat, but Lagruni turned around and grabbed the collar of the ninja uniform and pushed his hips with his elbows. The ninja's unbalanced body flew off the ground and then fell heavily on the taut soft whip, dizzy and incapable of getting up again. The golden scorpion who was wrestling with Lagruni finally stumbled, and the whip in his hand slipped out of his hand. The woman stared at her empty palms in a daze and raised her hands. Brother Lagruni, I don't want to fight anymore. I surrender. Brother, please don't break my whip. Blood Butterfly silently got up from the ground, nodded to Lagruni, and walked away without looking back. Ninja Wuan bowed respectfully to Lagruni and left the training ground with his broken short sword. The white light on Lagruna's body gradually dissipated. The man untied the whip wrapped around his right calf and, ignoring the sharp barbs, threw it back to the golden scorpion. The golden scorpion threw a wink and left with his hips twisted. Mr. Lagruni, you are so powerful. After the other spectators respectfully withdrew, Shiva trotted to Lagruna's side, secretly thanking his lucky stars that he did not choose to resist when he got Chirika. If one ninja can beat 30 Ahase-Haro, then can one Lagruni beat 100 Ahase-Haro? Is the captain so weak? Mr. Lagruni, was that magic you just cast? Lagruni nodded. For him, the battle just now was not even a warm-up. Instead, he was restrained for fear that he would cause too much damage to the 3 people. Apart from anything else, if the glowing sword accidentally brushed against the golden scorpion's soft whip or the Blood Butterfly's blood-tempered longsword, the 2 women might really have to find new weapons. The blood-tempered longsword can only be recast in Samali, and the soft whip must also be recast in the Empire by a war blacksmith. Forget about it in the ghost place of Shurima with yellow sand all over the sky. It is indeed magic, but this magic is slightly different from ordinary rune magic. This kind of magic is more suitable for swordsmen or melee fighters. In the Empire, people like me are called magic swordsmen. Are there many magic swordsmen like you? Not many. Civi just breathed a sigh of relief, but heard Lagruni continue. Just a little over 3,000, which is not a lot, if spread out all over the world. More than 3,000? The dizzy girl tried to imagine what the scene would be like with more than 3,000 Lagruni standing together, but her poor brain was blank. She couldn't imagine it at all. Seeing a little more admiration in the girl's eyes, Lagruni sighed softly. Miss Shiva, don't think that a magic swordsman like me is so powerful. In the Imperial Legion, the strength of magic swordsmen can only be ranked in the upper middle level. There are countless soldiers and war weapons stronger than a magic swordsman. I'm sorry I can't say more about the situation. If you are interested, you can ask the master after he comes here. Hearing Lagruni say this, Shiva sighed. Mr. Lagruni, you should know that I have been waiting for the master you mentioned for almost 3 months, and there is still no news until now. Can you tell me what he wants me to do? Sorry, I can't tell you anything, Miss Shiva. The master is very busy. Please be more patient. Lagruni rejected Sivi's request as usual, and Sivi curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Mr. Lagruni, even if you don't say it, I know it must be related to Cherika. Lagruni with a blank expression. Seeing that Lagruni was unmoved, Sivi continued to persuade him. Since it is related to Cherika, Mr. Lagruni, can I explore the use of Cherika again? The main reason is that life here is too boring. I promise that it will only take a short while. If you ask me for it, I will definitely return Cherika to you without hesitation. I'm sorry, Cherika belongs to the master, and I only have temporary custody. Miss Sivi, if you want to get Cherika, go and ask the master for it. Okay, I'll ask him. Then I ask you, when will he come here? Are all magic swordsmen as stubborn as you? Chapter 798. Kisha is a greedy little cat. Of course, not all magic swordsmen are blockheads. To become a magic swordsman who practices both magic and martial arts, talent and diligence are indispensable. Becoming a magic swordsman is equivalent to a mage throwing away his staff and picking up a long sword to practice swordsmanship from scratch. Unlike the ordinary arcane mage and rune mage system, the growth process of the magic swordsman system is more difficult, and the strength of the successful ones is naturally stronger. Under the same level, they can beat mages. Magic swordsmen like Lagruni who throw away their weapons to temper their bodies and use magic to control martial arts have paid more than double the effort and time. In fact, even among magic swordsmen, there are very few strong people like Lagruni who abandon all external objects, focus on tempering their bodies, and use melee magic to perfection. If Lagruni and the Archmage are in a life and death duel, while the Archmage is still reading the bar, Lagruni has already chopped off the Archmage's head with the glow sword that restrains magic. Because of this, Lagruni's strength can be ranked among the talented Nightblades. He is personally commanded by the Emperor of the Empire, and is responsible for finding and protecting Sivi. Of course, the fact that he can be favored by the Emperor is also related to the fact that Lagruni is from the Jelist family. Lagruni did not explain how powerful he was. He turned around and prepared to leave. After all, Lester's order to him was just to guard, not to be Sivi's servant. At this time, there was a commotion outside the camp. Another magic swordsman trotted to Lagruni's side and said something in a low voice. Sivi could see that Lagruni's face, which was calm, suddenly became solemn. The girl was a little more curious. What's wrong? What happened? According to Lester's instructions, Lagruni did not reveal Lester's true identity. My master is here, Miss Sivi. Please follow me and meet the master together. With a jump in her heart, Sivi quickly tidied her clothes and followed Lagruni in small steps. A little nervous. At the entrance of the camp, Lester was helping Syndra walk into an empty room. After 2 consecutive teleportations, Syndra needed a good rest. Just as Syndra was settled on the bed, Lagruni's respectful voice came from outside the door. Master, Miss Sivi has been brought here. Come in together. Yes. 2 people came in one after the other. The one behind was the young version of Wheel Mother, and the one leading was none other than the genius of the Jelist family, the Nightblade Shadow Assassin, and the top magic swordsman Lagruni Jelist. Master, I have fulfilled your mission. Lagruni knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully to Lester, who was sitting on the bed. You did a good job. Thank you for your hard work. It is my honor to share the worries of the master. Lester recognized Lagruni's work with a gentle expression and looked at Sivi, who was a little restrained. Lagruni, this beautiful lady is Miss Sivi, right? Lagruni raised his head and said seriously. Master, that's right. Miss Sivi can not only quickly master the use of Cherika, but also resonate with Cherika, allowing Cherika to transform into its complete form. Lagruni said, and then instructed Sivi, whose eyes were uncertain. Miss Severe, this is my master, and will be your master. The master's name is Lester. Do not offend the master. Please remember this. Oh, I understand. Seville lowered her head in a panic. She thought that Lagruna's master must be at least a majestic middle-aged man, but who would have thought that he was a young man in his early 20s? She was a little stunned for a while. After reacting, Severe imitated Lagruni and knelt down to salute the noble and handsome black-haired young man. However, the courtesy of a subject, which should have been clean and neat, looked a little weird. Well, that, Lord Lester, my name is Severe. Hello. Poor tongue is not enough to describe Severe's current state. The girl's tongue seemed to be tied up, and she couldn't even finish her sentence. Lagruni frowned and was about to scold Severe for being rude, but saw Lester waving his hand and laughing. It seems that I look scary? Severe hurriedly shook her head to explain. No, you are very beautiful. I mean, I have never seen anyone as beautiful as you. Are you a Shurima god? Thinking of the birds and beasts of the Shurima Ascendant group, Lester really didn't dare to bear the title of god. In this way, the dog Nasus is still a rare handsome man. Forcibly pulling back his somewhat stray thoughts, Lester smiled. I'm just a mortal, not a god, so you don't need to be so reserved in front of me. After the shock of the first meeting, Seville gradually got used to the strange feeling of talking to a peerless handsome man, and no longer lost her mind. After all, in this world, not all women are simply deceived by beauty. Letting go of Syndra's little hand, Lester looked at the two. Lagruni, leave. Yes. After Lagruni closed the door and stood guard at the door, Lester waved to Severe, signaling the girl to come closer to him. Miss Severe, come closer, let me take a good look at you. After hesitating for a while, Seville still walked slowly to Lester and let the man hold her right hand. The next moment, Seville felt a cool and comfortable feeling flowing from the palm of her hand into her body, gently flowing through her limbs and bones. The satisfaction from the flesh made the girl hum twice, and then she blushed and covered her mouth tightly with her other hand, like a little hamster. After confirming that Seville had no magical talent, was not a reincarnated person, and was a virgin, Lester let go of her hand. The girl, on the other hand, reluctantly held her hands in the air for 2 seconds before mischievously putting both hands behind her back and taking a half step back with some uneasiness. What did you do to me? Smiling, Lester said something that made Seville feel extremely ashamed. I checked your body and you are very healthy, suitable for giving birth to a big fat boy. I don't want to give birth to a child for you. Seville blushed, as if she felt that her tone was too harsh, and she retorted with her neck stiff. I just learned your name. Give birth to a child, anyway. Haha, I didn't say that I wanted you to give birth to a child with me. Lovely girl, it seems that the Ahel mercenary group treats you very well. Seville was stunned, and the embarrassment on her face disappeared a lot, and the girl shook her head. It's not good, but not too bad. In Shurima, it's incredible that you can grow up intact. It seems that the adults know the situation in Shurima very well. Lester patted the edge of the bed and motioned Seville to sit next to him. Seville glanced at the beautiful woman sleeping with her eyes closed on the bed. Although she was a little curious, she didn't say anything. She just carefully rubbed her butt against the edge of the bed and rested on the edge. Lester smiled slightly. A polite child is always more likable than a careless and ignorant character. Don't be so reserved. After hearing what Lester said, Seville sat half of her little, but a little more, and the girl lowered her voice. Won't it disturb this sister if you talk here? Syndra, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the startled Seville with a soft look. Little sister, don't worry about me. I'm just lying down to rest. I'm not sleeping. Oh. Her name is Syndra. She's my woman. You have to call her elder sister from now on. Do you understand? Sister, elder sister. Okay, stop bullying this child. Syndra kicked the man lightly with her toes. The woman rolled her eyes and sat up, holding the somewhat flustered Seville in her arms. The thing against her face was soft and fragrant. Seville found that she didn't hate being close to this beautiful sister with noble temperament. Sister Seville, are you willing to tell me your story? As the sun sets, in the southern desert of Shurima, in a village called Bogus in the valley, the 6-year-old girl Keisha returned home tired and happy. Seeing her father and mother, who had worked hard all day bringing out a pot of fragrant stew from the kitchen, the little girl couldn't stop drooling from the corners of her mouth. "Dad, Mom, it smells so good." Looking at her lovely daughter, the woman wiped her hands with an apron. "Little greedy cat, are you tired after playing all day? Go wash your hands. You can eat only after washing your hands." "Oh." The energetic little girl cheered and trotted away. Her father and mother smiled at each other, their eyes full of happiness. The woman, who had just entered the age of 30, was in her prime. Her beautiful face and fair skin made her look only in her early 20s. Her unique physical talent made her look not old at all. On the contrary, the man, who was just 35, looked almost 40 years old, which was obviously due to working day and night to support the family. When Kesha sat obediently in front of the wooden table, a small bowl of stew was already placed on the wooden table, paired with hard multigrain dry biscuits, enough to fill the stomachs of a family of 3. The meal could only be described as mediocre, but the 3 people ate it with relish, as if it was some kind of musty delicacy. Bunsky, Shuriman dialect, meaning baby, mostly used to describe cute children. Eat slowly, don't choke. The man's name is Cass. Say. Adine, Shuriman language, meaning who can the desert recognize, and there are not 10 such long names in the whole of Shurima, because only orphans without parents, and no culture would use such a meaningless long sentence as their own name. "I know, Dad. Mom, can I have another bowl?" The girl wiped the rice grains from the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand. Although her belly was already bulging, the girl still handed the empty small wooden bowl to her mother. "You can only eat one more bowl, no more." Although it was called a bowl, the woman actually only ate half a bowl. Her child was a little greedy and often didn't know how to control herself, so she had to take the initiative to control her daughter's diet. Kesha also knew that her mother was doing it for her own good and did not ask her mother to fill the bowl. After taking his eyes away from his precious daughter, Cass, say. Adine talked to his wife about business. "An old customer has come to visit me, Samana. I'm afraid I have to go to Zarima. It will take at least 5 months to come back." 5 months. This is just the round trip time for escorting the ancient tomb heritage. If Kassadin, later abbreviated as Kassadin, took the job of guide, it would probably take 7 or 8 months to go back and forth. If it weren't for the fact that the entire valley village owed Kassadin a favor, plus the simple folks of the bogus villages, and Samana herself was a desert hunter from Zarima, not easy to mess with Samana's beauty, the orphan and widow would inevitably be bullied by the villagers. According to the style of the Shurimans, if Samana was a little weaker, I'm afraid Kassadin would come back from a long journey with a half-grown baby, who has nothing to do with him. "Can't I not go?" Samana held Kassadin's rough right hand, with a worried look on her face. "We have enough money, and we can also go hunting in the Rock Valley, to supplement our family income. Kassadin, why don't you refuse them? Isn't it good for the 2 of us to grow up happily with Kesa?" Feeling the warmth of his wife's palm, Kassadin's heart softened, but his face was a little more bitter. He knew how wonderful the life his wife was talking about was. Such an ordinary and simple life was as rare as heaven in the chaotic land of Shurima. He himself was an extremely homely man, otherwise he would not have left the Rising Belgian and brought his wife to the quiet place of the Southern Rock Valley to have children. But sometimes, people are not faced with the question of whether they want to or not, but the question of whether they can. Old customer, from Noxus, there is no way to refuse, unless I'm determined not to do this business anymore. Hearing this, Samana lowered her head, her face a little tangled. Kassadin's job is to be a guide, but the real money-making part is to act as a tomb exploring expert for Noxus's big customers. As the live maps of the Great Say Desert and the Small Say Desert, Kassadin and the expedition team of the Noxus Empire have signed a secret agreement, which includes a clause that the cooperation agreement cannot be terminated without reason. Otherwise, Kassadin would not be able to earn enough money to eat for 3 years and have a comfortable wife and children. The reality is that, even if Kassadin unilaterally terminated the cooperation agreement and was not embarrassed by the Empire, Kassadin would not be willing to give up this precious and rare job. The first reason is that the Rock Valley is remote and far away from the commercial camp. There is no profitable business except raising sand sheep. It is impossible to rely on hunting in the valley and starving, as Samana said. After all, people living in Bogus Village also have to go into the valley to hunt. There are only so many prey. If you kill one, I will be gone. There is not enough food for people. The second reason is that Kassadin does not want to break the relationship he has established with the Empire. He and his wife Samana have suffered all their lives in Shurima, and he does not want his daughter Kesa to live in such a difficult place. When he earns enough money, he can tell his request to the familiar Imperial Expedition team, and then there is a great possibility that he will be able to get on the expedition team and give Kesa the opportunity to live in the northern continent. Because of this, although Kassadin is reluctant to leave his family, he has to leave them. Chapter 799, The Clumsiest Love Talk. Samana understood her husband's thoughts to some extent, so she did not continue to persuade him, but just lowered her head and continued to eat. When the couple stopped talking and Kesha was busy eating, she realized that the atmosphere at the table was different from before. The little girl put down her bowl, threw herself into her father's arms coquettishly, and raised her head like a kitten meowing in her mother's arms. If dad doesn't like to go, then why not? Mom and I don't want to leave dad. I don't want to leave you and mom either. But if dad doesn't work, my little Beansky is such a big eater, so he'll be hungry. Well, I don't eat much, do I? Kassadin comforted his daughter's little head and gently pinched her delicate little nose with his other hand. Little Keisha soon puffed up her cheeks and showed dissatisfaction, which made Kassadin laugh. The man let go of his daughter's nose and looked at his cute daughter lovingly. He paused for a moment on the little girl's face and suddenly realized that his daughter had gone from being cute to being a little pretty. So the man's smile was restrained a little, and there was a little more worry belonging to an old father. Little Keisha perfectly inherited the excellent features of him and his wife Samana, with thick and dense soft black hair, delicate features, and skin that was not the wheat color of the desert race, but his white skin. As long as you are not a slave, white skin is very popular in Shurima. If Kesa continues to develop at her speed, she will probably be in trouble before she turns 12. It's okay in Iwaya village, and he is sure to protect his family. But if there are sand bandits or slave hunting groups coming, then the family will be broken up, and his wife and children will be separated. He dare not imagine what that scene will be like. This also means that he can't refuse to work. He must earn money to live in Naxos as soon as possible through the Naxans, and leave Shurima with his wife and daughter, not seeking wealth and glory, but only peace. Okay, don't worry about adults, little guy. If dad is not at home, you have to listen to mom obediently, understand? Eat the remaining food in the bowl, brush your teeth and wash your face. The little girl's worries came and went quickly. Kassadin held her on the ground, and the little girl obediently ate the remaining food in the bowl, went to the kitchen to get water and washed herself. The couple watched their daughter leave, and smiled at each other. With such an angel-like daughter at home, no matter how many hardships there are in life, they can bear it by gritting their teeth. When I'm not around, if you and Kesa run into any trouble, go directly to the village chief. As long as it's a trouble in the village chief will definitely settle it and won't stand idly by. Yes. Don't go far away in the next few months. I heard from the Naxans that a group of dangerous cultists came to the Little Say Desert. On the surface, they are tempting people to sacrifice livestock, but in fact they secretly capture innocent people for human sacrifice. You can't tell where these cultists will appear. Be careful and don't cause any trouble. Everything will be discussed after I come back. I know, I'll listen to you. Yes, I'm relieved that you will take care of this family. That night, Kesa went to bed early, but Kassadin and Samana worked hard until most of the night, which was very exciting. The next morning, Kassadin, who was suffering from backache, dozed off and went to the nearby market before dawn to meet up with the adventure team formed by the Naxans. The adventure team consisted of 21 people. 3 ox carts loaded with goods and supplies. Including Kassadin, there were 22 people in total, 10 Naxans, 9 Shurimans, and 3 Ionians. Except for Kassadin, who served as a guide, the members of the adventure team were all top-notch fighters, armed to the teeth. Even if they encountered the bandits who did not take the name of Naxos seriously, they did not need to worry about safety. Glancing at the sealed box and secretly observing the size of the escort team, Kassadin estimated that the Empire had dug up some incredible treasures this time. Seeing that the adventure team manager was free, the man naturally came to the adventure team manager and handed him a large bag of homemade tobacco leaves. The manager sniffed it lightly, nodded with satisfaction, and put it away. Tobacco leaves are a specialty of the deep rock valleys in the desert area. Adding them to smoking utensils can make the tobacco emit a unique aroma and have the effect of calming the nerves and relieving pain. It can be regarded as an exclusive secret recipe, especially if you take a puff before death. It is definitely better than a living god. It can't be said to be a very precious thing, but it definitely reflects Kassadin's good intentions. Brother, you don't look like you have much energy. The steward looked only in his 40s, much younger than Kassadin. Kassadin was very happy to be called brother, and he always felt that his gift was not in vain. Sir, it's because I knew I had to go to work today, and I was so happy that I didn't sleep well all night. With a teasing smile, after Kassadin showed inappropriate embarrassment, the steward changed the subject and sighed. After this trip, I'm afraid business will be difficult in the future. Sir, what do you mean? There is no telling how many treasures are buried in this desert. Why don't we dig? Kassadin frowned. He hadn't even backed out yet, but he didn't expect that Naxos was going to break up. The steward didn't say anything, but just pinched a handful of special tobacco leaves and added them to the exquisite copper pipe. Kassadin quickly took out a match to light the pipe. The steward then took a puff, slowly exhaled the smoke, and looked at the pale sky with fear and uneasiness in his expression. Shurima, the world is going to change. Change the world. Kassadin, who was standing aside, stared blankly at the fearless and omnipotent steward of the adventure team. Even the steward with an imperial military background was afraid of the world. What kind of terrible natural and man-made disasters would it be? He tried to imagine a life that was more difficult than the current life, and his face suddenly became very ugly. He didn't know what kind of life that was, but he knew that it was definitely a result he didn't want to see. Kassadin smiled reluctantly and asked in a low voice, "My lord, can you tell me the bottom line? What's going to happen to Shurima?" Shaking his head, the steward's expression calmed down again. "It's a military secret. I can't tell you in detail, brother. I advise you to find a way to leave Shurima as soon as possible, so as not to suffer." 2 months later, Nasus and Camille arrived at the commercial city of Hasazax on the edge of the desert and reunited with Lester and others. As the last stop in the desert, Hasazax, close to the Kahali River, has convenient transportation and abundant supplies. An imperial army has been stationed there for a long time to suppress the surrounding areas and maintain law and order. With the Naxan Empire as a background, Hasazax has not been interfered with by the Shurima warlords. The commerce and trade industry is booming, and the law and order is relatively good. It is one of the best desert metropolises. People living in the city are either rich or noble. As long as they have enough money or have a skill, they can survive even in the outer circle of the city. Putting aside the development of the commercial city, Nasus recognized who Lester was talking about, the royal blood. Looking at Civi's feminine appearance, Nasus knew that Lester had already eaten up Az's descendants, but Az's descendants still looked happy. As expected of the Emperor of Naxos, he did things without dragging his feet, and it was impossible to find fault with him. Since the rice was cooked, even if he didn't reveal his relationship, as he had to accept this fact. The most important thing was that Civi was a descendant of Az's bloodline and there was no way he would deny it. If the Empire usurps power from Azia, Civi will be the best trump card. Letting the last Emperor Azia, the descendant of the former ascended Empress Wu and the first Shurima Emperor Setika, inherit the throne of the new Shurima Empire is absolutely legally sound. If Lester does things well, maybe Azzy will be willing to abdicate. Thinking of this, Nasus suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Azzy. Of course, it was only a little sympathetic. After all, it was Azzy who chose to believe in Zereth and sent him and his brother Enekton away. If he or Enekton were present at the ascended ceremony, Zereth would never have done anything wrong. 1,000 years later, he met a more powerful emperor, so he couldn't blame him for changing his allegiance. Thinking of this, Nasus couldn't show that he was familiar with Lestad. Instead, he had to try his best to show an attitude of "we are really unfamiliar." Your Excellency, the Desert Death God, you have worked hard on this journey. Lester's words of Your Excellency, the Desert Death God made Nasus' bones go soft, and the satisfaction he felt was no less than that of a big sausage. Facing the friendly Lester, Nasus pretended to be indifferent and nodded, then raised his neck proudly, as if he was saying, I don't know you very well. Lester didn't take it as an offense, and turned his head, and smiled at the dusty Camille and Samira. Needless to say, Camille has become a woman of the Magic Crystal clan, and has an ageless face and inexhaustible life energy. The 2-month journey is nothing. The young girl Samira, on the other hand, has 2 dark circles under her eyes. Her eyes are full of bloodshot, and she always carries a weapon box behind her, and her body has lost weight. Although she looked embarrassed, Samira was filled with a layer of bloody aura, and her temperament was completely transformed. She had the aura of an elite soldier of the Empire. Obviously, she had committed many murders along the way. Considering Camille's harshness, Lester could almost imagine what kind of life Samira had lived in the past 2 months. It seems that this girl has suffered a lot. After exchanging a glance with Camille, Lester saw undisguised admiration in Camille's eyes. Everyone has worked hard. Rest here for 2 days. When everything is ready in 2 days, we will set off. These 2 days were, of course, to give Samira time to recover. The girl's training journey had just begun. How could she miss such a big event as awakening Azir? The slightly sloppy meeting ended, and the others left. Only Severe, who had just been added to the harem, and the exhausted Samira were left by Lester's side. There was a little bit of vigilance in Severe's eyes when she looked at Samira, but Samira didn't care. The only thing she cared about was Lester's attitude. Because she cared, the girl stood there nervously, stiff as a wooden stake. Zyosha, you've tried very hard. He walked a few steps to Samira's side, took the heavy weapon box off the girl's back, and put it on the ground under Samira's trembling gaze. Lester touched the girl's head, picked her up horizontally, and gently put her on the bed. It was not until she lay on the soft bed that the dizzy Samira realized that she hadn't taken a bath for a long time, and she wanted to sit up immediately. Lester directly and forcefully pressed Samira on the bed, and Severe, who was acting as a background wall, had begun to grit his teeth. Any Narxan man who believes in the iron-blooded spirit of Roxy will not refuse a brave and beautiful girl like you to lie on his bed. It is my honor to hold you, and lie on it. Big brother, All the grievances and entanglements disappeared in an instant. Feeling the man's care, Samira blushed and wanted to say something, but her words were a little incoherent. Obviously, she wanted to say too much, but could say too little. Ziozi, go get a basin of water. Ziwaya. So I stay here just to be a servant, right? After the angry Ziwaya left, Lester whispered, you must be tired on this journey? Samira nodded, then shook her head, with stars twinkling in her bright eyes. I'm very tired, so tired that I don't want to open my eyes again after closing them, but every time I feel tired, I will think of my big brother. I think that, after I become stronger, I can help my big brother do many things, and then I won't feel tired anymore. The girl who never beats around the bush gently confided her feelings. Lester didn't hear a single romantic word, but his heart was intoxicated by the person in front of him. To him, this clumsy love talk is as deadly as the most deadly poison. Stupid girl, you are fighting for me like this. Aren't you afraid that I'm just using you? Big brother, I'm not afraid that you are using me. I'm just afraid that you will choose to abandon me. My heart is actually very weak. I can only withstand one knife, and I can't withstand a second knife in this life. Samira smiled brilliantly. This wild smile reminded Lester of the blood rose in the flower garden of Blackthorn Manor, which was deadly and tempting. So, if you don't want me, I will leave. With a jump in his heart, Lester tilted his head. Oh, then you better give up on this idea. If I'll let this lovely guy go, wouldn't I be a fool? Samira didn't say anything, but she mustered up her courage and silently took Lester's right hand that was placed on the bed. For some reason, when holding hands, she always felt that she had a sense of connection with the man in front of her. This feeling was like making up for the regrets left in the previous life. The satisfaction and happiness in her heart could not be described in words. Hey, master, the water is ready, or I can wash my sister Samira. Ziwaya's voice came from the side. Samira, who was immersed in her emotions, trembled a little, but did not let go of her hand, but held it a little tighter. Zyrozy, then I'll trouble you. After all, I, a grown man, am not suitable to help Zyrosha clean her body. Lester patted Samira's little hand and said softly, let Sister Civi help you wipe your body. I will come back later. Now I will count the old characters I can remember. If there are any that are not written here, readers can add them in the comments area. Xiaoyu, Huangsu, Terena, Jessie, Talai, Margaret, Elena, Helena, Meredith, Grace, Vernis, Alice, Octavia, Zyoshuha, Roy, Phyllis, Stacy. Chapter 800 Riz is angry. With the help of Lester, Samira, who absorbed the life energy, not only made up for the loss of her body, but also played a kind of rebirth. While maintaining her figure, she gained extraordinary strength. To explain it in Eastern practice terms, it was probably a cleansing of the tendons and marrow, expelling impurities from the body, and causing a qualitative change in the bones and flesh. After washing off the smelly black mud, Samira was surprised to find that her skin had regained its delicateness and luster as a child. Of course, her biggest surprise was not that she became more beautiful, but that she could easily control the weight of the burial silver blood blade and the recoil of the destruction meteor, and possessed a combat power far beyond that of ordinary people. Samira's affairs also attracted the attention of others, especially Civi. The envy and jealousy in her eyes were no longer concealed. Only Civi herself knew how much resentment she had for the man's infidelity. Lester, who helped Civi unlock more postures, could not guarantee anything for Civi's plea. After all, he had used life energy so many times, and only Samira had a special effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow. If you want to find out what role life energy plays in Samira, you have to conduct more detailed control experiments to slowly verify it. At least two variables need to be verified. One is whether the physique is special, and the other is high intensity physical consumption. Perhaps the combination of the two can have the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow. After getting a promise from Lester, Civi put away her jealousy a little. As for weapons, her Charika is not worse than Samira's burial silver blood blade and destruction meteor. With the comparison of the same Shurima, Samira, Civi finally had a sense of crisis. The girl secretly made up her mind to use the time she spent pleasing men to enhance her own strength so as not to be treated as a vase by men. In fact, if the man's gentleness and love words were not too soul-stirring, she would not have been addicted to the powerful male beauty. After experiencing the betrayal of the mercenary leader, it can only be said that both men and women can easily fall into the land of tenderness. Lester himself is happy to see Civi's growth. He did not favor one over the other, because Samira had the mark of kindred. The reason why he seemed to treat Samira better was just because Samira had more growth potential, and was more in line with his wishes. Only when one bowl of water is not equal can the other bowl of water be equal. In fact, he also showed sympathy and love before taking Civi. Even if Civi chose to be a vase, as long as Civi was honest and a lady, he was willing to support Civi for a lifetime. But not too bad. Maybe he could even be the queen of Shurima. But in this way, the importance is not a little bit worse than that of a hard-working woman like Samira. In short, Civi has the motivation to strive under the stimulation of her peer Samira. Since Civi has chosen to work hard to grow, he will naturally not be stingy with resources, and he also has some expectations for how Civi can grow in the future. Of course, in order to prove that she is not worse than Samira, Civi also worships Camille, and becomes Samira's junior sister. With Camille's level, teaching Civi can only be said to be a waste of talent. As Camille's master, Lester has become the master of the two women. If we count the chaotic relationship between apprentices such as Syndra, Leona and Diana, it can only be said that Lester's master-disciple relationship can be traced back to the instructor in the previous life. Since he rejected his apprentice Elena, it seems that none of his female apprentices have flowed to outsiders. It can be said that they have taken the fat water for themselves and know the cold and warmth. After making preparations, the group rode Skarash into the Great Say Desert. Although there were not many companions, their fighting power was enough to hang up half of the Runeland. After a month of deep exploration in the desert, Nasus found a hidden landmark in a desert oasis that had been dry for hundreds of years and roughly confirmed the scope of the ancient Shurima imperial capital. Looking around, the sky was full of yellow sand, and there were small desert tornadoes in the distance. There was no life at all within 1,000 miles, not even a few cacti could be seen, which was enough to show how bad the environment was. This was a dead place that even desert vultures and desert worms disdained to live in. Under the yellow sand was still yellow sand, and there was no sign of life. The wind and sand were changeable, and without a guide, it was easy to get lost in the wind and sand and become a dry bone in the sand. Finding the approximate location of the imperial capital was only the first step. How to determine the specific location and find the location of the emperor's tomb was the difficulty. Even with Nasus's erudition, it was not an easy task to find the location of the imperial capital thousands of years later. If it were not for this small oasis buried under the yellow sand, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to find the approximate location. Knowing that he couldn't get the job done in a hurry, Lester immediately ordered to set up camp on the spot. With the help of Jaina, the wind and sand in the area of 100 miles disappeared. The violent sand sea became a calm sand lake after losing the strong wind, slightly changing the harsh environment. That night, Nasus walked into the tent and found Lester, who was drawing the topographic map alone, with a difficult look on his face. "Your Majesty Lester, the sun disk is the most magnificent and tall building in the imperial capital. As long as I find the place where the sun disk is worshipped, I can determine the location of the emperor's tomb. But the sun disk has collapsed, and the power of the ascendants I can sense is becoming increasingly scarce. Under such circumstances, it may not be easy to find the location of the imperial capital in a short time." Hearing this, Lester put down his pencil and frowned. "You know I don't have much time to waste here, Nasus. Give me a definite number." After thinking for a while, Nasus said, "It will take me 3 months to walk around the area and I will definitely find the location of the sun disk." Feeling the palpitations coming from the void mark, Lester shook his head. "It's too long. Is there no other way?" Seth shook his head. "Unless I find a few more ascendants who are still alive to help me increase my sensing range, or find the earth dragon turtle Rammus. Only Rammus can sail quickly in the sea of sand, and only Rammus can find the city buried under the sand. But no one knows where Rammus is, let alone how to communicate with him. Even His Majesty Seneca can't say a word to Rammus." Lester exhaled lightly. Instead of thinking about finding Rammus, he might as well use the Mephisto orb given by Malphite to try to contact Malphite. "Will it work to let Artrex possess me?" Nasus was startled, and then stared at Lester with some surprise. Artrex, a victorious general who led his troops by example, the most handsome and powerful ascended warrior, with wings of light and holy armor behind him, that illuminate the entire Shurima Empire. Mortals and ascended warriors have chosen to follow Artrex to the battlefield, and even His Majesty Seneca would show respect when he heard this name. Lester raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Artrex to have such a glorious life before he became a foul-mouthed muggle. But Nasus' tone changed, with a bit more contempt and disdain. Before his fall, Artrex could be called a hero. After his fall, he committed countless evil deeds. Artrex was dominated by his arrogance and betrayed the Shurima Empire. He chose to turn his sword against his compatriots and became a Darkin. I didn't expect that there would be anyone who knew the name of this traitor now. So, the god-killing blade that sealed the Darkin Artrex is in your Majesty's hands? No wonder I haven't heard of Artrex's notoriety for a long time. He is indeed in my hands. Artrex and I have some agreement, and I can use his power. I didn't expect that an arrogant traitor like Artrex would be convinced by your Majesty. It's a pity that Artrex's ascended power has been contaminated. Even if the traitor occupies your Majesty's body, he can't help me find the location of the sun disk." After a silence for a while, Lester suddenly said, "If I can enhance your ascended power, you can improve the search efficiency, right?" Nasus nodded. "That's right. Now I rarely use the power of the ascendant to do things. I always feel that this overly powerful power will sooner or later backfire on every user, just like the disintegrating sun disk. Things that do not belong to humans will eventually leave humans." Lester didn't expect Nasus to see it so clearly. The power of the Ascendant was indeed stolen. The Starforger Dragon King was bullied by the Protoss and had been holding back his anger for a long time. It was hard to say whether the Dragon King would flash his scattered power after escaping. For the Dragon King, a trivial flash would be an explosion on an Ascendant like Nasus, which would be enough to destroy a town. Not wanting to discuss the origin of the power of the Ascendant with Nasus in depth, Lester stood up, grabbed Nasus's wrist, and said to Nasus, who looked puzzled, "Try to absorb the energy I transmit to you, and see if it can be transformed into your ascended power." Outside the forbidden magic stone forest, which has become a valley in the capital of Demacia, Riz, wearing a hood, glanced at the Narxans guarding the forbidden magic stone forest with a gloomy face. His eyes stayed on the magic crystal of the Narxans for a moment, and Riz turned and left. The Black Lightning Mage who was responsible for detecting the crystal hurriedly stepped into the temporary base in the stone forest valley. "Ms. Melina, there is a strong magic fluctuation flashing outside the forbidden magic stone forest. After verification, this magic fluctuation meets the characteristics of Wandering Mage Riz." Hearing this, the meditating female mage opened her eyes and said in a deep voice, "I know, go down." "Yes." Respectfully bowed to Melina, who was wearing a dark black magic robe, and the mage left the room and closed the door. Melina raised her right hand, and a magic sphere barrier of extraordinary level emerged around the female mage's body. After finishing the preparations, Melina took off the black hood that covered her face, revealing a beautiful face. The magic crystal in her hand began to emit a light blue glow, flickering for a few breaths, and the crystal ball projected the sound and image of LeBlanc's body into the air. "Hey, why did the noble leader of the Black Lightning Magic Legion come to me? Little Meredith." "Oh, I should call you Little Melina now. Little Melina, I remember that our deal seems to have ended. Or are you not satisfied with sharing a body with the old witch? The problem is that you can't change it now. To be honest, I envy your body now," Melina said in a deep voice, not caring about LeBlanc's teasing. "Sister LeBlanc, Riz has come to me. Just now, my subordinates discovered his magic fluctuations." With one sentence, the smile on LeBlanc's face disappeared instantly, and the woman's face became serious. "He actually resisted and didn't do it?" Melina shook her head. "No, according to his character, he shouldn't harm innocent people. I'm afraid he will go directly to Lester to reclaim the rune." Reclaiming is a nice word. In the eyes of the two women, Riz will definitely use arcane magic to blast Lester into a Lester source. After a moment of silence, LeBlanc asked again, "How do you feel about his strength? In fact, I didn't notice him appearing outside the forbidden magic stone forest." LeBlanc's face sank. She certainly understood what Melina meant. After nearly 1,000 years of learning and tempering, Meredith, who now has the elemental magic bone and shares a body with Helena, is infinitely close to the immortal Pale Witch LeBlanc, and is stronger than the extremely talented Dark Queen Syndra. After Meredith was reborn with the help of LeBlanc, she did not reveal her identity to Lester, but changed her name to Melina, and took charge of the Black Lightning Legion she founded. Melina, who had completely changed her appearance, was unable to detect Riz's arrival, which meant that Riz's strength had surpassed Melina and LeBlanc, reaching a level above the extraordinary. As for Riz, who Melina could not find, was captured by the detection crystal. Of course it was, because the detection crystal was designed to detect magic fluctuations 24 hours a day since its birth. No matter how powerful Riz was, as long as Riz had not escaped from the elemental tides of Runeland, he would definitely expose himself within the detection range. If the Naxos Empire's magical foundation could not do this, all the male mages of the Naxos Empire might as well commit suicide. As for why it was the male mages who committed suicide, of course it was, because LeBlanc and Melina, two extraordinary mages standing at the top of the magic world, added double resistance to all female mages. I will tell Lester about this news. Melina, you better protect Demacia. The Imperial Star Monument has not been cast yet. The Protoss may attack Demacia. Even if you can't defend it, you have to take those women away. You should know how much Lester cares about his women. Melina nodded. She had been in a platonic relationship with Lester for decades. Of course, she knew what kind of person Lester was. She also knew that there was a person who would always wander alone in the unforgotten cemetery to lay flowers on 2 graves after returning to the immortal bastion without any exception. One belonged to Meredith and the other belonged to Helena. Strictly speaking, the owner of these 2 tombstones was herself. Thousands of years had passed, and the man has always been concerned about her. Naturally, she would not let the man down. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.